both of these teams, they've got a lot on the line. We're expecting a lot out of them today. I know they're going to deliver.
Yeah, absolutely. You look at both these teams, like you said, they're both tried and true teams. They have to upset. They both had to upset different top 5 teams in the entire country. I mean, that is such a hard thing to do. Northwood, a team that almost no school has ever defeated before, gets swept by Boise, an incredible upset, and one that delivered that spot to them here. Like you mentioned, Harrisburg, another, I think, they are statistically number 1 team in the country.
Yeah.
They almost not going to cut it that close, just not going to make it. They do lose out to UTD, and UTD, an incredible team, one that I'm very familiar with, one that I've known just as well as Boise for a while, so I'm very excited. 2 comfortable, familiar teams, and they finally got to duke it out because, as nice as it is to have them both here, there's a first place and there's a second place, and we're going to find out, which one of these teams is going to find that first place slot.
We absolutely are. Now, let's talk a little bit more in depth about these teams, right? Because there's standout players all the way around, right?
Yeah,
like every single one of them. But a few in particular that you and I have been chatting about a little bit beforehand as well, and that would be the kind of the owl prospects that we have on each of these teams, right? For Boise State, we've got Clear, we've got Matt Merck, right? And then on the other side, we have Petal for UT Dallas.
Yep.
And my mind, in particular, is wondering how is this matchup going to go specifically between Clear and Petal? That's going to be something I'm going to be watching out for.
Yeah,
right.
100%.
Yeah.
I mean, it's going to be fascinating because Matt Merck, he is that OWL prospect, but the story, to be literal, the narrative isn't as interesting because it's not kind of that duel of the Titans the same way this DPS clash is going to be, because it's amazing. They both have high-tier Overwatch experience, and they're going to have to essentially outplay the other one in the mental, in the physical, and it may come down to these DPS to carry their teams to success today. It really is going to come down to who can land those shots a little more consistently, who can kind of open the door for their team in those more critical moments. And these Overwatch League prospects struggle. Every time we do one of these lands, I get so excited because it feels like there's more and more of them kind of coming out of the collegiate scene, going all the way up to OWL. In collegiate, we've got several players that used to be OWL that have then retired and gone back to college. They've joined the collegiate programs, and it's incredible. It's so much fun, and we've got so much talent on this stage. I mean, we've got 10 phenomenal players. There's nobody I look at and I go, weak link. It is all the way across the board, clean, consistent players, and it's really going to come down to, like I said, not only outplaying them physically, but outplaying them mentally as well.
Oh, yeah, for sure. And these teams, I think, are no stranger as well to tough mental situations, right? So at least in my mind, they're going to be tough, right? That mental is going to be there, but it is a different situation. You're here at the grand finals. You're in LAN, right? You're in person.
Yeah.
Right. So it's different. It is going to be different. So it will be interesting to see how each of these teams handles it moving forward.
Yeah.
Now, in addition, I want to talk a little bit as well about Doyi, one of the players for UT Dallas, who has just been doing a phenomenal job recently on Kiriko. And in at least in the last match, several pop-up moments, the one where they took on Harrisburg University. And so I'm going to be curious to see if that kind of dominance moves forward as well.
Yeah.
A couple other players, though, that I really want to keep an eye on as well on the UT Dallas front are going to be Kashir, who came out with a surprise Torb, right?
And did it well. Like, we got to talk about right away. Like, not only, just pick Torb, went insane on the Torb. Like, absolutely tore it up, and it was the surprise nobody was ready for.
Torbed it up.
That's good. I should have said, you know what? Absolutely. I mean, just defied all expectations. And it was funny. I had the chance to talk to UT Dallas before, earlier today, like an hour or two ago. And I just kind of asked, are we going to be seeing meta, or are we going to be seeing kind of the UTD special of playing whatever you want, whatever you're comfortable with, whatever you choose to do? And they looked right at me and they were like, honestly, we're just going to UTD it up. And I was like, you know what? All right. Like, I expect nothing else from this team because they're one of those teams that's so good, they don't have to just play meta. If they want to swap something else, they can. Now, is that always a good idea, especially against a team as hardened as Boise? Probably not. You probably do want to stick with the meta. It's meta for a reason. But at the same time, UTD, they have defied expectations seemingly thousands of times, and they've defied them correctly every time. They've always come out on top, and it never fails to impress. Yeah, and one thing I'd like to say to kind of piggyback off that as well is when you do run these kind of wilder comps, right? These avant-garde comps, these non-metas, you can have a hard time going up against that, right? Because you haven't scrimmed. When are you going to scrim against this, right? So much on the line here today as well. $2,500 in scholarship prize money for the first place team. But you know what? You and I think, have gabbed on long enough about this. We are going to go throw it back to the stage for Los to introduce our players.
And now it's time. Let's take a look at the competitors who will be joining us here on stage for the first grand finals of the weekend. This squad has defeated the former champions of Harrisburg University in a nail-biter of a match, and now they're looking to take the throne themselves. Introducing from University of Texas at Dallas, representing the Comets, it's Jukebox, Petal, Abdallah, Kashir, and Tinspire. Give it up, folks. Give it up. Oh, my God. Maybe he'll be carrying in-game just like he's carrying Petal now. Now that is team bonding. It is what you love to see. And their opponents coming from the West Coast. We've got the squad with a flawless run in the playoffs. It's Boise State with Matt Merck, Plato, Clear, Bagel, and Gob, both of these teams representing players who are not only aspiring for the Overwatch League, but they are destined for it. This is going to be an absolute matchup of epic proportions, and we are so excited to see these players get in the lobby. As you can see, there's Doc Haskell, the man behind the Boise State brain, representing this squad. Boy, do we have a match, and who is going to bring it to you? Who is going to call the action? Let's jump back to the casters to see what's going down once we hit the server.
Thank you so much, Lois. And now that we have seen all these players, we have talked about everything they can bring to the table. We are only minutes away from jumping into map number 1. If you've ever seen competitive Overwatch anywhere ever, it always starts with one map type. My personal favorite, that control map. We already know what it is. Oh, yeah. Oh, my goodness.
I love control.
I love control. An absolute amazing map type. And as a DPS player, I always feel like I can thrive and have the most fun on those. But, Jungle, we actually already know which one it is, which is really exciting. You know, we can go right in. We can start talking about what team compositions we think we're going to see on Oasis.
Yeah, Oasis, like all of the control maps, provides a lot of different opportunities, right? Each of the sub-maps plays a little bit differently. Typically, you're going to see one where Brawl thrives a little bit more, one where a dive composition is maybe a little bit better, and then kind of this third one that's a little bit in between, right? And so we've got that, right? You've got City Center, right? There's the jump pad, right? The very high tower right in the middle. Again, very, very, very good for dive. Then you've got, on the other end of the equation, you've got University, which is just a fantastic brawl map. You know, you can really get in close, nice and close with everybody, get all friendly, and then swing your hammer or whatever. Right. And then Gardens, where you can really do whatever you want. You can express yourself more. And so I hope, in particular, we get to see Gardens, because that's going to tell us a little bit about what each of these teams prefers to do. Now, talking about control specifically as well, UT Dallas, talking to them, they like chaos. Right? They thrive in chaos.
And that's so true about them. They absolutely thrive in the chaos.
It is. And so going into this first map, going into Oasis, I'm hedging my bets a little bit on Dallas. I think they're going to be able to come out a little bit ahead.
I can agree.
You know, as we move forward through some of the other maps, maybe not be the case, right? Especially if we end up on a King's Row, which we'll talk about that. If we go to King's Row,
we'll get there. We'll get there.
But at least this first map, I'm anticipating University of Texas Dallas to have a very strong showing here, and if they don't, then that's going to be a little bit of a concern, right, moving forward, if Boise State is able to take this one, because, again, this is really where I feel University of Dallas is going to pop off the most.
I wholeheartedly agree. If Boise wins this one, it could really rewrite the rest of the series because of that Kings Row clutch might not be available if they can't pick it. But, you know, we haven't really talked much about what they're fighting for, right? We should probably touch down on that a little bit. There is the prize pool at play. Now, 3rd and 4th place being Northwood and Harrisburg. They do get $625, I believe, towards their school programs and scholarship money. But first place is $2,500. $2,500. That is a lot of dollars. I literally cannot stress how many dollars that actually is. But then you take a look over at second place, and it's still $1,250.
Yeah.
So, like, everybody up there is not walking away empty-handed. They are getting prize pool no matter what. It's a huge moment for these programs.
Yeah, you're absolutely right. You're absolutely right. And you know, $2,500. You know, I don't know if my bank account has ever seen that. That's so much money, right?
It's a lot of money.
It really, really is. But we do have some sponsors as well that we would like to give a shout out to today, and we're going to start with Garmin. Garmin, they, in fact, I'm wearing one of their watches. Yeah, I've got one of their watches right here, one of their new esports watches, and I absolutely love this thing. And when I got this, I was like, what is an esports watch?
Right.
Like, what does that even mean? Well, it's really, really cool. There's an app that you can tie into your Garmin that'll display your heart rate while you're streaming. And so next time we're here,
we're gonna have our heart rates on screen.
The casters. You're gonna see how hard. What our hearts are doing. And frankly, if you need to call 911.
True. You know, if you see our heart rate like suddenly drop to 0 and then someone's solo casting, like maybe something's gone a little wrong behind the desk. But it is definitely neat. I think the concept is very fun, and I think that's just a very interesting tie-in to esports as a whole. I think that's a great way to help people kind of understand how intense these moments can really get. I think that's going to be a fun thing to keep an eye out on. But if you guys are interested, you definitely keep an eye on Garmin. I'm sure someone with something in chat to kind of fill you in on what Garmin does and where you can get some more cool Garmin esports watches
and giveaways, I believe, as well.
Yeah,
I believe we do have some giveaways here. Hopefully, I didn't mess that up.
Well, we do now because Juggle said it. So
yeah, well, that'll be my watch. I'm just gonna go ahead and take it off.
Right off the wrist. We're giving away
for someone else now. Here it is. It's yours.
But it's super cool. We definitely appreciate everything Garmin does. We could not do what we do without them. And many of our other sponsors you guys will hear more about as the day goes on. Some of them already being hinted on screen for you now. Wink, wink. We'll hear a little bit more about them later. But jumping into Oasis, Juggle, I do think I want to tie back to a great point you kind of brought up. Gardens in particular. We look specifically at Gardens as kind of the standout map because I think it, more than the others, can still lend itself well outside of current meta. Because current meta, we haven't really touched down on what that is, right? That's Winston, Sojourn, Reaper, Kiriko, and usually Lucio. And that seems to be the composition we're running. But recently in Collegiate, I've been seeing a lot of D.Va only on Gardens. I think that's very interesting, but I think it makes a lot of sense because D.Va can utilize that high ground a lot faster, and she can drop down and not sacrifice that high ground. She can get right back up there, instantly back into the fight. She can move a little bit faster and a little more consistently than maybe a Winston can, or maybe a Doomfist can. I've seen a couple teams try to run Doom on Gardens. I'm still anti-Doom, so we'll hopefully we don't see any of that here. But these teams, they've got a lot on the line here. They've got a lot of risks they need to gauge if they're worth taking.
Yes.
And is it going to be safer to bring out the mirror comp? Because once you start running the mirror, once two teams are running the exact same compositions, it becomes difficult because it's no longer team versus team. It's 5 1v1s. You need to be outplaying that opponent or your team may lose because of that 1v1. It's very dangerous and it's very difficult to try and win. So if this mirror comes out, it's going to come down to individual mechanical play styles.
Yeah, I think you're absolutely right. And one player that I would like to touch on as well, because you talked about the D.Va, right?
Yes.
I want to talk about Abdallah. Right, for UT Dallas, right? What was he self-proclaimed?
A self-proclaimed jack of all tanks.
Right. Yeah.
So he could play. He's very confident he can play anything, bring anything out today. And honestly, from what I've seen, I think I believe him.
Yeah, as do I. But if you look at the last match that they played, again, going back to that Harrisburg match, right? You wouldn't know it because Abdallah was on Roadhog, I feel like 90% of the time that
Almost
match, and
the entire
having
time.
so much value on that Roadhog. So I'm anticipating we're going to see Abdallah run out on the Roadhog, really regardless of map, right? Because I think even then in
if you're playing Hog,
and I think even when they were playing Harrisburg, if memory serves me correct, which it probably doesn't, but we're going to pretend, they did see City Center. We went to Oasis there as well, and in specific City Center, Abdallah still went Hog. I was shocked. I was like, okay, this is I don't know how I feel about this, but I was proved wrong.
Hog is in a really fascinating spot because when Overwatch announced they were going from 6v6 to 5v5, Hog was like the tank of concern. People were like, what is Roadhog going to do? Oh my goodness, I can't play Roadhog anymore. Because at the time, his team goal was to be kind of a third DPS, a backline flanker, to go in and pick off a support, to pick off a DPS. But now, when you're the only tank in the game, you can't just abandon your team to flank. And the role of Roadhog, while it has stayed the tank, has drastically shifted. And I think he makes a lot of sense right now because two of the strongest tanks in the game are D.Va and Winston, two dive-centric comps. If you dive face first into a Roadhog, you're about to learn the hard way on why you shouldn't be doing that. And if any Roadhog is going to prove that point, it's going to be our main tank, Abdallah. I mean, he's going to tear it up. Main tank. That's a hypothetical at this point. Our only tank,
I know, right? We're still using these antiquated terms these days. So yeah, I think a lot of responsibility as well is going to fall onto Matt Merck, right, for Boise State.
Absolutely.
Right? How is Matt Merck going to handle
another
this,
Overwatch League prospect?
Right, exactly. And if there's anybody who's going to be able to handle it, it's going to be Matt Merck.
Yes.
Right. So we talked about the clear and pedal duel, but that tank duel as well, I think is going to be very, very dynamic, very, very important as well. Doyi for UT Dallas has been crucial as well in enabling Abdallah, right?
Can't have a Roadhog without good supports.
No, you can't, right? But with the introduction of Kiriko as well,
yes,
right, just in general, who Doyi has been playing a lot of, right? Now, one of the big tools that everybody has had in the tool belt for the last, 5-6 years, has been Ana, right? Just getting that biotic grenade,
that anti-nade,
right, onto the Roadhog, but it doesn't hit as hard anymore.
Because it instantly gets cleaned out.
Yeah,
that's the beauty of Kiriko. And you can kind of look at that as like a game of rock, paper, scissors. Like, okay, they cleansed our bio, but we got out their Suzu. And it's like, do you try to use that? Honestly, I unfortunately don't think we're going to see any Ana gameplay today. I would be really surprised if we did.
Yeah.
But in the current dive composition, those little grandma legs, she's got no mobility. She can't get out of anywhere. She misses sleep dart. That is a guaranteed elimination. She's a very difficult character to play right now. But with the caliber of play we're seeing, I think if we do, it's going to be good. I don't think it's going to be a throw pick by any means, but in terms of safety, especially if there's a Kiriko on the other side, Ana, she just can't do much right now.
No, I mean, you have to mirror with the Kiriko.
Right.
You really do, right? And if you don't, you're just going to get walked over, literally, right?
Because genuinely walked over, yeah.
The other team can just, you become a path that they just walk over on top of, they mow you down, and that's all there is to it. So you have to have that Kiriko in there as well, right? Because you need to be able to use that ultimate in conjunction or in opposition to your opponents.
Yes, without a doubt. And that ultimate, that Kitsune Rush, is so scary for so many reasons. I mean, if you don't have one on your side, you are going to get rushed down faster than you can blink. It increases
especially
general
with
speed.
the Lucio.
It reduces cooldown. You put the Lucio speed boost. It does stack. Interestingly enough, the Kitsune Rush, the Lucio boost, and the Commanding Shout, I doubt anyone's going to play Junker Queen, but just a fun fact, they boost up to 70% additional speed. Yes, it's a real thing in the game right now. It can boost an insane amount of speed, and they... it's scary is our point here. I feel like I'm honing in on it a lot. It's very scary, but I do think we're never going to see today Kiriko, no Kiriko. I think we're going to have the Mirako all day. I think we're going to see her on both sides.
I think we might see some Baptiste come out.
But you think he'd be there instead of Kiriko and not the Lucio?
Maybe. I'm not sure. But either way, I think we might see Baptiste come out, right? Especially for Boise, because Boise is such a brawl-centric team, right? We've talked a lot about UT Dallas and kind of their play style, but I want to get back to Boise now and give them a little, a little air time as well, because the brawl, right? Brawl has always been strong.
Always, yes.
Right? Like if all else fails, you can always go brawl.
Always go brawl.
And so having that as kind of your default, right? Having that as your strongest composition as well means that you're going to be in a good position pretty much any time, right? You're not really going to be at that much of a disadvantage in any given situation. So, if Abdallah is hitting the hooks, if Doyi is hitting those headshots, right, on the Kiriko, then maybe you do want to see a Baptiste come out, right?
That's very true.
And you're right. Maybe it's Baptiste Lucio, maybe it's Baptiste Kiriko. I'm not sure which we're going to see. I
think I have to backtrack my own point, honestly. Sorry to interrupt, but
go ahead.
Because Lucio 100% pick rate in the Overwatch League playoffs.
Yes.
Not a single map he was not played on. And now I'm sitting here and I'm thinking of that, and I'm like, you know what? They probably, if they are going to swap one, you need that speed boost. You need the beat. You need
especially
the speed amp. There's a lot of, especially because of Hog. You need to have that online.
Yeah.
So I think if we do see something, I'm going to backtrack my own point. I do think it would be Baptiste Lucio. But it's fascinating because I was just kind of running down logistics in my head of numbers game. And if there's a Kiriko may be effective at canceling out Hog every other hook. Does this make sense? Because her Suzu on cooldown is twice as long as a Hog hook. Yes. So he can hook, get it canceled by Suzu. The next hook should be free. And then, then it gets Suzu'd again. So if you can eliminate 50% of Abdallah's successful hooks, that's huge. That almost makes Roadhog null and void entirely. That's going to make him very difficult to get value on because he's only getting value every 16 to 20 seconds. Yeah. That's not a lot of time. That's too long of time, rather. So maybe just a good Kiriko from Boise could cancel out the Roadhog from UTD and force a swap.
Well, even a good Kiriko, and I want to go back to the Diva, right?
Yes.
Because I believe Defense Matrix still blocks Hog Hook. One of the weirdest interactions, I think, is in
there's
the game.
A few weird interactions.
There's a few weird ones, but that one always. I'm like, really?
You're like,
the hook doesn't work.
And then it doesn't eat Immortality Field, which I've also always thought was interesting because it's technically a projectile before it hits the ground.
Yeah, you're right.
But she doesn't eat it. It's super weird. I kind of hope we see that interaction today. But what I do know, what we will be seeing
is Oasis Gardens. So we had a 33% chance of being correct, and we nailed it.
We got it. We got the very first. We got it the very first map. This is fantastic. I am thrilled about this.
And Juggle, I got to sit here immediately, eat 95% of the words I just spit out there. Meta, 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 meta. Nobody's currently on meta. Clear running Echo at the moment, and Abdallah rocking that Roadhog.
Yeah,
oh, there it is! Ah!
The Torb, is that?
I'm just excited. There's no way he busts out Torb here on Gardens.
No, he does right here. Because here, he's a Torb machine. But interestingly as well, we've got Matt Merck on the Orisa, and I feel like this is probably in response, to just expecting Abdallah to be here on the Roadhog, right? Because if you're going to have a tank that's resistant to a Roadhog, this is going to be the one, right?
Also, the Javelins interrupt hook. If he hooks a teammate, you Javelin him backwards, he's going to miss the combo, and that's a pretty critical thing to miss out on with that Roadhog. I think the same reason the Echo is coming out. I think this is cancellation of the Roadhog. They want to use the nades, they want to use the beam, but as Matt Merck gets taken down early, things going to look desperate all of a sudden early on for the side of Boise State. UTD, they come out strong, but Boise, they got a cap here, Juggle. I mean, they found at least a free 15% in the chaos.
It's absolutely going to be UT Dallas coming away with this first fight win, right? And again, it was Abdallah, right? We were expecting this. We were expecting this kind of hog dominance coming out from them. And in addition, it was the first pick was on the Orisa as well. So they've already got the comp that says, yeah, we want to counter this Roadhog. Now they've got to make it happen as we move into the second fight.
Moving into the second fight, the pressure on the Javelin comes out a little too early, and Abdallah's got the green light to move forward. He's going to whiff the hook, and it's going to be a little bit harder for UTD to move in, but even a fraction of an elimination here could be enough, and instead it's an elimination against them. A phenomenal railgun shot from Plato opens the door for the side of Boise. Kashir's turret goes down, more damage offline, and Bagel going to find another elimination. Abdallah, the Roadhog missing. This is Boise's time to get in there and create some chaos right here, right now, off the back of Matt Merck. That robotic horse carrying the entire team into the fight, and that's a 4K for Matt Merck to seal the deal in favor of Boise. Now they just got to play that catch-up game.
4.5K. I mean, they got the turret too, right?
True.
at the end. And this was great as well for Boise State because they got that initial 10-50% on the board, right? So now this extra fight is going to mean a little bit more, and that's good because Dallas already got 41% on the board. But we got a couple of ults coming up. Both Kirikos have their ultimates. Crucially, Jukebox lagging behind, so that could be a difference maker here.
We got that Kitsune clash early on. Everybody gets the speed boost. Everyone gets the cooldown reduction, and now it's about the raw damage that can be found. The beat is forced. Kashir trying to clean this fight up right now, and it's going to be happening against him. The Echo brings out Transformation, a desperate attempt to stay alive, and it looks like the Roadhog Transformation is null and void. Terra Surge from Matt Merck finds Abdallah, pedal the next to fall, and that's another fight won off the shoulders of Matt Merck.
Okay, that was absolutely huge. I mean, you typically don't see Terra Surge get that kind
anything.
of value. yeah, you really don't. So to get a pick, right, and especially a pick right at the beginning of that fight as well, or rather being the first pick, I think that is exceptional as well. But one of the big things is now or Boise State, they don't have any ults in the bank. It's going to come down to this. It's going to come down to this overclock here from Petal.
Pedal! Oh no! Just completely deleted.
Yeah, Matt Merck able to find them out initially. 82% and counting here. 2 players down for UT Dallas. This fight goes handily the way of Boise State, and now we are in last fight territory here, Septilance. Oh my gosh! And look at that.
Why did that just happen?
Yeah, I'm not sure.
What was that? That's really fascinating. I think Plato's so confident there's no recontest. I mean, maybe he just slid off the map. That's a very real possibility as well. But the recontest isn't a recontest. It's just a quick fight win for the side of UTD. Backs against the wall, 1%, less than a second away from losing this first stage of Oasis. And they're going to be able to win the fight out pretty convincingly. But Juggle, I mean, that's the second fight in a row. No ultimates.
Yeah, you're absolutely right. And it honestly looks like there's going to be very few coming into this next one as well. We're going to have Terra Surge from Matt Merck, but again, we talk about how iffy that one is.
Yes.
We will get a couple of Kitsune rushes coming online. Tinspire's going to be there a little bit ahead in this. So UT Dallas possibly in a little bit better position to make this happen. Clear also swapping over to the Reaper as well. So again, try and put more pressure now that Abdallah has swapped over to the Winston, but the Clear gets chased out heavily. The Kitsune rush there causing a lot of problems for Boise State, but they were able to take that fight off of the point, Septilance.
Yeah, that's the important part, right? They bought themselves an additional 15-20%. The fight's going to be happening once again. Now a late Kitsune is going to work wonders for the side of Boise. I cannot believe how well that works out. That Merc brings out the Terra Surge, uses that cooldown reduction, and it looks like he can't find anything, but the stall potential was enough to scare UTD off of point. Boise comes through quickly. They find a complete and total team kill, and they will win stage 1 of Oasis. They are halfway done with Oasis with map number 1.
And this was exceptional, right? Again,
yes.
we came in, right, expecting UT Dallas to be the more dominant showing team here. It was very close. It was very close, but Boise did edge them out. Now we head into City Center, so this is gonna be really interesting. Again, I feel like honestly you might actually have to give the edge a little bit here to Boise State as well. Yeah, because I think their dive is going to look a little bit stronger here. But Abdallah is hovering over the Winston right now.
There it is. That Winston is just going to be surprising to say the very least. But we talked about using Orisa to cancel out the Hog, Echo to cancel out the Hog. I will say the Hog was canceled out. I mean, he was not able to find value there. Abdallah is incredible on that Roadhog, but now he has to prove that statement earlier, the jack of all tanks. Show us a Winston just as good as that Roadhog, because that Winston's going to do phenomenal here against Boise's current composition. It's going to cancel out the Orisa very early on. The bubble can separate the supports from the front line, and you can take the front line down if your team's coordinated enough. We also got to talk about Kashir on the Echo, trying to catch somebody out in the sky. Clear on the Reaper now, so a lot of free damage from the heavens if Plato can't focus up. Clear uses Wraith, can't get out of there in time. Kashir with the beam finds that Reaper early. This should give UTD that first point cap advantage.
A huge value that they got out of the Echo right there, and a swap that I don't think either of us were really anticipating, really expecting here. But Kashir, we have seen them on the Echo before, and seen them get tremendous value, so not surprised to see them do well. Just maybe a little bit surprised to see them in this situation. Matt Merck swapping over to the Winston now to start to match. The only difference is going to be that Reaper and the Echo right now. So going to be a little bit of a high ground advantage that Kashir is going to have as this fight gets underway. We're going to see Matt Merck trying to push on a point, but in the meantime, Plater already found Tinspire with a headshot. So without your Kiriko, things are going to be a lot more difficult, and with that, it's just a quick and easy cleanup here for Boise.
It's incredible. We almost fell for the exact thing UTD just did, where the fight was all focused on the Winston, and in the moment, everyone's looking at the monkey, everyone's looking to keep him alive. Plato snuck in, found that railgun shot, found the most important pick, and then the team can come through. Now poor Tinspire can't even make it out of spawn. Sojourn's so unbelievably strong right now. She's going to get nerfed very soon. It's a phenomenal thing to hear, but soon is not soon enough for this grand finals to be happening. Plato now just playing this puppy dog guard game. Boise gonna be able to recap almost the exact same percent UTD had last time. They had 39 when Boise turned things around. Now it's 36. Can UTD answer a little bit earlier? Is Boise going to climb back to 99? Kitsune Rush is the ultimate I'm going to be looking at from Boise. It looks like it's the beat instead from Bagel, but it can't save Plato.
Wow, no it can't. And Abdallah with the Primal Rage as well, causing a lot of problems in the backline, making sure those heals can't get there. Chosen, though, going to be able to strike back, taking Petal out of the equation, and just flurry of kills off of the back of that Septilence.
I mean,
turned that fight on its head.
A miracle work there, and that is my favorite way to use Kitsune Rush right now, is when you lose somebody, you pop Kitsune Rush to make up for that missing player.
Yes.
It works wonders, and it's so impressive, and it's so powerful. We see it at the highest rank of play just like that. Now with a little bit of sneaky play there, Clear is able to make it out with his life. I'm keeping an eye on that Death Blossom because it is going to be huge, or it is going to be devastating. And the Suzu just can't do enough there. Clear with a 3-piece. It is huge indeed. And that's got to be another fight win in favor of Boise State. This is the team that 3-0'd Northwood.
Yeah.
And they're looking to 2-0 UTD on map number 1.
This is the number 5 seed.
That's
right?
insane.
Yeah, Boise is playing out of their mind here today so far. And so far, UT Dallas just doesn't seem to quite have an answer for it. They forced Abdallah back onto the Roadhog now. Right, going to see if maybe they can get a little bit more value with that. Maybe you can start to shut down Matt Merck with a hook, something like that. But we've got the overclock already online for Petal. And when Petal's got an overclock, that means danger is in the way here for Boise State University. 97% though, and counting. We do have somebody contesting point right now. A couple of people actually from huge pick coming out onto Matt Merck because you're able to find them swapping over to the Reaper. So University of Texas Dallas, they will get another life here. They will get the fight again on City Center and see if they can claw their way back.
Juggle, I'd love to be excited for UTD, but unfortunately, this is exactly what happened back on Gardens, almost to the percentage, where if Boise gets all the way up to 99, they can't cap that last fight, and then all they have to do is stall until they get an ultimate. They run in with an ultimate, and they win that fight. They win it out early. But if UTD can force them to stall long enough, they can farm ultimates of their own. Right now, nobody has one, but they are coming up on quite a few. I am keeping a close eye on that whole hog coming up from Abdallah in a minute here, because that will cancel out an Orisa instantaneously.
Yeah, it absolutely can. And if you don't have that anchor on point with Matt Merck, then things start to fall apart at the seams. But right now, heavy fighting happening on the left side of the point. We actually have the protection Suzu coming out already. Now Abdallah going to be free to use the whole hog. Gets a hook onto the Orisa. She's going to be deleted.
Oh my
and
goodness!
That, another one, Abdallah. Abdallah has found the hog again. We saw him a little bit at the very beginning of Gardens, right? But he's back now.
He wasn't doing that well. I mean, holy cow.
No.
3 successful hooks in a row, 3 eliminations off the back of them. An incredible utilization of that Kitsune rush. It goes to show he just used 3 hooks in like 8 seconds.
Yeah,
I mean,
exactly.
that cooldown reduction is absurd from the Kitsune rush, and it is so unbelievably valuable on a high damage, close caliber character like Roadhog. Now this Kitsune from Chosen. The beat comes out from Bagel as well. That additional healing is going to help the team feel more confident. Clear in the back line, has that Death Blossom. It looks like he might not even need it. He's going to pop it for giggles, but I think this fight's null and void. 99 to 99 as 2 go down, Clear traded out. Bagel is missing. This is absolutely still winnable for both sides. Kashir trying to end it. Right, Kashir, right, Canal. He might not be able to, though. We might be going all the way to that 3rd point, but it's 2 remaining members. The Terror Surge, the Kitsune has to keep him alive. The Suzu, there to dodge as well, and the Terror Surge finds absolutely nothing. 99% online. It's a 2v2 right now, Juggle.
This is absolutely insane. That fight, by all measures, should have been over in favor of Boise State, but a huge comeback here from University of Texas, Dallas. They're still holding on strong. They've got several more members. We're going to have, I believe that is Doomfist coming in now from Abdallah. Truly the jack of all tanks, but they're not able to stand in the way of Plato's overclock. Huge shot coming in, taking out the tank. Now things are starting to look a little bit worse here for University of Texas Dallas. They did flip the point, but Boise's going to get it back in just a moment.
Gonna get it back, and that should be it, Juggle. I don't think anyone can touch fast enough.
Wow.
What a phenomenal turnaround from Boise State. I mean, that is impressive 100 times over. That fight should have been down and out early. UTD, they clawed back, they got close, but as I always say, close, just not gonna cut it. Only counts in horseshoes and hand grenades, and now we're gonna get a good look at Matt Merck's Orisa play. I guarantee this is that 4-piece back on Gardens, and it was such a huge moment. This is where Boise truly stole the momentum of this match.
Yeah, the secret weapon right now, it appears, is the battle cattle, Orisa. Showing up in just a huge way, in a way that I don't think any of us expected, right?
Yes.
Like Orisa, she is not in the conversation when you talk about meta.
Yep.
She's just not. But in this situation, it was beautifully read, I believe, by Boise State, even beforehand, right? I mean, they rolled out with the Orisa. They knew what they were doing. They had a plan. They knew what UT Dallas was going to come in with, and they said, okay, well, we got the solution. And they showed it.
They showed us a lot of terrifying things, Juggle. And it's funny because back before this most recent patch where Soria got changed a little bit, there was kind of that discussion of the trifecta of Winston, D.Va, Zone. It was kind of a rock game. The entire time that meta existed, I swear, if you look at any of the VODs, I kept saying, if we're talking about those 3, Orisa's number 4. She's right around the corner. She's hitting in the depth. She's hitting in the wing. And now that those changes have happened, Zarya has fallen a little bit, and I think Orisa is going to take her place. She's so incredibly strong. She's so impressive. In her new kit, the complete and total rework going into Overwatch 2 did miracle work for that character because Orisa could not get the value she needed in Overwatch number 1. They changed everything, and I genuinely believe she has the potential to be one of the highest skill tanks in the game.
Yeah, especially considering the energy tank, right? That is a hard shot to land. Right? It's devastating when you do it as well. It's a nice payoff there.
50 damage if it hits, 100 if you hit a wall.
Right. Yeah. So that's huge. I mean, half of a squishy, right then and there. So now we have to go back to what we said at the beginning of the broadcast.
Oh, it's time,
right?
isn't it?
Oh, it might be time. Oh, I think I know what you're saying.
Okay, so what do you say? What do you say?
Yeah. No, I see what's going on here. But what I want to say before that, before the point I know you want to get to, you're just itching to talk about
it's
this.
so impressive, John. But yeah, you do your thing. You do your thing.
Is that we, or at least I said, I'm not going to put words in your mouth. I said, I'm going to own this, that if UT Dallas, if they lost on control, that was going to be a big red flag.
Yes, right.
And I think it is. Because not only was Boise State able to 2-0 them here on control, but in addition, they were able to pretty much mitigate Abdallah. Abdallah had some flashes of brilliance, right? Some flashes of success.
They just did so well at not letting him play the game.
Yeah. And that composition, I don't think is going to really fire on all cylinders.
Agreed.
Unless you are able to enable that Roadhog all the time. And you've got to be able to do it consistently, and they just weren't able to.
It's difficult as well because when you look at that, when you're playing a Roadhog and it can't work, my first instinct is to tell you to play Ana. But at the same time, you can't play Ana right now. So it's like the initial kind of like plan A, support Roadhog doesn't work. You can't even do plan B.
you have to jump down to plan C. You've got to figure something out. It's really going to be difficult. And we don't know much about what's coming next.
Right.
We know the map type. It's going to be hybrid.
Yes.
Another really entertaining map type. One of my more favorites in the game. And there's something fascinating that UTD. I don't think they know this because we kind of found this out from Doc Haskell. I think Lowe's called him earlier the Boise brain, and I really like that. But
that's good.
We have found out that in the last 2 years,
Yep.
the last 2 years of competitive play, Boise has only lost Kings Row 6 times.
Yeah, 102-6.
Are you kidding me?
102-6.
I mean, it's absurd. It's absurd. What 100-something wins and 6 losses is something that possibly no other team can say they have done on a map like that. It is incredible, the consistency this team can bring out. Now, in Overwatch 1, it's slightly less impressive because that was just Ryan Zarya. That was just the basics.
Yeah.
But to carry that into Overwatch 2 with a single tank, you can't run the Zarya-Ryan brawl. You can't run the classics.
Yeah.
You need to change it up. And they're still smoking people left, right, and center.
Yeah.
That is insane. But UTD, if they take Boise to Kings Row,
they're just shooting themselves.
They're
in the
signing
foot.
their own death certificate.
They are.
I mean, it's a devastating pick. But on the bright side, there are several other fantastic hybrid maps in the game right now, including a new one that's going to come out very soon as Escort.
Oh, yeah.
I don't remember.
I don't remember if that one's Escort.
Either
or
way,
hybrid.
new map December
Yeah.
6th. Very exciting.
Shambhala, right?
Yeah,
Shambhala,
Shambhala,
I'm
and
excited.
then
I like
new
the
character Ramtrata as well.
Yeah.
I'm excited. I told Loesch this earlier. When we talk to the players, when he does, I don't know if we're going to get the chance. I really want to hear from some of them because these are some of the highest ranked players in the country.
Yeah.
And I really just want to hear their opinions of what they think the meta is about to look like. Because I have my own thoughts, and they're slightly controversial of what I think the upcoming meta is. But I'm only like a diamond-ish player. I'm not at the highest caliber of play. These guys are kissing top 500 on their alt accounts. They're some of the best players in the entire world, and I really want to hear kind of the knowledge of what composition is coming next. Because Sojourn is getting demolished, enough to where she might be taken out of the meta. We're going to be seeing a big change with a new tank that I think is going to completely shake up the meta. He can punch through shields. He completely negates shields in their entirety, makes them useless. So it's like, is he going to be the tank buster he looks like? Or do they think we're just going to, hey, monkey funny, like wins in Overwatch? Is he going to continue to be that dominant force in the meta? I truly have no idea. I'm really excited to find out.
Yeah, as am I. It's going to be a big shakeup come Season 2, or at least halfway through Season 2.
Right. Because the 2 weeks thing. Right.
Yeah. But, one of the interesting things I think we have to talk about, historically as well, over this season, is just the way that the meta has developed and how these teams have kind of followed suit. Because when things first started, it was that Winston, right? It was the, I believe, Winston, Reaper, Genji, Kiriko, Lucio.
Yep.
Right.
But the only meta, fun fact, where Genji's been meta and Ana was not.
Right.
Fun fact.
Oh,
she's that bad in Overwatch
You know what?
too.
That's interesting. I never thought about that.
Because Nanoblade was always the win condition, but
exactly.
Ana, the game's too fast for Ana now.
Yeah,
so
and then it swapped over to Zarya for a little while, right? Then actually at the very, very beginning of the season, we didn't really see a whole lot of Kiriko. A couple of teams came out right off the bat with it. They just kind of put it away because the pros hadn't really sorted out, how do we do this? How do we handle Kiriko?
She's the only new character that didn't instantly enter the meta, which I think is really interesting. Because everybody else, I mean, you look at Brig, of course, Brig ruined the meta. You look at new characters and often they jump right to the forefront. I mean, Sigma did the same thing. Orisa did the same thing when she first came out. But Kiriko came out and they were like, I think too much change was happening. You had to look at the new metas. You didn't have a tank anymore. They didn't want to push anything extra. They were let's figure out what we're doing at our core first, and then kind of branch out to the future.
Well, and I think one of the things as well is that Kiriko is at least in recent Overwatch history, one of the higher skill floor heroes that we've seen, right?
She is not easy.
No, she's not. And so just learning how to play her mechanically, I think, was a big challenge for a lot of these teams initially, too. So I think that's part of the reason we didn't see her right off the bat. But then things started to kind of solidify into what we've seen right now. And what's been interesting to me, too, is just in the last few weeks, I feel like there's just been a lot more Roadhog. And you can't see this on the desk right now, but I'm going to narrate what I'm seeing right now. Septimus is frozen. His mouth is completely wide open.
There's no way that's correct.
Yeah, I know. We just heard in our headsets here on the casting booth, we heard the song for Kings Row.
Now entering Kings Row.
Yeah. We don't know if it's true yet.
Way.
We don't know if it's true yet, but
I mean, I hear,
oh, no,
I hear
it
the
is.
starting
It is.
music.
No,
I
I've
don't-
got the message. I've got the message as well. We are going to Kings. University of Texas Dallas is taking Boise State to Kings.
I love UTD. They're an incredible team, one of the top 10 in the country.
Yeah.
But this is insane. I'm sorry. I think they're capable of winning, but when a team has a 98% win rate on a map,
yeah,
and you can pick to go somewhere else, I think this is an incredible risk in Juggle. If it's worth the reward, this will be a legendary moment.
Yeah.
But if they just get smoked by Boise, they're one map away from losing Grand Finals.
Yeah, exactly, because this is best of 5, right? There's not a whole lot of room for error here for either of these teams.
And
so
you're already down a map.
Right.
This is so risky.
But if UT Dallas can come away with this map win, that is a statement, and that is going to crush the mental, I think, for Boise State as we start to move into this map. We've actually got clear on the Bastion. First time I think we've seen them come out in recent history as well. Reinhardt too. So this is very very interesting. Very what you would have expected, I think, a year or so ago. But Abdallah already able to find a pick onto Chosen. So that Baptiste is gone. No last-ditch efforts for you, but it doesn't seem, again, to matter. Huge picks coming in here in favor of UT Dallas, but one tick on the board already for Boise.
It's a very intense moment here. They've got 32% of the point in a little less than a minute here. Abdallah can't find the hook, and Bagel playing so high up that Roadhog really struggles to do damage fast enough to take him down. The Lucio returns to the fight early on, and Matt Merck going to bring out that terrifying horse once again. It has been an insanely powerful play so far. The turret goes down. That could be a small green light, kind of a bit of a waving flag for this team to continue moving forward, and Matt Merck doing just that. Wow. Jukebox is gone. Plato finds the railgun, and that's almost the nail in the coffin. Okay, there's definitely the nail in the coffin as Kashir also meets a railgun early on from Plato. Plato's newest philosophy, stay out of my way.
Yeah, exactly. Huge plays coming out there. I love to see this kind of aggressive swapping too here right off the bat. Matt Merck going immediately over to the Greens, but just realizing that they can't really sustain on the Reinhardt, right? There's just no way. So even with the Baptiste, right? The Baptiste was picked out very, very early. So Boise State coming into this with a Terra Surge. They're going to have the sound barrier and the death blossom
just
online.
Swapped to Orisa.
Oh my gosh.
One fight.
Yeah.
Oh my, this guy is so talented.
Terra Surge already.
Oh my goodness.
That's ridiculous. But on the other side of the equation, we're going to have Bullhawk. We're going to have the Kitsune Rush as well. So I believe if Dallas can get in, get this Kitsune Rush off quickly before even Bagel or Chosen able to get their ultimate stuff online, they could have a little bit of an advantage here.
That advantage, that little bit can go a long way. Overclock early from Petal, going to be canceled out. Terra Surge doesn't find much. Plato's the first to fall. Actually, the hands of Jukebox. A little bit of supportal combat, trying to give UTT that boost they need to keep the success moving. And there's another one. Talk about supportal combat. Doi one on that. Kiriko takes down Bagel early on. And it looks like Clear going to have to hold this ult perhaps a little longer than they wanted. We're just now going beneath the 4-minute mark. That's the amount of time Boise started with.
Yeah, exactly. They've got to be feeling great about their progress so far. Yes, they took a loss in this fight right here. Big hook coming in from Abdallah. That's going to be good for 10 more seconds, right? Burned off the clock. But Clear actually coming in. They're pushing the issue. Boise State has regrouped so quickly. They have caught University of Texas Dallas by surprise. They've taken the cart, and now if Dallas gets another fight here in the streets of Kings Row, it's likely going to be Scott.
Let me tell you what, I love that Reaper guy. I mean, that is just so incredible. Clear puts down 4 of the 5 members. The 5th one, Bagel, caught out early by Abdallah. It's definitely going to hurt. Now, Clear still, he did not pop Blossom in that fight. He still has it in his back pocket. I think Kitsune comes out early from the side of Boise. They want to win this fight quickly with dominant fashion, and it feels like they're going to be able to do so. Plato committing the overclock, and actually now Boise committing every ultimate they have except for that beat. Matt Merck, another Terra Surge already online here.
Yeah, this is absolutely insane, right? Not only is Matt Merck getting this Terra Surge at a ridiculous place, but they're actually finding a lot of value with it as well, right?
Yes.
They're not necessarily getting kills, but they're slowing down, they're disrupting this composition, and they're getting a lot of damage in, so then it's just up to the DPS to finish things off. But now we've got Kashir over onto the Echo now. A little bit late of a swap, so it's going to be interesting to see if you're going to be able to get their ultimate online quick enough, because that's the biggest threat you have as an Echo.
Absolutely. That Echo, she's not going to be able to utilize the high ground as much as she wants. Bagel puts down a beat early, canceling out the Kitsune from the side of UTT, and I think it's a perfect ultimate execution from them. Immediately the trade comes through. The tank for support, gonna be huge, but I don't think it's enough to force Boise back. Now perhaps Chosen also falling might help, but Clear in your back line, I mean, you gotta get this guy out of here.
Yeah, Clear is just finding all the value that they need right now. Plato has come in as well with a pick, so University of Texas Dallas, they're falling apart at the seams here at the very, very end, but Matt Merck is down. This is a golden opportunity here for University of Texas Dallas. Petal going to come out, use the overclock as well, but in the meantime, Jukebox has fallen, so they're not going to be able to disengage quite as quickly as they want, quite as cleanly as they want either. But University of Texas Dallas will be able to hold on for at least the moment.
Holding on for the moment should be important here. They've stalled only a minute off the clock, and the pressure building against this squad is not what you want to see. The ultimates soon to be coming from the side of Boise are going to be that Death Blossom once again, that overclock that Plato feels like he hasn't missed a shot with so far, and that Kitsune in the pocket literally popped the moment it is available. That is the green light for this team to continue storming forward. Abdallah does not get to participate in this fight, and it feels like the rest of UTD might not either. Blink, can you miss it? 4 of the 5 members have already fallen, and poor Petal just can't get out of the way in time. A team kill for Boise, and I'll be honest, a very strong push, but 241 is achievable.
It is achievable, but it's on the edge, I think, of doable right here, right? 241. To me, that kind of like 2-minute mark, right? That's important. If you can get over 2 minutes, you have drastically increased your chances of success in, especially on Kings Row. Now we're talking about Escort and Hybrid, right? In particular, of those two, I think Kings Row is one of the easier to full cap.
Yes,
right?
I can agree with that.
Yeah,
I can agree
and
with
so
that.
I think, seeing a 241, like you said, time bank, it's not, it's worrying. It's certainly worrying, but it's not a death sentence here for UT Dallas.
Sure.
They absolutely can't come back out this. And this is a squad, too, that I think is going to also look a little bit stronger on attack.
I think I can agree with that. I think, I'm on board.
Because
I'm
of
on
the
board.
hog, right? The pick potential, right? If you can get one of those picks, you can just move forward very, very quickly.
That's not hog.
That's not hog. But you know what? Doors haven't opened.
There's a team composition here that Derpy, a member of UTD, actually taught me for us to be able to win a Kings Row game one time when I was playing comp with him. It was Roadhog Bastion. You go around, you speed boost around the far side of statue. He hooks anyone, and I melt them down in Bastion, and then you have a 5v4 advantage. And it works super well. We've won several comp games with that exact strategy before, and I think it'd be very funny if we did it again. But right now, I think we're going to be seeing for the first time here, Juggle, the horse matchup. Abdallah immediately not super confident in it, wants to swap off, a little bit more comfortable, brings out the Winston, the Echo from Kashir. I think it makes way more sense here than it did on Third Point Kings. You've got a lot more free space to work with, and honestly, if the Sojourn's not looking at you, there's not a lot of people to put you down.
Exactly. That was my thought. My thought exactly, right? Kashir's going to find a whole lot more value on the Echo here, but not if Doyle goes down very early on to another headshot, another rail coming in from Plato. Clear going to be able to get rid of another player as well. This is a nice first hold here for Boise. They made this one look easy.
They really did. This is a very impressive fight from them. We're looking at already about a minute off the clock. The first fight, very dominant in their favor. Actually a little bit shorter than the first fight Boise had to endure to cap, but they had capped already, or at least they were beginning to cap at this point. So we are going to see statistically UTD falling behind a little bit. They're not able to pick up that momentum quite yet. And now here's Clear in the hotel. Nobody looks at him. Nobody checks their corners. And with Jukebox gone, the fight's essentially null and void. Suzu pops early, so maybe a counter pick could win it out. But now both your supports are missing. Your tank is gone, and Boise just mowing down UT Dallas right now.
Boise is looking indomitable right now on the defense. And they're able to do it even despite, right, Kashir coming in on that flank, right? Nobody was looking at them, able to get an early pick. But, yeah, Boise able to just pick things up, start back again. Clear now on the flank right here. They should be able to get the Death Blossom in this fight. Protection Suzu has to come out already for the side of UT Dallas, so they're just backing off and seeing if they can regroup a little bit, get some of their abilities back before they start to push in once again.
Getting these abilities back is going to be the name of the game. Half the time bank already missing, and it feels like a true fight hasn't taken place since the very first. A huge Death Blossom into the back line, but perhaps not big enough. Never mind. Plato's going to get the elimination they needed. Both supports missing. And I've got to talk about this, Juggle. I don't think we've seen a fight won by Boise yet that did not start with both supports being eliminated. The target focus is incredible.
Yeah, it absolutely is. They're crippling UT Dallas right now at the knees every single time. Right, literally, because you're not able to walk in there, right? You can't move forward if you don't have your supports. You can't take any space. You can't do anything that you need to do if your support's not there. They're the cornerstone of your team, and so taking them out so consistently, so quickly, so early on is just leading to such a huge advantage. But Terra Surge coming out now from Abdallah. Matberg going to strike, though, with one of their own after they get a pick sound barrier committed from Bagel, but you wonder if they even needed it. A little less than 90 seconds, 80 as a matter of fact, left to go, and not even a tick yet for UTD.
You know, Juggle, I love to build narratives, I love to tell underdog stories, but I'm not going to argue a 98% win rate.
Right.
I think this is just exactly what I expected to happen if they chose to go to King's Row. Unfortunately, it's going to be happening, and it's possibly going to cost them a second map in the series. That leaves them one spot for wiggle room. They will have to completely reverse sweep 3 maps in a row against Boise State, one of the top 10 teams in the entire country. Kashir finds the opening pick, the Overwatch factor kicking in at its finest until the very last second. They can't make it happen, but in these closing moments, they're going to be able to finally get some space. Kashir has a Blossom. He's waiting for the overextension from Boise, but I don't think they're going to take it. I think they're going to want to... Oh, just kidding! I thought they'd want to retake the Arch fight, and it's going to cost them. Kashir says, get out of here! That's a 3-piece against Boise State. That fight null and void in its entirety. A courageous choice from Boise. I honestly think it would have been smarter to peel back and take the fight on Arch.
Yeah, take the fight on Arches. That's what I was thinking.
Let them cap.
Too.
Just take the Arch.
Yeah, just take Arches, right? Because it's arguably I think stronger to. Like, honestly, getting Arches, it buys you. It feels like, like 1 to 2 fights because it is that hard to push through as an attacking squad, right?
I always call it King's Row 1.5 because people get stalled there all the time. It's so common, but Boise, they didn't want to run that risk. They wanted the full hold. They wanted to end the map early, and that last fight, you know, it may have cost them all momentum, but it looks like it literally does not matter. They're just going to take it back. They're just going to take momentum right back. You know, that kunai putting the metal on pedal there, and all of a sudden it's a 5v4.
Yeah, and it's University of Dallas pushed back so far right now. They're trying to disengage. They're trying to see if they can get away without letting anybody else get picked. They're fortunately able to do it, but not for lack of effort on Boise's part, because Sheer almost gets caught out there in those settlements.
Could have been dangerous, but that close, just not going to cut it. Kitsune comes out from Joy 1, the speed boost, cooldown reduction there to help the squad, but clear. Actually, first unsuccessful Death Blossom. Going to be marked in the books there. Chosen chooses to Kitsune as well. The capitalization does not fall fast enough, and Matt Merck will make sure that it's going to be another fight won against the side of UTD. A lot of ultimates commit from both sides. This next fight feels like it might have to be dry here unless we get a bit of an overclock battle.
Yeah, this is an absolutely phenomenal hold that we're seeing from Boise as well. Now, if University of Texas Dallas is able to cap second point, if they're able to get through streaks, they're only going to have 3 minutes, right? They're not going to be able to finish with as much time as Boise State at all. But we've already got an engagement happening here. Plato forced to drop back a little bit. We already see the Protection Suzu come out as well. Petal has, as well as Plato, though, the overclock online. So this fight, I think, is going to be won or lost by Social.
I agree wholeheartedly. The overclock combat finally going to be happening, but Bagel has the beat. We unfortunately don't see it on the side of UT Dallas. Just a couple of percent away, but those few percent make all the difference. Jukebox is gone. Petal is falling. Clear gets traded out. Too little, too late, and the Death Blossom from Kashir is just deleted from this mortal coil. That is another dominant fight win for the side of Boise State. What is that? 40 seconds left on the clock. That is one good fight and capping second in overtime.
Yeah, and all that University of Texas Dallas is going to have to use in this is the sound barrier, right? And what a tough ultimate to have is kind of your last-ditch effort, right? Because you want to save it. You want to save it for a defensive opportunity, but you might want to use it aggressively here. You might want to use this as a way to try to push in, get a couple of kills, get some momentum here in the streets phase. We're going to see Abdallah pushing in pretty aggressively with the Orisa. Matberg does have the Terra Surge online, and you can't count them out when they have it, even though it is definitely not the best ultimate we can see. Chosen coming in now with the Kitsune rush. That's going to be Boise State now pushing forward after they cut away from the damage. Overtime has been triggered, but there's only a handful of players left to make that none. Boise State will go up 2-0 here in the grand finals.
This is the beat without the Kitsune rush. The overextension from the team costs Lucio to go down early, and unfortunately UTD just cannot win without that Lucio in their back pocket. Yeah. It's probably the 8th fight in a row Jukebox is the first one to go down. I mean, it really feels like it. Unfortunately, those core supports from the side of UTD just caught out every single fight, and it's really no fault of their own. It's the target focus from Boise, unparalleled right now. I mean, they choose a target, that target dies 100% of the time. Yeah. And Juggle, I know I'm beating a dead horse here. I know I'm getting repetitive. You took a team
to a map where they have a 98% win rate in 2 years.
Yeah.
I don't understand the expectation there. I don't understand what the mindset was going to be, because in reality, you have a 2% chance at winning.
Yeah.
Any other map, you have a higher percent chance. I just feel like it was a very poor map choice, and it cost them, clearly. I mean, it may cost them this entire series.
It very well could, right? And, you know, the other thing is, too, right, you send Boise State there, you send them to their best map, right? That's just going to build their game. Right, that's just going to build their confidence. Right, so now, you know, Boise they're feeling themselves. Right?
Absolutely.
They're firing on all cylinders. And one other thing I think we have to address as well is just the tank matchup, right? Matt Merck versus Abdallah. Abdallah has been so dominant for so long here, but Matt Merck is just shutting down. Matt Merck is absolutely outtaking Abdallah.
Yeah, absolutely. It's incredible to look at this and just kind of see what's happening when you look at it down the line. Matt Merck has Abdallah's number left, right, and center. This Orisa has been arguably the best Orisa I've ever seen. I'm not even saying that to be dramatic. This has been every single ability is flawless. It's perfect. The Terra Surgeons that don't find eliminations, they make space. They pull somebody in, the rest of the team pick off of it. It's truly breathtaking. It is a masterclass example of how Orisa can be viable like this. But we got to talk about it as well. And I'm not trying to put Petal down in this comparison, but Clear versus Petal right now. Yeah. Clear is having a field day out there. I mean, the amount of fights won with Clear dropping a 3-4-5K without a Death Blossom have been numerous. It has been the Reaper show all day long right now. There's one map left for things to change, and I'm truly hopeful things change. I would love to go to a map number 4. We've got our hybrid map coming up next, but if Dallas doesn't make changes, I hate to say it might be a 3-0.
Yeah, it certainly could be, right? And this map choice, I mean, is absolutely critical here, right?
It is crucial.
You sent Boise to their best map, right? In addition, that's a brawl map, right? So if you're Dallas, I think you want to try and lean into this chaos some, right? Lean into something where you can get a little bit wacky, you can get a little bit weird, you can catch Boise on the wrong foot, right? You can give them something unexpected that they just don't know how to deal with. Now, if we were going to control, if we were going to push, I feel like I would have some ideas here. But I've got to be honest, moving into Escort, I'm not entirely sure where you can gain the most chaos.
We're going to
Dorado? Maybe?
It's the map we're going to makes a lot of sense because it's the newest Escort map in the game. It is one where you can play a lot of unique team compositions. You can bring out a lot of characters we don't see on other maps. One of those characters being one that Petal made his name with, that Widowmaker.
Right.
We're going into Circuit Royale coming up next. Widowmaker from Petal is what I expect to see. And I will be honest, he is one of the best Widowmakers in the collegiate scene. If Petal can be enabled, this can be winnable. But if Petal gets deleted, fight after fight after fight, if Petal gets the jukebox experience going into this third map, UTD is going to crumble. I have seen this team. UTD knows I love them. They know I'm a huge fan. But right now, we are seeing critical blunders in a terrifying moment. It is a 2-0 series right now. This map needs to be flawless.
Yes. Yes, it does. It absolutely does. And, you know, this, to me, is kind of on the opposite end of the spectrum as King's Row.
Sure.
In that this is a very tough map to full cap. Very, very tough map to full cap, right?
I agree.
So, yeah, this is an opportunity, I think, for us to get to see the Sigma from both of these squads. Would be very surprised if we don't see them coming out here. And like you said, Petal, already hovering over the Widow. I mean, it's not surprising. Not surprising in the least. So I like this map. I feel like they went from possibly the weakest map they could have picked to
possibly
arguably, I think, the strongest.
Yeah, I think you've made a great point there, Juggle. I mean, that map, I'm not going to keep honing in on how difficult it was, but this is nice. Oh, we get blessed with a little Megalovania from Bagel there. I always love to hear it. It's always one of my favorite moments is when the players bust out their musical talents in game. But as this goes to open up here, the spawn doors have fully opened. 2 team compositions that I did not fully expect to see. I find this really interesting. Clear on the Genji. I think this is an incredible play. I think
Boise is completely aware that Petal's Widow is going to be coming out, and as Abdallah goes down early, there's no shield to hide behind. Clear traded out, but a DPS for a tank, not what you want to see. Tinspire for Matt Merck, that's a little more impactful. Even without that Kiriko, I think UTD should be holding bridge. I think they should try to stall out for a little while and then, you know, move back. They're obviously not going to win due to spawn disadvantage, but stalling for that time could be critical. Every second could be their last one in this tournament right now.
Yeah, you're absolutely. Everything is on the line here. $2,500 in scholarship money for both of these squads. Matt Merck trying to push around this corner just a little bit, taking a little bit of damage, seeing if they can get an idea of who's there. Going to go and drop their bubble, but they are deleted immediately.
Amazing.
Jukebox with the final blow right there. Plato trying to find some damage, trying to get something going, but forced to back off as well, sliding out of danger, but they're getting chased. Petal coming alive now. Headshot takes out Plato. Another onto Chosen. Clear the next to fall. All right, Petal is back, Septilence.
Petal, welcome back to the fray, my friend. A phenomenal performance there on the Widowmaker, as expected. Cannot stress enough how good this kid is on the Widow. It is flawless every single time. I love seeing it, and it looks like he's going to try to keep it up and running. Now, those Widow sights, that infra sights, excuse me, is incredibly powerful, but it looks like Petal doesn't even need it. Now he's not letting Plato play the game. Plato, a real power player, a real playmaker for the side of Boise, has been deleted, I believe, 3 times in a row, at least 2. And oh my goodness, there he goes. Petal, let's go, man. This is what I want to see. Kashir puts down Chosen as well, and over half the time bank about to be gone here for Boise State. UTD backs against the wall. Swan song yet to be sung. And they are looking for a full hold here on Circuit Royale.
Yeah, and look at this as well. They are so far ahead in the ult economy. Now, Petal does go down, so this is a huge opportunity here for Boise. Can they capitalize on it? Kashir trying to drop back as quick as they can. But again, they've got 4 ultimates online. They can start using some of these if they want to. Kitsune Rush, or Primal Rage and Kitsune Rush coming in. Matt Merck striking Kashir across the map, able to take them out. We've got the sound barrier now committed as well from UT Dallas. They want to hold on to this as long as they can, Septilence, but I don't know how much more they got in the tank.
Yeah, the Kitsune from Chosen here is going to cancel out the rest of the team pretty early on. Now, if you're UTD, it looks like you're going to lose the fight, but it's not something to be worried about. You did a phenomenal job with that full hold, much more successful than we saw on Kings Road. The time bank going to be about a minute less than they had on Kings. Tinspire puts down Matt immediately. You run to that cart, UTD. You grab that right now, and you reestablish your dominance, because that is a critical blunder on the side. Maybe not a blunder, a critical pick for UTD rather than a blunder from Boise. Bagel falls in the hands of Petal once again. Plato not far behind, and this Widowmaker, the longer she goes uncontested, the better and better. Things continue to look for UTD. I have seen the cart stalled right here hundreds of times already, and I would not be surprised to see it happen again. But with 3 minutes still standing and plenty of ults in the bank juggle, what do you think we're going to see going into this next fight?
We're gonna see some ults coming out from Boise. That is for sure. University of Texas Dallas, they're gonna want to try and take this as slow as they can to try and build up their ultimate banks, or just play for picks. We're seeing already. It's going to be Kashira backing off now. Soundbarrier coming in.
Oh,
that's huge! The Death Blossom in conjunction with it. That is a quick team wipe for Boise.
Can't see me, but I'm golf clapping there. I think Clear really was a power player in that moment. He didn't get a lot of final blows, but the damage he stacked onto the team for his team to just clean it up out there, phenomenal moment. Now we see Petal having to swap onto the Sojourn. It's a hit scan player. It's similar to Widow in some ways, but very different in others. And Plato right now has been the more dominant Sojourn going into this series. Maybe Petal feeling a little bit more warmed up on that long distance hit scan. Let's see if he's going to be able to make some magic happen on the Sojourn. That Disruptor Field comes out early onto the card, forcing a bit of disruption. Plato goes slow, the healing is there through the bubble onto Petal. Can't play the game any longer. Kitsune has to make up for that missing Sojourn, and it looks like it's not even going to be able to. Abdallah shot out of the sky like a clay pigeon, and Plato with an incredible 2-piece to break that fight win for the side of Boise once again. They capped second in half the time it took them to get first.
Yeah, they're going to get another minute and a half here. So 3.5 to get through this final point. That's a pretty healthy time bank. Again, this is one of the hardest maps, I think, to full capture in Overwatch currently. 3.5 minutes, definitely enough time to do it, but it's still going to be tough regardless. But big thing, Chosen has the Kitsune Rush here. Tinspire very, very far behind. So this fight should go relatively easily the way of Boise State, as long as they don't make any huge mistakes, and as long as they can mitigate Petal and this Primal Rage coming out from Abdallah.
TinSpire into clear there. A pretty huge moment looking for the side of Boise State to lose that Reaper early on. All momentum going to be stalled. 3 minutes, not a lot to cap with time. I think Boise would have to win, let's say 3, maybe 4 fights in a row to cap with any time. As long as UTD can stall out anything, they can probably force at least into an overtime. A flank into the back line works wonders for the side of UTD. They catch Plato out early, and that makes the team notably more comfortable to push forward into this fight. Winston perhaps overextends a bit, and Matt Merck has to pop that primal just to stay alive. Another ultimate forced out from the side of Boise. Reaper breathing into the back line, not super sure why, but it looks like he's still going to be kept alive. The support line, incredible. Bagel drops the beat, gives his team some music to drive to, and it looks like it's going to be enough as Petal goes down. Boise reclaiming the numbers advantage, but TinSpire's Kitsune essentially equalizes this fight.
Yeah, they're going to be able to push back very, very aggressively here against Boise State. UT Dallas able to take Chosen out of the fight. That's pretty much a fight win at that point, especially considering Boise knows they have time. They know they've got 2 minutes to try and continue pushing this as far as they can. But again, they're going to be looking down the sights of Petal, who has got this overclock ready to go. Question is, can they outplay Clear? Can they outplay Plato in this next engagement?
I think getting off Widow for second point made sense.
Wow.
I think I would have liked to see Widow here on third, but it looks like maybe that Widow's not even necessary as Tushir catches out 2 pivotal members of Boise there, the tank and that Lucio. Forces the stall entirely. Now 90 seconds left on the clock. Boise has more than enough to work with. Juggle going into what could be our last full fight. What do you think we're going to be seeing?
Well, we're going to be seeing overclock. That is for certain. Abdullah has his Primal Rage ready to go, so if they can keep Plato at bay, this could be a good opportunity here for UT Dallas. You're going to be forced to back off. Dallas taking this very aggressively. Here comes the Death Blossom from Clear. That's going to be a 2K. That'll get the card moving again. A minute left to go.
60 seconds left on the clock, and the odds of capping with anything right now, pretty low, but doable. If Boise can win this next fight completely uncontested, they'll have a phenomenal choice of capping with. Even a second on the clock is huge, because then if Boise also caps, you've guaranteed yourself an additional round. But if you cap overtime and they cap with anything, all they need is one kind of... Oh, no, you get a minute. I'm sorry, this is Escort, not Hybrid. I got confused there for a moment. Kitsune Rush comes out early from Chosen. It won't be canceled out by TinSpire, as they're only at, what is that, 70% right now, so they're a little bit behind what Chosen has been able to farm. Abdallah goes down early, and with that, it looks like the rest of UTD will not be far behind. The momentum moving against them, the pressure onto this team. 30 seconds left, less than, and the momentum is going to be huge here. I think they've done it with some time on the clock, but it is sub 1 minute, so not as much as you'd be expecting. However, time is time, my friend, and they've capped all 3.
They have. Again, very, very difficult to point to cap. Very difficult to point to cap. So getting it with any time in the bank is quite an accomplishment. So now it all comes down to this attacking round for UT Dallas, Septulence.
This is it.
They have to full cap here. They have to full cap. Otherwise, Boise State will go home with the grand prize. They will go home with $2,500 in scholarship money.
That's, I mean, Boise is hypothetically 4 minutes away from $2,500 in scholarship money.
Yeah.
That is absurd. That is insane. And on the bright side for all those UTD fans at home, if they do lose this, they still go home with, what is it? Let me check, $1,250 in scholarship money. I mean, that is pretty darn tootin' good if I do say so myself.
Oh, yeah.
I think it is definitely nothing to be ashamed of, but of course, you know, maybe it's not about winning for the scholarships. Maybe it's about winning for that pride, for that honor, because both these teams, I really feel like we haven't honed on this in a minute. They both took down top 5 teams in the country to be here. I mean, UTD took down Harrisburg, statistically #1 team in the country. Boise takes down Northwood, I think #2, #3 team in the country.
Yeah.
It's incredible that what they did to get here, but right now, I mean, Boise doing incredible. I know Doc is in here somewhere, and he might beat me up for saying this later, but I've always been hesitant to be too supportive of Boise. Overwatch, you know, it felt like they could never break that top 10. I mean, they always kind of got stuck around that 11 or 12 mark. But the Boise this year, this is a top 5 team, no doubt.
Oh, yeah.
This is a top 5 team in the country, and I stand by that.
Absolutely, absolutely. Now, we talked about all the prizes, of course, these teams are playing for. You can get some as well. Be sure to check out the giveaways we've got going. We've got one for Corsair and Mavix as well. So if you're looking for a chair, be sure to type in !giveaway in chat right now so you can get information on how to do that. But in the meantime, Petal is going to strike first. Takes Plato out of the equation. That's going to clear up a tremendous amount of room. UT Dallas going to be able to push through this first right away very quick. Petal is on fire. Petal gets Bagel mid-air.
That's my boy.
Mid-air flinging themselves. Lucio just absolutely ridiculous to try and hit.
That's the pedal we know and love.
Oh, yeah.
Amazing performance. I mean, he gets, what, 4 for 1 there? That's an incredible deal. A huge moment. They win the fight a lot faster than Boise, which guarantees them probably up to the point. I don't think they're going to cap first for 3, but the last fight should happen right there on first. An early engagement from Matt and Burke actually buys the team enough time to get in there with only 1 on cart. UTD didn't get as much distance as I thought, but this fight, scratch it, literally does not get to happen. Bagel and Clear already gone there, out of here early on, and it looks like UTD, a dominant performance. I got to talk about it. The Sigma, we haven't had the chance to really discuss it.
True.
Doing really well right now, already 70 to that Flux.
You know what's interesting about this as well is Abdallah started on the Sigma on defense, went off it really quick to the Monkey, right, to the Winston, but having so much more success here on attack with it, which is really, I don't think, what you would expect. We're going to see the Disruptor shot coming in early on from Plato. That's going to push several people off the cart. 1 meter left to go. They're trying to stall this out as much as they can. Matt Merck on the Doom pit. This was not on my Grand Finals NACE bingo card anywhere. So this is exciting to see. Pedal coming in, though, big with another pick onto Bagel. We're going to have the Gravitic Flux coming out as well. Pedal
where are you?
Time takes out Matt Merck again.
Dude,
this Pedal's insane.
Pedal is like a highlight
ridiculous.
reel right now. I mean, just deadlifting the other members of his team. It is incredible. The crucial picks he finds. Jukebox puts down Clear. The first point cap already found. They actually found it 20 seconds faster than Boise was able to. So right now, UTD is on track to cap this very quickly. If they win it, this second point here tends to be about 1 real fight and then maybe a recontest. If UTD can win this, they can probably cap it without a real consistent fight happening afterwards. But as they're going to go for an early cap and an early pick, that makes it a lot harder for this team to succeed. Abdallah finds the equalizer, a bit of a Kitsune clash. Abdallah goes down to Plato deep in the back line, and now as the tank has fallen, I think that should be the red light, kind of the hold S key here for the side of UTD, and even holding S is not going to get them out of the way in time. Fire down, and Matt Merck just, catches him on his way out the door. Pedal! He found Bagel!
What?
How do you do that, dude? That's nuts. Well done.
It was getting pressured so hard by Winston right there. I mean, you know the light show that you get when you're looking through, when you're looking through a Tesla cannon. That's absolutely ridiculous.
So well done.
Yeah, absolutely ridiculous. But cart is going to get stalled out here. Jukebox has to use the sound barrier early. Plato takes them out as well. That is a huge pickup here for Boise State. This should be another fight in the back for them.
Yeah, Juggle has to is kind of a stretch there. I'm a little confused why that beat came out, to be honest. I mean, the fight hadn't even truly begun yet. They beat early and then they don't push in. They just continue to beat. But I feel bad. I did not give Plato his time in the spotlight right there. A 3-piece to seal the deal and a phenomenal one at that. A great slide in to fight Abdallah last. Finding the tank last is huge. It buys your team the additional 5, 6, 7 seconds later that he dies. The team absolutely cannot push in without a tank. The overclock from the side of UTD comes out early. The Flux to boot, forces beat from Bagel, and it's going to keep all 5 members still standing. Instead, it's Abdallah traded out, and all of a sudden this time back just absolutely withering down for UT Dallas. About half of what they had that first point cap.
Yeah, that was huge. And honestly, I feel like Abdallah got a little bit greedy right there. Using that Gravitic Flux right out of spawn, the team could just back up into it, right?
Yep.
So, you know, it didn't come to that, right? Boise was able to get the win regardless, but still, I think just not the best choice right there. Abdallah goes back over to the hog now. So able to get a pick onto Clear, but Matt Merck struck first, taking out the Sojourn on UT Dallas's side. Now, another hook goes in. Gonna be a whiff this time. We're gonna have the Kitsune rush now on the back. Tinspire providing that, and with that, Dallas will get the card and continue to push on.
And I think we're seeing something really interesting here because I think Abdallah is going for a comfort pick. You've got 2 minutes left on what could be your last map. You've got to play what you can play best. For Abdallah, that truly might be that Roadhog. He's trying to make it work. Pedal goes in early with the help of that Roadhog to support. They're not able to find an elim, but the presence is scary enough. A full charge railgun can be held for 8 seconds before the decay begins, and all you need to do to recharge it is just land a single bullet on anything in the game. All of a sudden, Pedal takes a lot of damage early on. He lives to tell the tale. Clears. Death Blossom. Not super successful. That Blossom withers away early on. Not able to find an elim, and Matt Merck is the first to fall. 2 ultimates making up for that missing tank. One of them being that Kitsune, forcing out a little bit more momentum here. It is Abdallah who falls to Bagel there. Both tanks down. It's up to the rest of the team to try and make this missing space, and I think Boise has successfully done just that.
They're holding on. They're holding on here, Zeppelins. We have only got a minute left to go here. University of Texas, Dallas. Their life is on the line. They have to get one of these fights in the next minute. There is no other option for them. Jukebox going to be using the sound very early. Petal coming in now with the overclock as well, seeing if they can find a head. Abdallah able to get the finish close onto clear now. So it's going to be a lot of space gained by UT Dallas. Boise backing up pretty quickly though. Dallas, they're going to have to win one more fight after this, as long as Matt Merck is able to disengage quickly enough, which they're not. That is as good as a fight win right there. University of Texas Dallas, they are now primed to capture this point, as long as they don't make any glaring mistakes.
Speaking of mistakes, oh no, okay. Ooh, I thought Petal was a shoe-in to go down there, but Matt Merck falling, I mean, I talked about the importance of losing your tank. Your entire team has to hold S, has to get out of that fight, and I think Matt should make it back just in time for the fight to fully re-engage, just shy of second point cap, but instead, there you go. Look at the javelin right in there, spin on early, the beat comes out, cancels out the Blossom in its entirety, and Kashir farms a lot of damage, but the damage not going to be enough. The 1-1 trade falls, Tinspire's Kitsune should be enough to help this team win the fight out early on. The next elimination should decide which way the scales will tip in the overtime. This is now or never for the side of Boise, but Matt Merck has fallen, and I think UTD has this on the line. They're going to be able to cap that second point. Maybe they lose Jukebox. 4 members left still standing on the side of Boise. Primal comes out, forces them away. The Kitsune trying to catch them, and it's going to be able to clear the back line. He finds Kashira. This could be it. All of a sudden, UTD backs against the wall. The slide disadvantage is against them, and Boise just refuses to lose. Abdallah also going to fall. Petal not far behind, and Boise State will win 3-0.
What a
phenomenal
showing coming out from Boise State, and what a story for this squad as well. The number 5 seed clawing their way into the grand finals, usurping all expectations, coming out with a dominant performance on what was absolutely the favorites here today.
Absolutely. I mean, UTD, when I came into this, I said this to so many people this morning, and maybe I shouldn't even admit this on broadcast. I was like, UTD's probably got this in the bag, because I mentioned this. That's not the Boise I knew going into this. That is the Boise that was, a top 15, top 20 team against UTD, top 5. I thought this was a no-brainer, Juggle. I'm not going to lie. I genuinely thought UTD was going to have this. But Boise, they have done something. Something is working for this team, because I said I wanted flawless. That last fight, flawless from Boise. They lose Matt Merck. They peel it back. They slow it down. The second he is back, they do not let go of their W keys. And it was a miracle run. It was incredible, and they defied every and all expectation.
Just absolutely phenomenal play all the way around, and very well deserved. They clearly did their homework. I think we saw that from the word go, from map number 1, and these duels that we were looking at, right? Clear versus Petal, right? Clear came out on top. Matt Merck versus Abdallah. Matt Merck came out on top today. So this is a Boise squad that they've been good in the past. They are exceptional right now, and the future looking very, very bright for them too.
Absolutely, and you've just got to wonder, I'm going to bring it up just one more time. Going back to map number 2, going back to Kings Row, if they picked something else, if they picked Midtown, if they picked literally any other map in the game, could there have been a different story to tell? But unfortunately, hindsight's 20/20. And now they know, unfortunately. It's not all unfortunate. $12.50 is a lot of money for scholarship. That's absolutely huge for this program and for this team. And second place is nothing to be upset about. I think that's absolutely an incredible place to be. But Boise State, a victory well deserved.
It truly, truly is. And again, can't wait to see what they're going to do in the future. Right? We know so many of these players, OWL, Overwatch League prospects, right? So can't wait to see if that comes to fruition for them, as well for the UTD squad too, right?
Absolutely.
Petal, absolutely capable, I think, of making a pretty big impression in the top levels of this game. So much to be said about both of these squads, but again, at the end of the day, Boise State just came away with a phenomenal showing here, and doing it, we thought as well that UT Dallas was going to be a little bit more avant-garde, right? Playing some things that were a little off-kilter, maybe a little weird, but really it was Boise who did that today. And I think Boise kind of rewrote the script.
There's this thing that I talk about a lot in Rocket League, funnily enough, which we're going to get to soon, wink, wink. But the point stands that I always say, in Rocket League, you see a proactive team and a reactive team.
Right.
And the proactive team tends to be the one in charge, controlling the pace of play, controlling the speed of the game. And that's not often something I can throw out in Overwatch. But I think that's what we saw today. It's so fascinating because UTD, they would traditionally be our proactive team.
Yes.
They're the ones that set the pace of play. They're the ones that decide when the fight starts and when the fight ends. But Boise, like you said, flipped the script today. They were dominant through and through. They did such a phenomenal job there, setting their own pace of play, choosing to get out of fights or get into fights on their own say, not when UTD decided. And I think that's it. I think that's what gave them the key to success.
Yeah, it really, really was. UTD, you know, they were prepared, right?
Yes.
But I don't think they were prepared for this.
I couldn't agree more. And I know we are prepared.
Yes.
For an interview
With somebody from Boise. I can't wait to find out who it is. We're going to throw it to Los on the main stage to hear a little bit of Boise and how they got to their victory here today.
Thanks, guys. And now joining me on the main stage, winner here with Boise State, Overwatch NACE Starleague champions. We've got Plato. Plato, I have to be honest. First of all, congratulations. But looking into this matchup, it was heavily favored that UTD was going to come out on top. How did UTD, I guess, meet your expectations, or did they at all?
UTD is a great team. They're probably our #1 scrim partner. We just showed up, and we practice like we've always lost, and we play like we've never lost. So we did well. We did what we needed to do. We kept calm. We always had the 0-0 mentality, and we just performed well, and we just stuck to what we know best, and that's what mattered at the end of the day.
I mean, talking about playing like you never lost, you literally did not lose through this entire playoffs run, a flawless run, in fact. What's going through your mind that you continued that even into the grand finals?
It's great. Boise honestly used to have a good reputation for choking in playoffs. I'm not going to lie, but
True.
For once we pulled through. We kept consistent, and I'm super proud of my team and everybody, and it's amazing to be here. It was a great time.
Without a doubt. Now, the momentum started off with Oasis, but then when UTD picked into Kings Row, we know you guys are strong. It's the Boise Boulevard. It's not Kings Row.
Oh, yeah.
What were you thinking when they picked that?
Okay, well, first thing we were thinking when they picked Kings Row was we're locking the Bastion, #1. And what I was thinking personally was I just love that map. That's probably our most played map, so it was super nice being comfortable in the environment and just playing as we always do. So it was nice.
Well, now things are going to get a little bit different with the new season starting up. How do you think that's going to change your team's composition? Now, you were on the Sojourn quite a bit, doing some serious work. What are you thinking going ahead into the next month?
Yeah, I love Sojourn. She's been meta. She's had her time. She's probably going to be gone soon. The new tank's probably going to be busted, and then Matt will have his time to shine. So, we'll take turns. We'll keep playing around who we have to enable, all that stuff. Enable the best player, enable the comp, what the comp goes around, and whatever it is, hopefully we can adapt and get good at scrimming and everything like that.
Some good plans for the future, but you've earned a victory today. You can enjoy the rest of the semester with your heads held high as champion. So I'm going to let you have it, Plato. The floor is yours. Tell the people at home what's on your mind.
I'm happy as hell right now. We did it. We came out here. We did as expected. We popped off. I'm so proud of my team and everybody here. Thank you to everyone at home. Tons of support. Clear's family's out here. Thanks for everyone to show up. Coach Ellie vote. I love everybody. Everybody's putting insane work. I'm proud of us all. So thank you. Good game.
Good game indeed. Congratulations one more time for Plato and everybody at home. Give it up for Boise State. And that'll wrap it up. We are going into another series. It's going to be Rocket League Grand Finals, following it up after a quick break. So don't go anywhere. The NACE Starleague Grand Finals continue right after this. The NACE Starleague Grand Finals are brought to you in part by Army ROTC. College opens minds. Army ROTC opens a world of opportunity. BetterHelp. Your mental health matters.
Overwatch
I know,
Best
right?
of 5
Yeah,
because
it still will be. It still
Rocket
will
League
be.
games are traditionally 5 minutes, not including overtime. So this could
Yeah.
hypothetically be 20 minutes. It could be 35 minutes. I don't know the math on that second one, but it could. The point is, it's not going to be as long as Overwatch, but the games themselves, the series is a best of 7,
Yes.
and a team will need 4 to win.
Yes, that they will. And of course, the two teams we are going to be seeing here today going to be Northwood University and Keanu College. So Northwood, of course, a name everybody in esports knows.
I mean, we talked about them in Overwatch, right? We're
We
like,
did.
oh, Northwood's super good, one of the best in the country in Overwatch. The
Number 1 seed.
craziest thing about Overwatch, no, wrong, Northwood, is that it doesn't just stay in Overwatch. They are incredible across nearly every esport I've ever seen them participate in. But Juggle, this might be their best.
Yes.
This squad is, I don't think I've ever seen them lose a series. I've seen them lose two games to the same team and still 3-2 that series.
Yeah.
So it's like, I don't think I've ever seen them fully lose a series, and they are some of the best players in the entire country on the same team.
Yeah, exactly. The synchronicity of that, like the fact that they got all of these top players on the same squad it's terrifying, right? It's absolutely terrifying.
Possibly
But-
unparalleled.
Yes, but what Keanu definitely has as well is Comp. Comp
Yes.
is a standout, phenomenal player. They've only been there for half the season, though. So
That was their best half of the season. Comp
it
made
was,
some
yeah,
waves.
absolutely. So one thing I think we have to talk about as well is kind of the synergy that we're going to see between these two teams, right? Because Northwood, they've been playing together all season so far. Keanu, they got this boost coming in from Comp, but they might not have that same synergy. They might not be able to read each other's moves.
Yes.
Quite as well, quite as efficiently as Northwood's going to be able to do. So one of the things I'm going to be looking for is how quickly can these two teams rotate between offense and defense, right?
Yes.
Because I think a lot of
Proactive
that kind
and
of
reactive.
Yes, I think that a lot of that silent communication, right, that just intuition only comes with time, right? So I'm expecting Northwood to be a little bit more, a little quicker on the draw here with these rotations, with some of these, and generating some of these opportunities for each other as well, over Keanu. But again, I think the big thing for Northwood is they're going to have to try and find a way to shut down Comp.
Absolutely. And it's fascinating. I'm so glad you talk about team synergy because, I need that pen. When you look at Northwood, we saw them on the NACE stream. I've done Rocket League the whole season.
Yes.
We saw Northwood, I think, 3 times. We saw them a lot. That's probably 1 more than any other team, maybe even 2 more than a lot of teams were on broadcast. And we saw Buddy, Hockey, and Slew.
Yeah.
Today, we are not seeing Slew.
No, we're not.
We're seeing Lion Blaze. So we got to talk about synergy again. That trio that I've seen what feels like 100 times over dominate every single team they've gone up against isn't the trio that we're getting the chance to see today. Now, do I have faith in Lion Blaze? Yes.
Of course.
But that natural team synergy of long-standing playtime together may not be there. When you look at the side of Keanu, they have a really unique advantage in this current game. Keanu, to my knowledge, the only team at NACE this season to not be streamed a single time.
Yeah.
So we have no footage on them. We have no broadcasts on them here at NACE. Other leagues,
Here
I'm
at
sure,
NACE,
they played on stream. But at NACE,
They put a lot of actually their footage on their own channel.
Yes,
yeah,
very true.
It packed with it. So yeah, if you
but
want to see
they're going to be a
Keanu play,
little
go there.
harder to VOD review, perhaps, in
Right.
the NACE kind of sphere.
Yes.
So Northwood might not have that same level of knowledge. Now, do I think Northwood needs that knowledge? No. They're one of the best teams in the country. They can adapt on the drop of a hat here.
Yeah.
But Keanu, I can't stress this enough. You don't make it to grand finals on accident.
No, you don't.
This team has mowed through other teams to get here. There is just one more and possibly the largest Goliath left in their way.
Yeah, exactly. This is not David and Goliath. This is David and Uber Goliath.
This is David and 2 Goliaths, one standing on the other's shoulders.
In a trench coat.
Yeah, in a trench coat. Like it's 3 Goliaths in a trench coat here.
Yeah.
This is. I gotta be honest.
It's gonna be exciting,
I'm rooting
regardless.
for Keanu in a sense of I love the underdog story.
Absolutely.
But if we're looking at raw general statistics, this has everything written on it to be a 4-0.
Yeah.
Keanu has to come through. They have to pull through, and they have to do what some teams might consider impossible. I cannot stress how hard this is going to be. But beating Keanu will not be easy either. I need to stress
it's
that.
not
That's
going
not
to
going to be a walk in the park. I think Northwood is going to have to put every ounce, every iota of game knowledge and performance they have to win this.
Yeah.
But I'm hoping we get more than 4. Genuinely, that's what I'm rooting for.
Me too.
Is more
Me
than
too.
4 games.
Yeah, exactly. Now, one thing that I think is going to be interesting to look at least from my perspective, is how games number 2 and 3 go. Right?
Yes.
Because typically that's when you see these teams make adjustments, right?
Yep.
And so if, say Northwood, again, the favorites, they're going to come out and win game number 1. To me, what I'm going to be most curious about is how do they adapt? How are they going to react? How are they going to play in game number 2, in game number 3? right? Because that's going to be to me, the critical turning point, right? If we get to game number 4 and we haven't seen that much adaptation from them, we haven't seen that many changes, then I think it's going to be all over, right?
Yep.
So we definitely need to, big changes doesn't necessarily mean a win either in game number 2 or 3,
yes.
right? I just want to see potentially improvement, right? Some reactive play.
I agree.
Learning how, Northwood functions and seeing if they can throw a wrench in the works.
Yeah, absolutely. There's something really interesting about best of 7s, which again is what we're experiencing today. We're seeing a best of 7 between these teams. Is game 1 can be completely unimportant or can be the most important game. It's really fascinating when you look at it because you can take what you've learned in game number 1, win or lose, and carry it into the rest of the games. But if you take game number 1 and you just don't take anything you learned, you don't focus, you only look at the loss. You don't look at, okay, why did we lose? What can we change to not lose? That can be incredibly damaging to a team. There was something, a player from Boise that got interviewed that mentioned that I love, and I think it applies to Rocket League more than almost every other esport. It's gotta be that GG go next mentality. You need to look at it and say, okay, we lost game 1. Games 2 through 7 are still on the table. Game 1 does not have to be the nail in the coffin of this series. But the moment you let your mental slip, you might let the entire series slip, and that's the risk.
That's such a good point, too, because there's not a whole lot of time, right? 5-minute games. That's all they have.
5 minutes.
There's not a whole lot of time to adapt, and that means as well, you can't let your mental slip for a moment, because the moment you do could be when you let that goal in.
Seriously.
Right? And so, in a lot of ways, there are some advantages, I think, to it being only 5 minutes, right? Because you can reset the mental real quick. But the other side of that is you just don't have that much room for error. And again, when you're going up against a squad like Northwood, you just can't make mistakes. You can't.
You can't even pretend to make mistakes. You can't even think of the word mistake out there because the second you show a sign of weakness, you show a crack in that armor, they are ripping the chest plate right off of you. Like the armor is going to crumble in their hands, or I guess their wheels beneath you. It's a very scary situation to be in. But Northwood, they have lost games before. They have lost series before.
They're not invincible.
This isn't a 100% win rate team. This isn't a 98% win rate on Kings Row team. This is, there are cracks in the armor that we can exploit with Northwood here. But the question is, can Keanu find them fast enough?
Yeah. Little known fact too, there is armor in Rocket League. That's actually a lie. That's completely not true.
I'm sure there is. It's just not as prominent.
Plot armor? Maybe plot armor?
Plot armor?
I
like that. Plot armor in anime.
Yeah, we'll have to see who's got the plot armer today.
It would definitely be fascinating, to say the very least, to see which one of these teams can be a little more like anime protagonist. A little more like underdog up and comer, like that plot armor to go plus ultra on the final moments or something. I mean, it'd be great to see. And speaking of seeing, get a chance to see what these teams are bringing to the table here on the main stage over with Los.
Thanks, guys. Now it's time to meet our competitors. Joining me to my right is an esports dynasty. This program has 5 total teams who have competed in the NACE Starleague Grand Finals, and you're about to meet the first of the 4 that are here at this LAN. They've had some major victories and successes in CRL, and now they're looking to add another chip to their belt. It's Northwood University, and from this squad representing them, we've got Lion Blaze, Hockey, and Buddy. That's right, folks. Give it up. Give it up. Get loud. An undefeated regular season, and now they're looking to take it all the way to the end. And now their opponents, a bit of an unknown commodity here at the NACE Starleague. They've proven themselves through the playoffs, but they're making their broadcast debut. Everybody give it up for Keanu College, and representing them, we have Comp, Vitali, and Volts. He's flagged up, representing the sect, representing Canada. Give it up for Keanu College Huskies. He's got to keep himself warm with that flag, but let's see if they're heated up, hot, and ready to go and jump into this server. We're going to send it over to the casters. Sepp, Juggle, take it away.
Welcome back, everybody. We're still here. We're still waiting to jump into Rocket League. We are super excited. I think Los brings up a really unique point that I feel like we talked about it, but he really hit the nail on the head. broadcast debut.
I was thinking the same thing.
This is grand finals.
Yeah.
How did you do that?
Yeah.
It's so fascinating. But Jungle, you've got to wonder, as interesting as it is, does that add kind of like a bit of nerves?
Right.
You know, you're already, this is grand finals. You're already shaking. You're already a little bit scared. And then you know hundreds of people are watching?
Right.
That can't help.
Yeah,
That can't make you more comfortable.
Yeah, I think it certainly. Well, some people thrive in that situation.
That's
some
true.
people actually. I mean, yeah, I can think of several.
The Lanimal, the like, clutch factor, like
Yes.
people become Lanimals when they do way better in person.
Yeah. But I think you're absolutely right. Well, it at least, if nothing else, introduces some uncertainty.
Yes, right.
Right? Because we
Variables.
don't know how Keanu is going to react, right? Not only being on stream, but being on LAN. But these players, very, very talented. I'm expecting them to rise to the occasion.
Oh, yeah.
Absolutely. I mean, the confidence they're coming out with as well. I love seeing them come out with the flags too, right? They're in the right state of mind right now. You can tell just from watching them walk out. And I mean, look at this as well. We can see the concentration.
He's listening to music under those headphones.
Oh
He's
my
got
gosh.
2 sets of headphones on. That's kind
He
of
does.
sick. Kind of gamer moment there. I like that. But something really interesting that I do want to talk about as well. Lion Blaze from Northwood, Hunter. This is his first NACE LAN. So he kind of has that. I don't know if it's his first LAN ever, but I know it's his first NACE LAN. The other two, they are veterans in the world of Rocket League. I mean, Buddy and Hockey, they have been everywhere at every level of play. But if Lion Blaze is a little bit newer to this, maybe he's got that same kind of shake that Keanu might have. It might be that same kind of uncertainty, that same variable of play that could really shake up team synergy a little bit. If he's a little nervous and he can't focus as much and the team can't communicate, communication is key in Rocket League.
Oh yeah, it absolutely is. The verbal and the nonverbal as well. I
Absolutely.
mean, you know, I think again, this is one of the games where you really have to pick up on those nonverbal cues from your teammates, right? Just the way they're moving, the way they're playing. You've got to be able to react. There's just not enough time to communicate everything you need to say, right in Rocket League. And as we all know, things can turn on a dime
In a millisecond.
Yeah.
This game is separated by literally milliseconds.
Yeah,
and that's why
it is.
this game, a lot more than a lot of other esports, the internet is crucial. Because literally, if your ping is different, those milliseconds can cost you a goal. Like, I've seen it happen before, and it's absurd. I didn't believe it until I saw it with my own eyes. But due to like a 3 millisecond ping diff, somebody just barely doesn't clip the ball, and they get scored on. It was really fascinating. We dissected the whole clip on broadcast because it was the craziest thing I've ever seen. But it's fascinating, and there's a lot of pressure on the line right now because you made it this far. No more ping to blame. No more lag to blame. You are in person. You're trying to prove your worth, your weight in gold, and it's gonna be a battle of the ages. I really do believe so.
Yeah, as do I. And you know, what a wonderful way though as well for Keanu to make their debut.
Truly.
Right? Be like, hey, here we are in the grand finals.
It's cool. They're like a little sleeper agent. Like, they just pop up at the end. They're like, hey, we've been here the whole time.
Right? Yeah, and so, you know, even thinking past today, right? Thinking into the future, into the spring, right? What is the landscape going to look like for these two teams, right?
Yeah.
And I think a lot of it is going to be determined by how they play here today. Again, not necessarily who comes away with the win, but just how they play, right? How good of an effort they put in, regardless of which side takes the trophy at the end of the day.
Yeah, we've got to talk about it as well. No matter who wins or loses, nobody's going home empty-handed. We haven't talked about this for Rocket League yet. There are prize pools, as we've talked about already, and the prize pool numbers are a little different for Rocket League, so I'm going to go ahead and walk you through them now. Third and fourth place, who would have lost to these two teams respectively, they both get $375 in scholarship money towards their programs. Second place, so our team that unfortunately does not walk away with the trophy today will not walk away empty-handed. That is $750 in prize pool money. And first place with a whopping $1,500 in prize pool money. That is, it sounds so simple to say out loud, but like it's so true. That is a lot of money. That really is a lot of money.
It is. It absolutely is. So it goes a long way. It really goes a long
absolutely.
way. Because, you know, these collegiate fees they're nothing to joke about.
They really are
right?
not.
So every little bit helps, and it's just wonderful too that just in general we're seeing esports being able to support these students in this way.
Absolutely.
Right?
And
it's just a wonderful thing.
It's something that I feel like I can't really talk about with Northwood, and I don't know if it applies to Keanu, but sometimes we see, you know, schools a little hesitant to kind of support the program, a little hesitant to come out and give the funding. So if they can earn the funding themselves, if they can come in first or second place at NACE Fall 2022 Grand Finals, the school has to acknowledge that. You know, they have to look at that and be like, that is a team worthwhile. That is a program that we want to put our money into. It really goes to show that, like, there's so much to be gained here. There's so much to be learned here. And I've seen several programs, I spend a lot of time in collegiate, I've seen several school programs go from student-led to school-funded because they come in first or second place at a nationwide grand final like this. It really, even being here, even making it this far, is such a title of acclamation for them. It's such a recognition that they can do this. They can make this further. There is worthwhile here, and that's my favorite thing about this.
Yeah, there really, really is.
Yeah.
And that's something that I think is becoming more and more common now, is that programs are realizing this. They are seeing it. It's only going to get better over time.
Absolutely.
And that's just a wonderful thing. And, what I love about esports as well is, first off, it's fun.
Oh,
This is fun. I mean, at the end of the day, that's why we're here. We like playing video games. It's just fun. But there's so many other wonderful things that come with it as well, right? You learn team communication skills, right?
Yeah.
And you learn as well how to deal with defeat, right?
Yeah,
how to learn how to pick yourself back up and try again, right? At the end of the day, the person who wins isn't necessarily the person left standing, right? It's the person who gets back up again.
Yeah, absolutely. Right. And it's fascinating because a lot of people will kind of draw the line between esports versus real sports, and where's the value that you find in esports. And I'm always very open about this. I was diagnosed with a bone disease when I was younger, and I am not allowed to traditionally play sports anymore. A lot of sports that I did play at the time, track and field, football, snowboarding, and it was interesting. And I found that in collegiate esports or in esports as a whole, you get so much of the same value.
You do.
You don't get the same kind of physical workout, muscle growth, but you get a lot of mental strength and growth and endurance. Like you said, learning how to win, learning how to lose. You get a lot of great social skills and communication skills. You get that same camaraderie of being on a team, and it's so fascinating. I preach about this all the time. I feel like, if you can tell, this part's a little rehearsed. This is a conversation I have with people pretty often, but it's awesome, and I love when people get that recognition of esports. Yeah. There is so much to value here. There's so much negative stigma around video games, so much about, they rot your brain, blah, 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 and all these studies have come out to show there's so much to be gained, both physically and mentally and emotionally, and there's so much value here, and I will preach about it every day for the rest of my life, but I love it, and I love to see that constant growth.
And one thing that I want to kind of piggyback off of what you said is that esports is for everybody.
For everybody!
It's for everybody.
Rocket League in particular.
What's that?
Rocket League in particular. It's so easy to sit down and understand.
Yeah, exactly. I didn't know this about your history.
Yeah.
I had another career before I started casting esports, and I had to give it up. I was a professional juggler because I came down with an autoimmune disease. And you know what? I was able to go back to video games. I've been playing video games all my life. I'm not going to just date myself. I'm going to tell you how old I am. I am 41 years old. Atari was my very first video game system.
You had an Atari shirt on this morning.
I did. I had an Atari shirt on this morning, right? So, it doesn't matter. It doesn't matter how old you are. It doesn't matter what you look like. It doesn't matter, anything. It doesn't matter who you are. Esports are for every single person.
Absolutely.
And that is one of the things I love most about
Can we talk about the statistical odds of us both being here, both with some variety of disease that stops us being released, both of us being colorblind? Another fun fact for you.
Yeah.
We're both colorblind.
We are both colorblind.
We are statistical anomalies right now. It is really fascinating. We're also both play-by-play casters, which is also very funny.
We should probably go buy a lottery ticket or something.
We should. We really should.
Or we're going to get struck by lightning. One of those two things is about to happen.
Maybe both. Why not both?
Why not both? Why not both? Throw them out there.
Exactly.
Absolutely. It's great. As I'm sure you guys can tell, we're waiting for the players to get started right now. We're letting them kind of get in there, get warmed up. The interesting thing about Rocket League, and I think this slightly applies to Call of Duty as well, but lesser so, is players traditionally use controllers instead of mouse and keyboard.
Right.
So they've got to get their controller set up. If they're wired, if they're wireless, they need to get their hands warmed up. We saw some hand warmers earlier.
We did see the hand warmers earlier,
so you guys can tell, they just got to get warmed up. Got to make sure they're ready. Got to make sure the ping on the computers is great. I cannot stress enough how important literally 5 milliseconds can be in a game like Rocket League. It's so fast-paced and close quarters action that everything needs to be perfect, because if one thing goes wrong, it could tilt an entire game or series against a team in kind of an unfair way, right? Lag, a disconnect, or it can be pretty negative. So we want to make sure that's all figured out before we jump in. Want to make sure the players are comfortable. We don't want to force them into kind of an awkward spot either. So we'll talk about as much as we can up here.
Yeah. One thing I wanted to mention as well. One of the things that I talk about a lot when I cast Rocket League is I firmly believe this. I will stand by it. I think Rocket League actually has one of, if the not highest skill ceilings in esports.
I can agree with this.
And that's what you were saying about the ping, right? This has to be absolutely perfect for these players because we're talking frames, right? We're
literally
talking individual frames at times going to be making the difference.
Yeah, absolutely. And before we jump into game, we've got rumor the players are ready. We, of course, want to give a big thank you and shout out to Corsair. Now, I, as well as NACE Starleague, I'm a huge Corsair advocate. I very much appreciate all of their hardware. I have much of it at home. And rumor has it there's a Corsair giveaway going on right now, which is kind of insane, which is
just
super
a rumor.
Cool.
More than just a rumor.
It's actually
it
a
happened.
fact. Yeah, it's not a rumor, it's a fact.
We absolutely do. So make sure if you are in Twitch, if you're watching here alongside us at home, type in ! giveaway in chat. I believe that's right. Someone will correct me.
Someone
if it's
will correct us if it's
wrong.
wrong.
Someone will correct us if we're wrong.
You can also go to Corsair.com because Corsair, that's just their website, and they sell a bunch of things, a bunch of hardware, you know, mouse, keyboard, headphones. I'm sure they sell other stuff. That's just what I have at home. I'm sure they have more as well. But please go check out Corsair because we literally could not do NACE Starleague without them. So thank you so much to Corsair. And guys, it's a giveaway. That means something is free. So please go check out that giveaway.
You're in college. You know how valuable free is.
Seriously, we love free and we love Rocket League. Let's jump right into this. Northwood versus Keanu College. They're going for a best-of-7 grand final. And Northwood not going to get that free goal early. Hockey goes for it. Not able to line things up in time. And all of a sudden, that first goal, not the freebie they need. A bit of an awkward disconnect. But the retouch is there.
Wow.
And Lion Blaze from that three-quarters goal line is going to be able to put that first goal down 15 seconds into the matchup. Sorry to cut you off, Triple. Check out that tag at the bottom, everybody. CRL 2022 World Champion.
Yeah.
Just to put into reference of how high caliber these players are.
Absolutely, absolutely. And to help you orient, we do have Northwood in the blue right now. Keanu College going to be in the orange. That's at least as close to the right colors as Septilance and I can make it. But yeah, you know, that first goal was beautiful, right? Right off the bat, I think we saw just a great approach, a beautiful fake by one of the players, and then the follow-up from the third man to just knock it in. So beautifully played. But now we're seeing Keanu kind of start to get their feet underneath them a little bit, right? A lot of times early on, it's just these, you know, these opening minutes, they're just about feeling each other out.
Yeah, and there's a double-edged sword when it comes to... Oh, hello, Comp? Huge? Hold on, I'll get back to my double-edged sword point in a moment because this actually does exclamation points it perfectly. But that is a phenomenal goal. Up and over two defenders. Comp's there for the final tap, and that is a 1-1 scoreline. What I was going to say, though, is when you look at scoring 15 seconds into a goal, it's great you've scored, but there's also still 4 minutes and 45 seconds for your opponent to answer back. They answer back with not even a first minute off the clock, yet a 1-1 is essentially a 0-0.
Yeah, exactly. It's all up in the air right now. Really, both of these teams looking fantastic so far. Like, I've got to be honest, Septilance, right now, they look to be equals.
Yes.
I mean, they're equal on the goal line, of course, but just the play we're seeing out of them both is really good. Again, nothing I think exceptional necessarily happening yet. Not seeing either team get an edge, but they're both playing very well.
They are both playing absolutely flawless right now. Nobody's made a critical mistake. Even a demolition we saw earlier from the side of Keanu wasn't enough to get a free goal on a Northwood. Once again, Bolts goes for a shot, trying to get Keanu the 1-point lead. Hockey there to catch it out. And now a great catch from Buddy in the center field. Unfortunately, clears it down into the clutches of Keanu College. Going for a reset now, looking for a goal of their own. Possibly a demolition center could be helpful, but Hockey there to catch it out. Northwood going up and over.
A breakaway here. Lion Blaze with an opportunity. It's going to bounce off the wall, not taking exactly the trajectory they were hoping for. Going to try center, and never mind. Just take a shot instead. Lion Blaze makes it 2-0.
Lion Blaze, phenomenal goal there. Puts that second point on the board, and it's honestly a pretty tough angle. It's a little clunky.
Yeah,
He's able to knock it backwards, get the backspin on it, and roll it into goal. Keanu not there to catch it in time. 2-1 scoreline, 3:08 on the clock. We're still in the first half of the game by about 37 seconds now, and Keanu, they've fallen, but not nearly enough to be worried. Not quite yet. A complete coast-to-coast from Lion Blaze, looking for that hat trick, but he just can't line it up yet. Keanu stuck in a bit of an awkward defense.
Oh, but here comes the second man there from Northwood. The shot goes just a little bit wide. Comp going to pick it up in the corner now. Tries to chase it down, but with no boost, they are unable to do it. So the ball goes back into Northwood's hands. But the pressure still being put on Northwood's side, at least until that last moment. Comp comes up to block a ball from going in. Northwood, though, going to try and keep the pressure on here, Septilance. Oh, nice shot.
A phenomenal attempt at defense there from Keanu, but it comes too little too late. It's going to be close, but close. Only counting in horseshoes and hand grenades after all. Hockey rocking that same tag. CRL 2022 World Champion, the best of the best here at the collegiate level. And they're trying to prove that right here, right now. A 2-point advantage going into the second half of game number 1.
You're absolutely right. Only half the time expired, right? It's already been a very exciting match so far. Definitely a lead here for Northwood, but not dominating by any stretch of the imagination.
Right.
So I think Kiana really living up to expectations right now. Volts with a nice opportunity there. Cuts it a little bit too wide. That's going to give it back over to Northwood. Ball bounces off the backboard. Comp dropping backboard, trying to pick it back up, but instead able to follow up on it is Northwood.
Northwood, they catch it. That's a three-piece pass. All three members participating in this goal. The demolition onto Hockey could open the door from Keanu if they want to take it, but the respawn from Hockey, I believe the respawn timer on a demolition is like 2.1 seconds or something.
Yeah.
It is not a very long time, and sometimes it can be more harmful than it can hurtful, because once demolitioned, you will respawn in front of your own goal.
Yeah.
So occasionally you're accidentally creating an additional defender against yourself.
That's what happened in that last
Seriously,
moment.
yeah, Hockey got in the way.
Respawned right in front of the ball, yeah. But it's going to be now Keanu trying to drive it back down the pitch.
There we go.
Comp finds a goal. Practically an open net situation. It doesn't look like Northwood was really on the radar that a shot was even going to come in.
Yeah, I think they weren't ready for Comp to find that immediately, kind of catch through that sneak hit, and no one was going to catch it. Defender was jumping already, so he misses the ball. Ball's too little, too late, and all of a sudden 95 seconds left on the clock. That is 1 goal per 95 seconds for Keanu to tie things up. They are not feeling scared at all. They're definitely looking good, and as the game continues to tick away, their momentum feeling stronger and stronger. We talk about what you learn from game one. They're learning in game one.
Yeah, they absolutely are. They've been looking better and better the longer this match, or this map at least, this first game has gone. Comp trying to see if they can follow up on a pass down to themselves, but Hockey gets it in the air. Volt going to disrupt them. Ball finds its way into Keanu's corner. Volt seeing if they can keep it out of harm's way, but a nice centering pass from Hockey goes a little too far. Line Blaze puts it back in, just dances in front of the goal, but does not go in.
That was dangerous. That was very, very scary, but it did not happen, and that's all that matters. We are down to double digits on the clock. 48 seconds remain, and things are looking rough. A team only needs that 1 point to win, and right now, Northwood has it in their pocket. Keanu, they need to score 1 time to force an overtime 2 to take the win in game number 1, and already give us a statistical upset. When we come to raw skill and caliber, we expect Northwood to walk away with that first game, but Keanu fighting tooth and absolute nail, trying to at least tie up game number 1.
Yeah, it's a beautiful defense coming out from them right now, but Line Blaze comes in with a shot, barely deflected at the last minute. Now Comp going to try and drive the ball down. Bit of a double commit, make it a triple commit right there, but Line Blaze comes away with it. It might not matter. They go for the double tap, but can't quite catch the angle they were looking for.
That was a very scary moment, and Juggle, all of a sudden, we are down to less than 10 seconds. Every second that ticks down is another second. Keanu may have to kiss game number 1 goodbye, but I gotta say it, losing game number 1 by a single point is hardly a loss. I mean, there's still minimum 3 more games to turn things around. They haven't even lost it yet if they can keep it up and alive, but Hockey gonna blocky it right down into the ground, finds that first game win for Northwood. I've gotta stress it. I've gotta stress how 1 point lost to Northwood is nuts. That is incredible. They were so close to tying that up.
They absolutely.
chances to shoot on goal, right? They got to find a way to increase that number.
Exactly.
That's the one they're looking for, and perhaps that goes back to these demolitions, these bumps, this physicality from the side of Keanu. It's been good. Maybe it can be a little faster, a little more consistent. The timing can be a bit more precise. Anyone that's been watching NACE Starleague this season, you've heard me say physicality more than I've probably said my own name, but I would love to see that increase from Keanu. A very risky play there. They tap it down towards their own goal, but the catch might be, caught by Lion Blaze. Phenomenal timing there on the wall, waiting patiently like a spider in his web, and Lion Blaze going for a full coast-to-coast, blocked out by Keanu early with a double tap from Buddy. Is there to sneak it in. Not an easy goal, but another day for Buddy.
That was just beautifully read.
Flawless,
by Buddy.
truly.
Yeah, Volts gets in the way of the ball, right? Blaze wasn't able to complete the pass the way they wanted to, but Buddy's able to react in time and take the shot that was not easy to make either. That was a tough angle, and the way their car was pointed as well. Definitely not ideal.
Not ideal at all, Juggle. That was definitely not where they wanted to be in that moment. All of a sudden now 4:10 on the clock. Northwood up by a single point. Keanu not scared. They've been here before. They know exactly what they want to do moving into the future, and I feel as if things are starting to tip a little in favor of Northwood, but Keanu down, not out. I'd call it like a 60-40 right now. Lion Blaze, the crossbar, hates the man, won't let him put it down quite yet. Knocks it out, but Northwood still completely dominant in ball control. Volts has to full commit on the defense, gets it away, and keeps us at that 1-0 scoreline. Keanu thanking their lucky stars after that.
They absolutely are. There's so many opportunities right there. And nice. Lion Blaze comes in again, just about pushes it in by sheer force of will alone. Ball is going to be cleared, though, down towards Northwood's goal. So this is an opportunity for Keanu. And, you know, a lot of times when you see these games where there's a big difference between the number of shots taken, right, but not necessarily the number of goals scored. A lot of times that's because the team who's trailing behind, who doesn't have control of the ball as much, they get these opportunities, right? They get these opportunities because the more aggressive team, in this case Northwood, is pushing just a little bit harder. So whenever you see the ball go the other direction for Keanu, that is an opportunity for a goal. They almost get one right there from downtown. The follow-up is there, but Buddy gets in the way at the last moment.
A very last-second goal clutch there. Northwood thinking their own lucky stars. After that, we're about halfway done with game number 2, and there's only 1 point on the board. Folks, I've got to be honest. Keanu continues to impress me. I thought at this point we'd be looking at like a 9-0, and it's not because I thought Keanu was bad. It's because I thought Northwood was going to be that dominant, going to be that good. Instead, they are getting matched just punch to punch right now, step to step. Volts finds the demolition onto Lion Blaze, but unfortunately, ball control currently in favor of Northwood, so they don't get to capitalize. Jay falls a little bit low there. The ball going to fly up and over. Buddy, a great clean angle in, and nobody there to catch it. Bottom corner pocket.
Yeah, Comp just unable to get a read on that push. Buddy coming off the wall here. Beautiful shot, beautiful air dribble coming in. Just knocks it right onto the corner of that goalpost. And now, Northwood with a 2-0 lead. This is the longest we've seen Keanu go without putting one on the board.
Yep. It's been quite a while here, Juggle. It's going to be a great demolition early from Volts, but we're seeing the same practice problem here, where the demolition's happening when you don't even have ball control. So by the time it respawns, best case scenario, you just have ball control now and you're still stuck in a 3-3. So I think the timing on the demos has been a little bit weird, but I'm sure there's usually more to the plan that's supposed to happen. They're just not able to clutch out quite yet. 2 minutes left on the clock, 120 seconds remain. In Northwood, I mean, they're 120 seconds away from being halfway done with their goal today.
Oh my gosh. Yeah, Northwood now, Northwood has activated.
Yeah, for real. They've woken up.
Yeah, they have absolutely woken up here. Lion Blaze with just a beautiful shot from downtown, but crucially as well, I think Keanu got a little caught out their rotations there. Right? There was nobody really close to far enough back to be able to deal with that. So, you know, Keanu in a tough position. What do you do here, right? You need to make sure you're playing defensively. You don't want to let another goal go through, but you have to put pressure on the goal right now. Keanu just has to generate more opportunities. They've got one here. The follow-up, it's going to be Volts, the third man, actually picking it up in the midfield. We got an aerial shot coming in from Jay, but what a save from Hockey.
A phenomenal save. Hockey has just been, I mean, he was an impressive player before we got here, but he's living up to the name right now. The offense, incredible. The defense, amazing. And everything else in between, the highest of caliber coming out. That is a well-rounded player on the side of Northwood, and one that is leading this team to a current victory. Just a great setup every time Lion Blaze slams it into goal, and Northwood just looking for goal after goal here. We're down to 72 seconds left on the clock. Hockey tries to take it high, a bit of a waterfall shot, gets caught out early, not able to land it. And right now we're looking at 1 goal per 22 seconds from Keanu. That's just to tie things up here in game number 2.
Definitely not impossible here, but unlikely might be the better choice of wording. Comp Tries to find the ball in the midfield, but it's going to be a breakaway here for Volcom, picking it back up. Actually just gets in the way of Lionblaze, who was certainly on the way to a beautiful air dribble towards the goal. Ball getting caught up in the midfield. Keanu is able to get it away from their own goal, but they can't get it in that back quarter, that back third of Northwood's side.
34 seconds remain in Northwood. They're up on that 3-0, 1 goal per 10 seconds for Keanu right now. And unfortunately, we're getting to that realm of impossibility. It's going to be very difficult for Keanu to try and win this one out. And I don't want to begin my analysis quite yet. I want to give Keanu a little bit more room to breathe. As long as that clock is alive, I'm not going to count him out yet.
Yeah, at some point,
okay, maybe.
Now it becomes a little tougher.
Yeah, so maybe I'm going to start my analysis here. But I want to talk about Keanu. They're in a really interesting spot because I see all the pieces. All the pieces are on the table.
Yeah.
It feels like they're putting them down in the wrong order. It feels like we're looking at, you see a demolition onto somebody when they don't have ball control, and they just kind of forget about the ball when they get the demolitions. It feels like they're splitting focus, and they're not capitalizing. They're not kind of honing back in as a squad fast enough. Northwood continues to take advantage of that, and they put 4 goals on the board. I mean, this is very impressive so far from Northwood. They're playing incredibly well-rounded, where it feels like Keanu is still struggling somewhere between offense and defense.
Exactly.
The switch can't be flipped as clean.
Yeah, and that's, I think, what we were talking about earlier as well, right?
Yeah.
The fact that the rotations, right? Likely, I think, going to see them a little bit more in favor of Northwood, right? And I think that's really what we're seeing. A lot of times Northwood got a shot off. Keanu just wasn't able to catch up with the ball, wasn't able to get back there in time to save it, right? And so you're right. I think there's just the timing is a little bit off, maybe even.
Yep.
Right?
We talk about timing. Before the entire series started, we talked about timing a whole bunch, and it's so crucial to note how a lot of this has been that timing differential. Several goals, not the one you're watching now, but several others, we saw a defender right there, a second away, maybe 2 seconds away, but that second makes all the difference. That's the hard part. This is the second game in a row where Keanu has found 3 shots on goal. Unfortunately, none of them going in this time, so the shot percent there is going to be plummeting from 66 to 0%. And it feels like Keanu, they just got to figure out somewhere in that mid-ground, what can we do to flip that switch a little faster? How do we shake up our timing a little more consistently to put ourselves back on top of this series? Because while Game 2 was notably rougher than Game 1, I'm not counting this team out anytime soon.
No, neither am I. I think we just need to see them tighten up a little bit.
Yes.
And the way that I want to see them do that the most is just with their focus. Right?
Yes.
Like you were talking, it looked like they were maybe a second or two behind in a couple of things. I would like to see them just honestly put the blinders on. A lot of times,
tunnel vision.
Yeah, a lot of times you want to avoid that, right? You want to take the blinders off. You want to be very aware. But I think they're splitting their focus a little too much, right? They don't know exactly how they want to try and get the advantage over Northwood right now. And that, I think, is what's holding them back. I think they need to commit to a plan a little bit more decisively, and then we could start to see some of the success that we saw in the first game.
Yeah, absolutely. The success in game number 1. We've seen the formula work. We've seen them score on Northwood. That's something some teams have never done.
Yeah.
And what? Hello? What is going? What? Hold on. Okay.
Did we
so
just?
Is this is real? This has to be real.
Is this real life?
A 2-0 scoreline?
Oh my God.
Surprise, everybody. Get pranked. We missed 13 seconds, and in those 13 seconds, Keanu takes a 2-0 lead. I mean, welcome back.
I feel like this is the Keanu curse, right?
Because put them back on stream, see if they win.
Right, we haven't seen them on stream. The moment they're not on stream, they score 2 goals in under 20 seconds, right? You were talking about not being able to count them out. You are absolutely right,
what? Yeah, go back to casters or something. See if they keep winning.
Yeah, exactly.
This is incredible. I mean, Keanu, they have woken up. It took 2 games instead of 1, which isn't preferred, but it's not too late.
I mean, that's what we talked about, right? The second or third game was where the difference has to come in.
You nailed it. You said it doesn't have to be game number 2.
Yeah.
You've still got games 3 and at least game 4 to work with. Well, Keanu, they've figured something out, and now they're in a very unique position, something I haven't been able to talk about yet, where hypothetically, they no longer have to score, right? Ooh. They just have to make sure Northwood doesn't do that.
Again, yeah. Yeah, and get away with 1, right? But we can't have that happen again. That was actually some, okay.
The demo goes crazy
That was
there.
some insane acrobatics there from Blaze.
Yep.
Like, I don't even know what that was.
They went for the demolition, and then
Okay,
Yeah.
that's a really good example of split focus. They
Right.
went for the demo instead of ball control,
Yeah.
and it was too late, so the ball still just rolled into goal. The concept is there, the idea is there, but unfortunately the execution is not to par in that moment. Luckily enough, Keanu, they've still got that one more goal of a quote-unquote safety net, as, you know, as Northwood scores one more time, we're just tied up and nobody has a comfortable lead. 3:41 on the clock. We have hardly touched game number 3, and oh, that was almost a Hail Mary, but close, just not going to cut it. Close, only going to count hand horse and shoe grenades. Northwood, they find themselves only 90 seconds off the clock, and the pressure not even building against them yet. They've got more than enough time to respond.
What a redirect.
Oh,
And the
wow!
follow-up from Volts. Okay, that was beautiful.
That was scary for a second.
That was absolutely. I mean, watch this from Comp, right? He hits the flip reset, and then at the last moment deflects it again after he hits the ground, serving it up beautifully for Volt. That was artistic.
Very similar to that one goal where no one was looking at Comp. Felt very similar. They weren't looking at that third man. Somebody snuck in, took ball control at the end, and found the goal. So maybe Keanu can start noticing a pattern. There's a pattern presented here. Maybe Northwood's only watching 2 of the 3. The third man's been pretty snaky so far, and it's been working out pretty well for Keanu. They need to keep this pressure built, though. We're not even halfway done with game number 3, but to guarantee us even a game 5, I'd be ecstatic.
Oh, absolutely. Would love to see it happen here today. And Keanu is making it look more and more likely. We are just about halfway through this game number 3. Volts with another opportunity here, but Buddy gets in the way, rather. Boots it up into the air. Now, golden opportunity here for Northwood. They just drive it in like it's nothing.
I mean, just a phenomenal placement there. And it's funny, you know, you say Buddy's name here, and I want to talk about this a little bit. Buddy is one of those players where we're not saying his name because he's not doing anything wrong, but he's not the showy player either.
Right.
He's that secret backman, that secret setup player. And I want to give him his little bit of time in the spotlight. Northwood could not do what they do without him. He's never the one. He's never the striker. He's never the one to find the goal, but he's always there when the team needs him most, and he is arguably the glue of the Northwood roster.
Okay, that was a nasty hit. The follow-up. Massive. Northwood ties it up. 2.5 minutes left to go here, Zeptalin.
That is insane. Keanu had a 2-goal lead 2 times. Now they've lost it 2 times. We're tied up the lead, not lost yet, but non-existent anymore either. Almost exactly at the halftime here. And, I mean, there's more than enough time. 6 goals in 2.5 minutes. This is already our highest scoring game, and that number has to go up by at least
Another
one more.
one? Oh, my gosh.
Line coast-to-coast blocked out.
Yeah, just barely gets in the way of it at the last moment. Now an opportunity here, once again, for Northwood, but Keanu able to get in the way enough. Hockey tries to keep the pressure on, but Safety going to go the way of Keanu that time. Beautiful flick in the follow-up from Volts. Volts has really come alive this game.
Volts has been shocking this game so far.
You know, you talk about, we talked about potentially having to shut down Comp, right?
Yep.
And we saw just at the beginning of that clip, there was a lot of pressure being put on Comp. But when you put a lot of pressure on Comp, well, that just leaves the other players free reign.
Yep.
And Volt has been the one that has been consistently making the difference there, right? They're recognizing that pressure that's going on to Comp, and they're seeing that, you know, Comp is good enough to where he can make something of it. Maybe not a shot.
Oh,
what?
Close, but no cigar.
Yeah.
Hockey gonna miss that tie-up shot once again. And Keanu's doing something interesting here, Juggle, that I'm not sure they're even doing on purpose, but you just brought light to it. It's almost like they're playing Comp as a decoy.
Right.
And it's like, oh, no, wow, no way.
Wow.
Oh, my goodness, 2 misses in a row there. The third might be found, but no, gonna be blocked out by Comp there. Lion Blaze gonna go for that quadruple attempt. Third time wasn't the charm. Can it be number 4? The crossbar decides it's not. Number 5 doesn't even work. 5 shots in a row down the drain for Northwood. 80 seconds remain. A demolition from Hockey. The ball momentum stolen away from Buddy here in the center field. Going to be knocked towards the goal of Northwood off the top. I thought it had a little bit more drop to it. Unfortunately, does not drop fast enough. The follow-up going to be blocked out even further against Keanu. Down to 60 seconds. Juggle. They don't need to play offense. They just need to play an insanely hard defense.
Yeah, exactly. Of course, they're not going to argue with a little bit of insurance on the board, but you're absolutely right. They just need to prevent this from going in, and that is exactly what Lion Blaze makes happen.
Incredible. Lion Blaze, I believe his 2nd hat trick of the series there. Just clean up there. Comp, unfortunately, 1 second too late. 1 second makes all the difference, folks. Keanu, Northwood, 4-4. This is frightening. Oh, Hockey finds the demo. Buddy finds the block and bolts. Tries to go for one from beyond the grave, but just can't line it up. The Demolition Derby possibly about to begin. A clean knock in, but Comp there to catch it. And that will not be a goal for Kiana. We are down to double digits on the clock. 35 seconds remaining. Buddy looking to seal the deal.
Northwood keeping the pressure on. The ball goes just a little bit wide. 30 seconds left to go here. Zeptalins and Northwood really tightening the screws right now on Keanu. Buddy going to be able to center the ball a little bit. Follow-up coming in here from Hockey. Aerial dribble into the goal. And that's going to give them their first lead in this game with 16 seconds to spare.
The first lead and probably the only one that matters, Juggle. That is such an unfortunate timing. The third man from Keanu overextends. They misread the play and they leave an open goal. Nobody home to catch out Northwood in that final moment. 15 seconds left. Keanu down but not out.
I've seen people score with 0 seconds on the clock.
yeah.
We know it is possible here. Can Keanu do it against one of the best teams in the country? The pressure building down to single digits on the clock. Keanu racing the clock more than racing Northwood. A great setup here. Brings it up into the goal. Brings it up high to the right side, but it's going to be ball control in favor of Lion Blaze. He tries to knock it down, takes it up and over 2 defenders. It's going to be knocked into the far left corner. Nobody there to catch it. Buddy looking for the insult to injury. Knocked away by Comp, and the ball still alive. Will continue to be so until it hits the ground. Can Keanu force that overtime? Can they make the miracle run happen? Unfortunately, will not happen here in game number 3.
Wow, what a phenomenal comeback from North.
Truly.
But we've got to talk about how good Keanu is looking right now. They're still getting those what do I call them? Advantageous is not the word I'm looking for, but these goals during the rotations, right? Like a lot of times we're seeing I think the most success out of Keanu when possession is turned over.
Yes, sure.
Right? That's what's happening here. And so they really took advantage of that. It really showed in a big way last time, but just the mental fortitude that it took Northwood to be able to come back in that match after such a dominating start from Keanu. Again, speaks volumes about this squad.
Yeah, Keanu doing a much better job here with shots on goal.
Yes.
6 this time, double what we saw in games 1 and 2. But on the other side, Northwood 16 shots on goal in 5 minutes. So what we're seeing is arguably a really good example of proactive versus reactive. We've learned early both of these teams want to be proactive.
Yes.
But that's not how that works.
Right.
Somebody has to be the reactive team.
Yeah.
And unfortunately, Keanu just cannot flip the script. They cannot break the mold. They cannot get out. And Northwood continuously kind of peppers them down. It was the last 30-ish seconds when Northwood found that last goal to win the game, then when they broke the tie. There was just this play style in which they felt like a boa constrictor. You know, they were like very far out, and they continued to almost close in the walls. All 3 players continuing to move in towards that goal until inevitably they pepper the shot in. They find that bonus goal, and they win it out. Game number 4, Juggle, I hate to say it, we're already looking at Keanu's last chance to stay alive.
Yeah, we absolutely are. 5 minutes separates them between going home with second place and continuing in this series. Lion Blaze going to put up a nice aerial dribble down towards Keanu's side of the pitch. Goes a little bit wide, so Hockey going to see if they can redirect it in, but a beautiful clear by Comp that should buy Keanu a little bit of time to try and rotate and see if they can make this aggressive stance here against Northwood.
30 seconds off the clock, no goals found. I believe this is the first game in which we've gone 30 seconds, the first 30 seconds without a goal. So that's quite fascinating. It shows Keanu is stepping it up a little bit. They're going blow for blow here with Northwood, but a great block out will not guarantee them that first goal. Instead, will keep us at those big old goose eggs there at the top of your screen. Nearly a minute off the clock now, and the pressure continues to ramp as nobody has established that dominance. Could this be the opening goal? It will! Lion Blaze! I mean, no pun intended here. This kid is on fire.
Yeah, they absolutely are. Lion Blaze has been the key to so much of Northwood's success today. Beautifully reading that pass out of the corner, just knocking it in. Again, making it look almost effortless. But,
Absolutely.
But, you know, it's all set up by that pressure that Northwood keeps putting on Keanu, right? There's only so many times you can make a save in, in your side of the field and not be put out of position. Some way, somehow, and that's what happened there.
Speaking of being out of position, Hockey with a great demolition there. The pass is not connected. Critical, just again, a second of difference breaks the cast. I mean, it just come on. Somebody's got to stop
Blaze.
this kid. I mean, this is just devastating so far. The Mavix replays are all going to be him at this rate. This is just incredible. And Northwood, I know some of you can hear me. I'm putting you on the spot. Where was this guy all season? I saw you 4 times. I've never seen Lion Blaze before. I got to know, what was this guy doing in the wings? What was he doing hiding in the shadows to come out in grand finals and lead the charge like this?
Right? Yeah, it's like a secret weapon. You hold on to it until the last moment. You know, this is their final form. This is Northwood's final form right now.
Yeah.
And it is terrifying to behold. Minute and a half under. Oh, wow. What again, Lion Blaze. Lion Blaze comes up with that save as well. Buddy now trying to drive it down towards the goal. Gets around a defender. Oh, just slight misjudge there by Keanu. That one hurts.
That one hurts for sure. I mean, again, we're going to see a defender show up about a second too late. There it is.
Yeah.
Unfortunately, not there to catch it in time. I guess you could say Lion Blaze has the lion's share of momentum.
And that they do.
Thank you for laughing. I feel like no one else did.
Man, I will always appreciate a good pun, a good play on words. I mean, that's, you know, it's a part and parcel for what you have to do as a caster, I think. So I tip my hat to you, sir, as Lion Blaze once again in control of the ball, putting pressure on Keanu. Volt's trying to alleviate some of that and actually doing a very good job as well, but Hockey able to pick it back up. Looking for an aerial dribble. Comp comes in to knock it away. Right now, Northwood just not being able to follow up on some of these starts that they have.
Right.
Keanu doing a great job of interrupting them right before really they can get firm control of the ball. And now they've got an opportunity.
Yep, and we're about halfway done with what unfortunately feels like might be our last game. Keanu, they need to score 3 times in 2.5 minutes. Definitely not a comfortable place to be in a moment like this one, but it's not impossible. I'm not ready to count them out yet, but running raw statistics and seeing how often they score in game, it feels like it could be unlikely. Comp trying to prove me wrong, but the defense of Northwood going to make sure that I'm right on that original statement. 2:15 remain, and all of a sudden, Keanu staring a 4-0 grand finals loss in the face.
$1,500 in scholarship money on the line. Demo coming in favor of Keanu now, so that should give them a moment to try and regroup, get things under control. Again, nice aerial dribble comes in from Lion Blaze. The follow-up is there as well. Jay gets in the way, though, at the last moment. Buddy prevents it, though, from continuing down towards Northwood side of the pitch, but Comp picks it back up. Beautiful aerial dribble, but is disrupted at the last second by Lion Blaze.
The disruption, well, here's 100 seconds on the clock. 1 goal per 33 seconds right now is possible for Keanu, but I don't know if they're going to get ball control consistently enough to pull it off. Comp finds the ball hurtling towards his own goal, and Jay has to get there in time, get out of the way, make sure that Northwood cannot score. Once again, we're down to 1 goal per 30 seconds, and the pressure continuing to rack against Keanu. It's like they're not even fighting Northwood anymore. They're fighting the timer. They're running out of time to make this happen.
Yeah, minute 20 left to go. That's got to be just about a little under 30 seconds per goal right here. Right now, Comp looking for another opportunity. Keanu has been pushing pretty heavily against Northwood, so they're generating these opportunities that we need to see. More shots on goal, the more likely they're going to go in. 1 minute now remaining. Septilence and Northwood on the attack again.
Northwood has the action packed against them. 50 seconds left on the clock. I mean, this is just going to be great. They've got the full lion's share of momentum. They've got a 3-point lead. 1 goal per 15 seconds right now from Keanu, and Buddy looking for the nail in the coffin. Just can't find it yet. It's still doable. 1 goal per 12 seconds for Keanu. It is continuing to work against them. Unfortunately, as we dip down into these 30 sub-seconds, I just don't think it's going to be doable.
We're going to see Jay chasing down the ball right now. Lion Blaze picking it back up. 30 seconds, like you said, left to go. Jay has an opportunity here, but disrupted once again. Buddy trying to read the situation right now. It doesn't have to work too hard because Lion Blaze is there again. Nice tip from Jay, but it's going to be Buddy who catches up to it again. 10 seconds left to go here. Septilence. This looks like it is going to be Northwood taking home the victory, and they put another insurance goal on the board.
As if they needed it, Juggle. As if they needed it. I mean, this was an incredibly dominant performance, but folks, I don't know how else to stress 3 of the best individual players in the entire country are on the same team. You don't see that often. You know, you look back at our Overwatch teams, both teams had a player that was one of the best in the country. But these are 3 individual players, and they proved that here with a 4-0 victory over Keanu College. Now, Juggle, if I'm not mistaken, Northwood participating in 4 of our events this weekend.
Yeah.
That is their first medal on the board. They already won Valorant. That did not take place this weekend. They are 2 for 5 right now. 3 to go, one of them coming up next.
Yeah, and look at him right now. It's like just another day in the office for him.
They're so used to it at this point.
Yeah.
I mean, it's such a difficult team to challenge.
Yeah.
They scrim with pro teams. They are pro teams.
Yeah.
Like, it's incredible. They are the highest possible caliber of collegiate Rocket League.
Yeah, and Keanu did a phenomenal job going toe-to-toe with him. I mean, especially game number 3.
Yes.
Absolutely stellar play coming out from them. And looking on into the spring, I cannot wait to see what both of these teams are capable of.
My expectations were pleasantly defied. I mean, I was very surprised with what Keanu brought to the table. Unfortunately, the 4-0 is never going to tell the story that we just experienced, but it really goes to show, a lot of those games, I think every game except the last was very, very, very close. Keanu
very competitive.
Just unfortunately couldn't jump that last 10%. Northwood constantly had that one goal over them, but like you said, when we wrap this, if we run this back in the spring, I mean, that could be a whole new story.
Yeah, it could absolutely be completely different. So, wonderful play that we've seen here today from Rocket League, from Keanu College, and Northwood University. Of course, that's what we've come to expect out of Northwood.
Absolutely.
And certainly not disappointed here. And let's take another look at some of these great plays that we saw here. And you love to see the excitement.
I love it.
Well.
I love that we can hear them too. Every time somebody scored, this happened in Overwatch too. Every time someone did something great, we could hear the teams. We could hear everybody in here kind of get really hype and excited. But Juggle, I'm bummed to say it. I hate that we're done already.
I know.
But unfortunately, I think that's everything from Juggle and I on the desk. I mean, it's really been a great time to be here. I want to take a moment and just kind of, while we've got the mics for the last time this weekend, thank everybody that made this possible. Of course, everyone from NACE Starleague that brought us out here, all of our phenomenal sponsors, including Mavix, including Corsair. There's so many sponsors that we can definitely go out there and thank, and they'll all get their due shout-outs, but, I'll run it down. Extra Life, Duncan, Corsair, Mavix, Monster, BetterHelp, ROTC, Garmin, all of them just as important as the sooner or later. And it's been real, folks. It's been a lot of fun to be here. We're very excited to be here. And I don't actually know if Los is ready yet. I don't want to throw him on the spot.
No. We won't. We can gab for a little bit longer because I want to thank a couple people too.
Yeah, of course.
I want to also take a moment to thank Nerd3 Gamers and Localhost in particular. Right, being able to come here to the block, it's just a phenomenal facility, an absolutely phenomenal facility. I know we've got a camera out on the floor at some point. Should just take a pan.
Seriously.
And just look at this entire place
gorgeous.
because it is. It's absolutely stunning. So
the space is very well utilized. I think that's something we don't see super often. Like people usually it can get a little bit clunky, it can get a little bit scattered, but the space in here is incredibly well utilized.
It's very aesthetically pleasing.
True. It
really, really is.
I could not agree more. I also realized we didn't thank our whole production team, the whole people putting this entire broadcast out to you guys. Very uncool of us, but a big shout out to all of our producers and observers, and of course a shout out to the teams for being here.
Yes.
Teams are here from all across the entire country. That's hard. They had to fly to be here. Some people drove to be here. It's not always easy to be here, and we greatly appreciate every team for being here. I, of course, want to give a shout out to my family who's watching. That's very sweet. I love you guys. Want to give you your deserved attention, but it's been real, everybody. Thank you all so much for joining us. We love each and every one of you. Check your posture, drink some water. Don't forget to love each other. Enjoy the rest of this weekend. It's going to be banger after banger series, but as of now, that's everything from us. Los, take it away.
And here you have it, Northwood University, the NACE Starleague Grand Finals champions, and what a series it was. A clean victory for this squad, but after the first matchup, things were pretty close. What were your initial thoughts of Keanu, and did they shift at all after the first match?
I'd say they definitely caught us off guard after the first match, but we adjusted and made the necessary changes and won the series.
What did you think of this squad before you stepped into the server with them?
I thought they had no chance, honestly.
Is that a sentiment shared by everybody on the team?
Yeah, I'd say we all think the same.
Is there any squad that you think within the NACE Starleague did give you a hard time?
I think we went perfect regular season, so I don't think anyone took us. So.
No, not even close, folks. Northwood, just that confident. However, there was a moment where Keanu came out the gate in the third match, I believe, with 2 goals in the first 13 seconds. What happened?
I think we tried to do a kickoff, and I ended up own goaling the first one. And then the second goal, I forget what happened, but it was just unlucky.
Maybe it's good we didn't see that on stream.
Yeah.
That might be for the best for everyone at Northwood. But I want to talk about the communication, or at least the teamwork. The infield passes from all three of you were just phenomenal. What's the structure? Who's making the calls?
We just keep our comms up and keep communicating like every second and making sure we know like what each other are doing, so it makes it easy to play.
Okay, well, as you said, there wasn't much competition here in the NACE Starleague for you, but you came out as the grand champions. What's next for the Northwood Rocket League squad?
So we're gonna have a little bit of break over winter break, and then we're coming back in spring zero, I think, and then we're gonna have a few lands in the spring semester, so we're gonna try to win those.
Okay, well, the future is looking pretty bright for Northwood. But now I'm so excited to give you guys the trophy here for the NACE Starleague. Congratulations on your victory. Add another trophy to that Northwood University championship case. I'm sure it's going to get full by the end of this event. Well, congratulations, boys.
Thank you.
Come on, lift it up. What are you doing? Be a little bit more excited, guys. There you go. Buddy, hockey, Lion, Blaze. I almost said Heart. I would never say the wrong name because you better not get it twisted with Northwood University. They are coming for heads here at the NACE Starleague Grand Finals. And we got some more Northwood coming up in Smash right after this quick break. The NACE Starleague Grand Finals are brought to you in part by Corsair, the official peripherals partner of NACE Starleague. Duncan, NACE Starleague runs on Duncan. Extra Life, play games to change kids' health and change the future.
Everybody to the NACE Starleague Grand Finals here for the 2022 fall season, and it is time for Smash Bros. Ultimate. I am Dak alongside Rod as we get into our Grand Finals matchup here between Northwood and Wichita State. It is going to be a sick best-of-3 crew battle, and I can't wait to jump into this one. How you doing, man?
I'm good, man. How are you? I know you're
chilling.
Hey, you're feeling good and you're looking good, man.
Good,
you know what I'm saying? It's always a treat when players meet, but of course we got to talk about what's getting ready to go down here. Now, of course, we got these two very, very wonderfully stacked teams getting ready to throw down, and one of the oldest and one of the most prolific formats in Smash history, the crew battle. And I'm so happy about this, man, because we don't get to see these very often.
Yeah, man. I mean, I think as time has gone on in the Smash community, crews have kind of fallen by the wayside. Even like
Facts.
doubles has for like, Squad Strike. I'm a cruise guy. Ever since the Brawl days, I've been a cruise guy.
Man,
and we
a
have
culture.
I mean, that is one of the best ways to see great talent in Smash outside of actual bracket. Like if you're not money matching, you're not actually in bracket, it's crew battles. And we have two of the best teams in North America here competing for that grand finals prize, which is going to be a nice $2,000 for first place. And then the second place team will be getting $1,000. But hey, they're not only playing for the money, but also the bragging rights. Who's going to come out on top here tonight?
That's right, man. That's $1,000 more than you came in here with. Let's put it that way. Now, of course, there are two teams, Northwood and Wichita State.
Yes.
Two teams that have had a really strong season. I believe Wichita, of course, coming in super duper hot, has a really stacked. And honestly, too, looking at the lineup of characters between both sides, I know we talked about before we jumped onto the broadcast, but there's almost like a difference in character styles. One side's a little lopsided. There's some glass cannons, if you will. We got some Captain Falcon, we got some Roy.
Yep.
But on the opposite side, they seem to be a little bit more even, not just in terms of what the characters can do in the crew battle, but also tier listing as well.
Yeah, that's the thing I think about these two teams is that you have a very David versus Goliath situation here, right? Like Northwood, not just full of some of the best collegiate players, but actually some of just the best players in the Midwest for Ultimate at the moment.
That's right.
Doing really well at Big House. I mean, like Frostbite, for example, 13th at Big House recently. Like a team that has solid results outside of the collegiate space. Whereas Wichita State, a really solid track record throughout the season, as you can see on the board here, but not a team that has like major notable results outside of collegiate space. So that's like a team that really is kind of like the underdog going into this against Northwood, who has Sensational, who has Frostbite, Copal, like So Good Pop. Like these are players that are known in Midwest for being some of their best characters and players. And it is now time to jump in to meet these players. So we're going to throw it over to Los to introduce both squads.
We heard you like Northwood, so we got a whole extra squad coming in for Super Smash Brothers. They've been making their tour. They've been going to Riptide, the Big House, making placements in doubles and singles. Let's bring out some of the players representing Northwood University. We've got Sensational, Copal, So Good Pop, and a man described by his teammate Copal as Skinny Marth player. It's Frostbite. Soon, TM. Hey, you know what? It is what it is. They're all having a good time. We're about to have a good time. The thing is, this squad and the synergy, it's all about making fun of each other, but now about to make some big moves. Let's give it up for Northwood Esports. And now their opponents coming out from Wichita State University. They're here to make an upset. They're here to take the throne. It's N-City, G-Gamp. We got Linny as well as Gamer Dog, a Rob who wants to make sure that his best friend Mayo knows what's up. Big Mayo guy is what we've heard. And there you have it, folks. Dak, are you excited for this one? I think we are. Let's send it back to the casters.
Thanks, Los. Very much appreciated. I'm very excited. I mean, my man's bringing the hype out here.
Yeah.
So Eventually the players made it out onto the stage, thankfully. So we do have both teams out there. And yeah, Rod, I mean, these are the players that we expected to see here. Just going through this season, both of these teams extremely dominant.
That's right.
Both teams have 2-0'd every other team they played in the playoffs. Northwood in particular, I mean, from what I read, I mean, I don't think they've dropped a set. Like, they are incredibly, incredibly talented. And this is a situation where both teams have not really met that opposing force that's been able to really stifle them, right? Especially in Northwood's situation. That goes, I think, for every game that Northwood is competing in here today. Like, they are the favorite coming into this, and it's kind of up to Wichita State. By the way, you know, in a battle of two Midwestern schools here, from Michigan versus Kansas, to really come out on top and prove that, okay, they might not have the same results and caliber as the teams on, or the players on Northwood, but they certainly have what it takes to make it this far, and now to take it all.
That's right, no doubt about it, man. I think, like, looking at this as well, too, given just the history in Midwest Smash, I know we talked about before we jumped on, but just to kind of reiterate, you know, between, like, you know, parts of Michigan and, of course, with Kansas as well, there's a lot of rich history there. When I think of Kansas, I think of, like, just some notable names. MJG, I think of Shaky. You know, very strong names. Of course, there's absolute legends in their own right. But as we have seen in multiple formats of bracket, not even just Smash, like other fighting games, you can't quite sleep on Michigan, man. You know, Sensational, of course, an absolute menace, you know, as well as the rest of the team out there, man. So just, of course, given the history, there's a lot of makings, you know what I'm saying, that's going to, you know, kind of push them to that next level. Very curious to see how this one is all going to go down, because we have seen, you know, players kind of get to that grand final spot. They're doing their damn thing all season, and then boom, here we are. Man, that one team that we got to go against, we didn't see this play from them earlier in the season, but they're bringing their A game now. So you can't get lazy here.
Yeah, I mean, we've talked to Northwood and their coach about that previously, where, like, when you're a team that's so dominant, it's easy to kind of rest on your laurels, right?
That's
and
facts,
like, okay, like, the other teams kind of start to catch up. Northwood, I feel like, it has been, like, cognizant of that, right? Like, they know that they're such a strong team. They have players that can run through, and I'm pretty sure 3 of the 4 players on Northwood have literally ran through an entire team and 12-stocked them on their own. I'm pretty sure Kopel actually, off-stream, earlier in the regular season, took 24 stocks against the team. Literally, they put in Kopel, and they crushed. They didn't need anyone else for the entirety of the best of 3. So, like, this is a team that has proven themselves on an individual level to be able to take out entire teams. That's pretty scary for Wichita State coming into this. But, of course, in a crew battle situation, one of the most unique things about it is that counterpick potential, right? Like, that's what allows character specialists who normally might falter in a regular singles bracket scenario actually flourish in crews, because they can come in and matchup check you or provide a counterpick option that you might not necessarily have in another scenario. That's where Wichita State kind of has to come into here, because we were talking about this before the broadcast. Their character pool is actually really meta and really solid. You got Mario, Rob, Palutena, like all these characters that you're expected to see. There's one of them right there, Palutena.
There she is.
And then against Kopel, the King K. Rool, who is known to dominate on this Northwood squad. We're about to get right into this. This is our first game of the series here for the grand finals. Let's get into it.
Let's go ahead and jump right into this, man. So I'm very curious to see how this one's going to go down. Now, you talked about the importance of making sure that you have different sort of characters on your utility belt, different sort of characters in your pocket. The issue with K. Rool, and this is a good issue to have, is that he just lives forever. And he's also a hard matchup check. Yes, the other team has more meta characters, but let's keep it real, man. Like, all those characters are good when they have multiple stocks. How strong are you when you only got so many stocks to work with? And that's how this one is going to really unfold. As it stands right now, we're starting to see the long-range gameplay right here come out from K. Rool. Kopel, of course, really making sure that that crown gets right to work.
Yeah, NCity's actually done a great job of keeping this close. As I say that, though, the forward tilt is going to get that first stock, and now it becomes scary. Palutena working from behind, a character that notoriously has trouble killing, and that paired up against K. Rool, one of the heaviest characters in the game. It's going to be difficult to take this first stock off Kopel.
Again, and it's so weird to see the differences in formats right now. In doubles, Palutena is amazing. She can combo to herself. She can combo the opponent. She passes so well. In singles, of course, we see what she can do, but in a crew battle, she's not only just fighting for herself here, she's fighting for her teammates. And that's what makes this situation just that much more dire. Very smart, though, playing the King K. Rool's weakness. Going to run right on stage, go for forward air, and close that one out.
Yeah, this is a scenario where you can't miss those offstage kill opportunities, especially against someone like K. Rool, who has such a linear and obvious telegraphed approach back to the ledge. And NCity doing just that, getting back in, but the confirms Kopel's getting not only off the crown, but off the cannonball, and then the raw dash attack takes that second stock. And Kopel now almost has a full stock lead here on NCity.
Love that, man. King K. Rool later know his big boy season all year, man. Love that. Dash attack in the corner is going to get it done. This is smart. not faltering in the corner. Palutena's ledge trapping capabilities, of course, feels second to none at times. That down tilt right to the forward into the back here, of course, it can be a really rough rinse and repeat situation. Belly strong, but it ain't that strong.
Nice.
Okay.
I like using the up air there to try and counter the crown throw. So it keeps him alive in the corner. The crown's going to respawn off stage. Now struggling in the corner as we've seen this K roll. But the forward air at the platform will now create some breathing room here. A little bit of space. That forward smash might have even killed there with the rage that K roll has. And now Instantly starting to get a little bit sloppy here. Missing some grabs, missing some throw attempts. And that's allowing Copel to slowly but surely get some extra credit on this second stop.
And you know what? One thing I completely spaced on was kind of how scary the trapping is from King K. Rool as well in the corner. I mean, we don't really get to see it as much because a lot of the KOs just due to his strength, you know, come from either center stage or just really anywhere where he decides to swing and catches you. But, you know, again, in the corner, being able to use that command grab, sucking you in, throw you out off stage. Palutena's strong recovery system, but it's not the best one in the game. We'll put it that way. King K. Rool can certainly show some of the weak areas in that. Come here. Come here. Yeah, that's going to go ahead and do it.
Pretty sure Entity rolled right into that blunderbuss as well. So the command grab lands. Copel takes that, only dropping a single stock. So again, like I mentioned, Copel had previously in the season defeated a team with a 24 stock run, right?
Yeah.
Took out an entire team twice by themselves. So to think about this from from that perspective, Copel can absolutely do that right here.
That's right.
Still has 2 stocks in the bank now. So now we're going to look at the rest of Wichita State's squad. They have GamerDog, they have G-Camp, they have Linny. So GamerDog on the Mario Rob is what we've seen them play in the season previously.
Right.
G-Camp is more of a FGC character player, Ken and Ryu.
Sure.
And then we have Linny on the Mega Man. So from those choices, who do you think we're going to see going into a
You know, I think I like the dynamic between Mario and Rob for 2 very, very different reasons. I think Rob, of course, has the ability to not only play the long game and kind of stall King K. Rool out in some moments where Palutena has to come in and get a little bit more handsy. He can do that too. I mean, it's no secret that, you know, Rob can box with some of the best in the game. Almost to the level of like, damn, is this dude a DLC character? But no, all jokes aside, he can definitely get in and stay in, but he can also use the laser and the long range capabilities to keep him out. I do like Mario. I don't know if I like Mario in this exact moment where you have to play catch up from behind. Now, if Mario's like the anchor, that's one thing. He has the ability to, you know, showcase that really good footwork. The combo potential is certainly there. The rinse and repeat of what Mario can do just over and over and over again just kind of wears at the mental. But I think for this moment here, I'd like to see the Rob come out just to, again, try to even the playing field a little bit more.
I think I'm with you there because the Mario is very much a double-edged sword. If you go for Mario, Mario can absolutely combo K. Rool, but the range game is absolutely in K. Rool's favor, right?
Facts.
Like forward air, back air, like you have that pivot grab that we saw Copel going for pretty often. That's really difficult for Mario. And I'm going to cheat a little bit. We heard the Rob. Okay, so we know the Rob is coming.
Dang, are we commentators? Almost like we're commentators. You know what we're talking about.
I'm pretty sure it's Rob, yeah, because Rob has that combo potential, but doesn't lose the range game.
Facts.
So you want to go into it with that. I was thinking that we might potentially see the fighting game characters too come in, maybe Ken and Ryu, but I think that's a bit more of a risk. Rob's never a risk.
No.
Not a risk runner out here. The Rob is always a good choice, and we are going to get started. GamerDog now looking to even things up here for Wichita State.
That's right. GamerDog, of course, is kind of setting the tone early. Kind of like what we talked about before. Letting the gyro do the talking for him. Letting the gyro kind of break that ice into neutral. But again, getting caught in the corner. Now, another thing to take into consideration. Oh, no, he did not. Took him to the top and dropped him off in the blast zone. Beautiful stuff right here from Copel. And again, this lead just not showing any signs of slowing down.
And I was going to say, one bad part about this matchup, of course, Rob is big.
That's right.
We all know. But that also means you're going to get cheesed at the top with those up Bs. Copel now looking to get some extra credit. Almost goes for it again and just barely whiffs. Now GamerDog looking to even things up, but so far has not been able to generate momentum whatsoever. The counter on the arm rotator, and that is again another missed opportunity for GamerDog to try and get things in their favor.
So
no way!
Is
that 2 frame? Or I think that just peaks just past the ledge. The dash attack lands, and a major lead now for Northwood as Copel is now in the lead with stock.
And this is exactly what I was talking about before. The survivability factor right here from Copel has just been second to none. But I'm very curious to see like how we could. Okay, how we can adjust the counter center. Wait a minute.
No, I know.
Yeah.
Don't get hit by that again.
Okay, threw me off right there, but hold on, threw him off as well. Caught in the corner here. The trapping, of course, from Rob, very scary. Has that quick down tilt, has the ability to jab and kind of pin K. Rool down. But K. Rool has that wonderful armor right there that Mr. Master Sakurai has blessed him with.
Wow. Copel just getting so much off the returning crown, and it's almost like GamerDog is really never in a position to deal with either that or like the trap of like, okay, I get hit with forward air if I don't avoid the crown. So makes it really difficult now for GamerDog to get back into this. I mean, Copel's at 135, but how do you approach? I mean, this Blunderbuss and Crown game is working so well. They're going to recover super high, but we know what happens there. Copel's going to give him the room, though. No incentive to approach, and then the retreating forward air down from the platform. Again, creating stage control here for Copel as GamerDog has yet to find any meaningful hit in this stock.
Okay, well, let's see if he can make this one meaningful. Gets the up air. That's right. Very smart right there. And that's just some tried and true Rob stuff there. 101. Don't pick up the character if you're not doing moves like that. Okay.
No way. That kills. That's a kill.
No way.
That's a kill.
And that's going to be enough to do it. And this is what I was talking about before, Dak. You know, again, one side kind of comes in with a lot of momentum coming in off just the regular season. But this is Grand Finals, man. This is completely different. If you got, you know, tricks up your sleeve, if you have things that you have not shown throughout the regular season, now is your time to bust them out. And that Rob combo looked very specific for him.
Yeah. And that's one of the best things about having a Rob or a character that just can like steal kills like that in a crew battle situation.
That's right.
Sometimes you need to get stocks immediately. You can't be messing around and waiting around for those kills to come to you. And Rob kind of takes the game into their own hands, or robotic, you know, whatever
finger cuffs,
the claws or whatever he has.
Yeah, right.
You know, he takes that in because he's able to convert off of a straight gyro hit and like, oh, okay, you're off stage, I'm going to arm rotor you and you're dead. So that's a nice part. I mean, Mario is a similar character in that way too, because you get a straight up air and like, you know, you're dead. So GamerDog has that kind of mentality just going into this, knowing what's capable for them in terms of immediately flipping the tables on the other team.
And I'm really glad you brought that up. There was one thing that I was very concerned about. Now, like you said, Rob does have the ability to take a stock from 0 to 100 very, very fast. But we did see a couple attempts thwarted by not just Nair because of the armor, but also the counter too. The minute he got him off stage, it was like, I know you're going to try to hit me with side B. Yeah. I'm just going to counter through that. So, yes, even if the combo strings aren't true, even if they aren't airtight, yes, you know, K-Rool's a big body. You can kind of smack him around a little easier. Sometimes it doesn't hurt to keep it just a little bit more ambiguous. Kind of mix them up a little bit more. Bait that air dodge out. Let's see what they do if I just approach and don't do anything. So
no, that's actually a really good point, and that's kind of the curse of being such a meta character is that when you're so popular, even when you're good, people know what to expect. So sometimes the best thing to do is to keep it ambiguous, even though if you know you have like a guaranteed kill confirm or like you know what you can look for in a situation. With a character like Rob, you have so many other tools that can make your approach so much more ambiguous. It's worth going for those options because most players are anticipating the tried and true normal bread and butter stuff that a meta character is going for every single stop.
100%, man. And I guess it also helps too that he had some buffs in the recent patch.
It also helps that he is good.
And he happens to be a little good
yes,
too.
He gets buffed for some reason.
Oh, wait a minute. Now on the topic of buffs right here, what happens when Wii Fit gets buffed and starts glowing colors, man?
So good is so good.
So good.
So good
right.
is so good, actually. Wii Fit Trainer is nasty. So I'm excited to see how this goes down. Two characters that are really good at slowing down the pace, right? Like Wii Fit, I mean, coming from New York, John Numbers, right? Like if you've been to Xeno, you know John Numbers. You know that Wii Fit Trainer can slow down the game real quick, but can also turn it up once they have deep breathing.
And I think we're going to see a little bit of both of that here, especially the off-stage presence. You know, we talk about, again, just the importance of survivability in a format like the crew battle format. I don't think there's very many characters in the cast that do it as good as Wii Fit Trainer for very obvious reasons. Of course, has the ability to live forever. Of course, can do stuff like that, can stay off stage and get out to some ranges where most characters can't come out to combat. So, of course, has the corner control on the ready, and this is exactly what you should be worried about. I can't land, and Wii Fit harasses very well, gets it done in the corner. Beautiful gameplay right there.
Yeah, Rob landing is not necessarily a guarantee in every matchup, and you do have to be careful against characters who can create space by having a projectile that can stay active while you can still attack. So Wii Fit Trainer definitely fits that bill. So that does mean that GamerDog does go down. So good pop jumping in to take out that final stock. So now it is up to Wichita State. They now have G-Camp and Lenny remaining. So the Ken, Ryu, and Mega Man.
That's right.
So coming into this one,
what are your thoughts? Because I'm thinking Mega Man, you know what I'm saying, as the anchor, but also Mega Man, a little bit of that matchup unfamiliarity, you know, can come through. And honestly, I thought the world had Mega Man figured out, but after watching Apex, there's still a lot more of Mega Man that is yet to be uncovered. But then also, again, just the sheer output of damage from Ken and Ryu. You know, most notably Ken, too, because the footwork and the combo potential. Ryu, of course, a little bit of a chunkier character with the hits, but very curious to see like which narrative they're going to kind of lean into for this.
Real quick, I'm going with Mega Man because I know they're picking characters. I'm going to put my guess in officially before.
Fair.
I'm going with Mega Man just because Ken and Ryu also just like Rob in some situations, if not more. Yeah, there's Mega.
There we go.
Because Ken and Ryu have such a hard time landing.
They do.
So against Wii Fit Trainer, like we just saw, So Good Pop is like landing coverage on a Rob. They're absolutely going to be able to do the same thing against a fighting game character. And then you can just kind of get like camped out, right? Like they can kill, but when they land those hits, it's very few and far between. Mega Man can play that same turtley defensive game, throw out lemons, throw out Crash Bomber, right? Like, and can also with hard knuckle edge guard Wii Fit Trainer pretty handily. No pun intended. So
there's not going to be very many opportunities for Ryu and Ken to kind of break that zone and then rely on the focus attack. Oh my God!
And you have like Leaf Shield, which can deal really well with Soccer Ball and allows you to approach. You're seeing it right there. It's gonna be hard for So Good Pop to really like create space against Mega Man, who has like fundamentally really good tools to stop anything that So Good Pop puts out.
And So Good Pop, of course, opening up this match off of their feet a lot. Looking for a lot of those falling up airs, those falling nairs. Of course, those are just low percent party starters for Wii Fit, but the fact remains the same. Mega Man, regardless of however you want to approach him in the matchup, has tools to catch you out of the air. Of course, Leaf Shield, like we talked about, has up air, has up tilt, has a lot of things to stop you from jumping around him. And we're seeing that just right now. But as heavy as Mega Man is, Wii Fit Trainer is glowing red, which means that it's almost time to put his stock to bed here.
And this is pretty even, but unfortunately for Wichita State, this is not a scenario in which they can play even, right? Like Northwood can trade out. They're up 3 stocks. So they would love to keep this even and just trade stocks all day because they're guaranteed to win based off of that. So Lenny really right now has to start putting the pedal to the metal and taking stocks with So Good Pop. And honestly really needs to win this by dropping maybe 1 stock at most. And it's too close for comfort in terms of percent. The forward smash is going to land, but it's way too close there and not at the corner, so it's not going to kill even with the rage. Up smash landing on the air dodge in. So Good Pop trying to cross up Lenny, and Lenny says no. So Wichita State getting that much closer to keeping things within par for Northwood.
Oh, I love that little conversion off the ledge right there. And yes, 1 step closer here. Now, I'd imagine we see a bit of a tone shift right here from So Good Pop. Of course, you know, you kind of lost that first stock, getting a little handsy with Mega Man. I mean, that's what happens. You know, you think you can because he's a projectile character or a projectile-based character for the most part, and then you end up losing that stock. But right here, Lenny kind of playing the long game right now, shifting the tone and understanding, yeah, I got the lead in terms of the stock count. Let me disengage a little bit, but disengage as you may, So Good Pop will find a way to take that stock.
I do love that Crash Bomber setup at the corner on the ledge right there, so they're looking for the stage spike and then get the back air. It didn't land, but it's a really good move because usually Wii Fit trainers, especially on this stage, will try to hug the stage with their up B, so they're going right towards where that Crash Bomber would be. Now 2 stocks apiece for both players, trying to salute the sun here a little bit, but I mean, it's been pretty rainy here in Philly, so it hasn't been too successful doing that so far.
No doubt about that, man. It's So Good Pop doing a really good job of just raining on Lenny's parade here, for lack of better terms, but as it stands right now, yes, this is exactly what I was talking about.
Very risky to go for that.
Off stage for free here. Mega Man does have the tools to get a little deep, man, with forward air, but most notably that back air, multi-hitboxes. Of course, you're not going to be able to air dodge through all of that with some ease. Oh, my God.
Well, it doesn't have ledge invincibility. Nice Soccer Ball to give him just enough breathing room to get back on stage, but at kill percent for sure. Another back air might be able to do it here from Lenny. So Good Pop recognizing that is completely slowing things down, but playing around too much at the ledge, gets caught off guard. And now a slight lead here for Lenny in stocks, but Wichita State needs more than that to stay alive.
Yeah, and again, we talked about it going into this match, kind of like just the aggressive nature that Wii Fit does have at points in times of the match. They can get close, run up, hold shield, wait for you to go for something, and boom, back air immediately. But the issue is that your back air is being met with maybe an even better back air, but wait a minute, just plummets to his demise right there. Mega Man explodes, and the task at hand on bringing this back just became that much harder, man.
Wow, yeah, fast falling off stage, looking for a really deep kill, and ends up SDing as a result. So giving So Good Pop a little bit of I guess a rebirth here in this, because now all of a sudden Lenny might not come out on top as obviously it might have seen previously. And Northwood certainly breathing a little bit there.
And I love this low percent kung fu that we're seeing right now from So Good Pop. Love that up throw. He knows that he's antsy right now. He lost that stock. He's trying to get as handsy as possible with them. And he just literally goes for up throw, runs out, baits out the air dodge, rinse and repeat on the situation. But that up tilt, though, busting up the fun. This is really clean here.
Oh, there's the Crash Bomber. No, but tries to go for the setup and just jumps right into the forward tilt from So Good Pop. So the Wii Fit trainer stays alive again, and a massive win there for them too, because that last stock is going to be reset back to 0. So there's another sign of life here from the remainder of these stocks from So Good Pop. 7 stocks still remaining from Northwood. Meanwhile, Wichita State is on their last player here already, just like that. on the brink of dropping this first series.
Yeah, and I think it just, again, the tone was set going into this with Copel. I mean, just that electrifying opening, you know, just, again, the ability to survive for long periods of time and just kind of set the foundation for what the rest of the team is to expect.
Yeah, we got a box player here, by the way.
I know, right? I was just getting ready to touch
player.
on that. Okay.
Okay, box player. Speaking of players, by the way, I want to shout this out. This is, by the way, the biggest NACE Starleague season, I believe, yet. Ever. We had so many schools. So we had 650 schools this season. I believe almost 4,000 teams, over 12,000 total students here. I think it was 12,824 students across the season, across all the games. The biggest season of NACE Starleague yet.
Beautiful.
And it's all culminating right here.
It's a beautiful thing to be a part of, man. You know, bridging that gap between esports and the educational format is something that we need to see much more of, and I'm glad that NACE is certainly leading the charge on that on all fronts.
Absolutely.
Such a beautiful thing to be a part of, man.
It is crazy that one of the, I mean, everyone's road ends here, right? But both of these teams have had such a great run here in playoffs. I mean, Northwood, they took out Full Sail, Michigan Tech, Manchester to get here. Wichita State defeating Dallas Baptist, Shawnee, Shenandoah, all teams that we saw on the broadcast throughout the season.
That's right.
Putting in their best efforts here, but these are the two teams that came out on top, and you can already tell that we're getting ready for the next set as well, even though things are a bit out of, you know, potentially out of contention of this first game. I'm pretty sure Wichita State's trying to get ready for the next one, unless we see a miracle play here from GCamp.
I got to be real, man. If there was ever a character to kind of bring you back from the depths, it has to be a character like Ken or Ryu that can just destroy you in a matter of few hits. You know, we talk about, again, like the inability to land, but just because you can't land doesn't mean that you can't use focus attack, man. Now, you have Nair, which is a multi-hitting move, but up air is just one hit, if I'm not mistaken. So, oh, my God.
Well,
yeah,
talking about landing.
He's going to have to use that focus attack, man, and be a little bit more ambiguous with those landing options. FADC is your best friend in this matchup.
Wow.
Oh, my goodness. But there ain't an FADC in the world strong enough to save you right there from that back air. Clean stuff from So Good Pop. Only on one stock, mind you, as well. Playing like he has all three.
I mean, we're talking a lot about Sensational and Frostbite, but it's been Copel and So Good Pop on the duet right here. Right? They have been holding it down for Northwood. So far, the only two players they've even needed. Oh, the full focus attack. That is going to get hard punished here by So Good Pop. I literally have not seen GCamp land more than maybe once or twice. I mean, this is dire straits now. Is So Good looking to take another stock and potentially routing 3/4 of this Wichita State team. That's not going to kill.
No, it's not, but that's certainly something to look out for. Okay, waits it out, unfortunately enough. Maybe waited just a little bit too long. Kind of goes back to that conversation we had beforehand where, like, yeah, you know what your combo strings are, but it doesn't hurt to be a little bit more ambiguous with the approach options, especially for characters that are a little bit more cut and dry, like Ryu and Ken. Does not seem to matter right here because So Good Pop cut from a different cloth altogether, not allowing them to land. Oh, my goodness.
That almost spiked, too. That would have been an absolute button on this final series here, this first series rather. So Good Pop now kind of playing with their food a little bit as GCamp has a massive hill to climb, needs to take out 7 stocks with just 1, and So Good Pop doesn't even want to let the rest of the team get in on the action. Attacks with that up air, breaking the focus attack, and then just like that, a simple forward tilt, almost enough. Focus attack. And,
now, wait a minute. Wait a minute, Mr. Dak. What did I just see?
I'm sorry. That's not how physics work.
Wait a minute. Now, that was supposed to wrap up that way, but unfortunately enough for Wichita State, it did not.
I can't believe that.
I know.
I can't believe it, but I don't. I don't. I refuse to, actually.
Now, I know that you and I have differences in opinion on Ryu and Ken versus Wii Fit. And in a crew battle format,
it's rough, bro.
It's rough. I get. But, man, like, there was a couple moments where he was able to FADC through some of those up airs. If you can figure out a way to land in between the zone that is Wii Fit, you'll be in a good spot. Because you can see the minute he got in front of him, he kind of, you know, he got a little scared.
I don't know,
he just started swinging haphazardly, and he was able to find a couple up tilts into the Shoryu. But he kind of did it to himself, though, on his behalf, because he got an up tilt Shoryu, but he kind of let him off the hook. And because of that, So Good Pop was able just to really close that thing out, man.
I think just the margin of error is so in Wii Fit Trainer's favor in that matchup, right? We're going to see the replay here. I mean, just look. Wii Fit doesn't have to commit at all. I can literally just, like, throw out soccer balls. Oh, I throw out up air. I'm just going to up air again or I'm going to land. Like, and that is
I'm sorry.
Crazy. And that is business as usual here for So Good Pop and the rest of Northwood. They look unfazed. They're literally just hanging out. Like, this is like any other set to them. And I think that's the mindset you're going to have to be. It should not be a big deal to you because you know that this set is yours, essentially. You just have to grasp it. You have to take it.
That's right.
And it's up to Wichita State to really figure out a way to break this fortress that Northwood has. I mean, they are, we were talking about this throughout the season. At a certain point, you can't just have a good character pool. You can't just have good player pool. You have to have both player skill and the character pools, right? And Northwood has that in spades. Not only that, they have, I mean, character specialists that are some of the best of their characters players in the country.
That's right.
Right? Like, we have literally one of the best Captain Falcons, like,
ever
in the country. I mean, So Good Pop, I think, is absolutely contention for one of the best, if not, you know, pretty much one of the best Wii Fit trainers in the country. I mean, Koppel, same thing. K. Rule, one of the best. I mean, it goes to show, and I think they're easily proving that they're not just a very strong collegiate team. They're strong Smash players in general, just across the board. I mean, I'm pretty sure all of these players are PR'd in their region, if not have been PR'd recently. Right. So, like, that's not something to scoff at. They're literally some of the best players in their states, in their regions, bar none.
That's right.
So you have a lot to go up against. And
unlike doubles, where, like, sometimes you just get, like, 2 really good players and throw them together and just hope for the best, there's actual synergy here. You can tell that these guys practice and train. They look over data. They look over, you know, the spreadsheets on who plays who, on what team, when are we going to play them, who should go in, who should stay back. And, you know, again, despite, you know, all of us knowing Sensational, didn't really see him play at all. You know, they kind of give us that less is more sort of mentality. Like, hey, we know that there are more explosive characters on this team, but it's not about being explosive. It's about survivability. It's about manageability of our stocks more than any other format, if you will, because we're not only playing for ourselves, we're playing for our teammates. So very curious to see what the mindset shift is going to be like right here for Wichita State as we go in to the next set. We got Mega Man kicking it off here, Dak, a bit of a turnaround. And I think of all the characters that I've seen in the last set, I kind of like the Mega Man gameplay the most. Of course, it was obviously the closest, but again, just the ability to kind of set the tone and kind of shift the pace of the match. Mega Man can kind of do that like no other.
Yeah, I actually think this is a pretty solid pick here. Not only does it allow, I think, still a pretty good matchup. Like, I think Mega Man on paper wins this.
Sure.
But you're not burning your Palutena so early.
That's right.
Right? Like, losing your Palutena as your first character is really hard. Oh, that hard knuckle would have killed. That up air comes out just in time here from Koppel. And now G-Camp on the Mega Man, looking for a way back on. Has been struggling a little bit from getting off the ledge, but does get back on again, looking for the hard knuckle. Doesn't find a
lot of respect.
Respecting the hell out of both of these players here. Holding shield hard. That Shuriken almost killed. The uppercut not going to be enough. And now it's up airs fishing and sharking through these platforms here. Koppel trying to get back into this. It's actually a slight lead here for Linny. On this Mega Man here. Sorry, not G-Cam, Linny. As we get one of our closest matchups, I think, so far in the series.
That's right, and it's certainly good to see. I mean, right as we say that, you know, the good old-fashioned commentary curse, that's right, breaking that poor robot boy's back. But that's okay, though. That's just one stock. Now, unlike other characters in the game, they're going to struggle to kill K. Rule in a moment like this. Mega Man not short on KO options, not short on a lot of options. Of course, recovering, putting on percent, and then a lot of those same moves that put on good percent are also going to be the same options that are going to take your stock nice. The immediate cancel on the forward air, rolls right behind him, and again, just kind of lets the KOs come to him. Sometimes I don't have to actually do a lot of approaching. Just given the nature of my toolkit, the options will come to me. Oh, the options will come to me just like this one here for Koppel.
Really good job there by Koppel, recognizing the crash bomb was on Mega Man and using that longer throw to keep Mega Man tied down before they could get that crash bomb off of them, and just getting a ton of damage. I mean, I was about to say, wow, this is pretty even, and then just like that, Koppel literally puts on 118% in like 15 seconds. Like, that is the devastation effect of K. Rule, is able to just rack up damage in a crazy manner. And Mega Man is not one of the fastest characters in the game, and you're not going to be able to avoid that down air if you're going to be playing around the ledge. And just like that, Koppel now with a massive stock lead here, and Northwood will take a little bit of a lead going into this first matchup.
Northwood playing absolutely out of their mind right now, Koppel to be exact, but same could be said here from Linny. I think I kind of smell what Linny's cooking. I'm starting to see a lot more down air come out. Now, down air, of course, really great option. Of course, used as a spike. We've seen it earlier. Right option on the wrong character, I'll put it that way. But when it's used in the neutral, I believe that move is like super plus. And I mean, when it gets tossed out, the opponent can't really do too much of anything. Nothing on the Z-drop crown, love that. Okay, getting kind of fancy here, looking for the stage spike this time, but you got caught in the corner before. The belly is out. But unfortunately for him, the stock is still here. And Linny right now fighting for his life. Oh, yeah, he's just tossing the belly out, man. I don't blame him, man. Let him know how you're moving.
Wow, I was getting no way.
Dang.
Off the top, Koppel with a really solid trap there on the platform, looking for the tech read and gets it perfectly. I mean, K-Rool's so big, one of those big characters that, like, the tech chase on a platform is like almost a given every time, right? Like K-Rool, Ridley, like all the DK characters like that just have full platform coverage. you never want to be in a tech scenario
No.
on PS2 against characters like that, and Copel knows that and just reaps the rewards for sure. And Rod, it is actually crazy to me. We're already past the halfway point of this set.
Yeah.
Northwood's already up by 1, and now they have the lead again. They have places to be.
They do.
Right? They're trying to, get out there.
They want to get out here and eat some cheesesteaks. And honestly, I don't blame them, okay? But honestly, before we get to that, of course, we got to get through this wonderful team that is Wichita State. Now, again, sure, same stock situation that we've seen in Game 1, but I think they know now, okay, these characters need to go first, certain characters need to go second, third, and fourth. Sending Mega Man in first, I think kind of puts Northwood on high alert, like, oh, okay, they're not just sending in the explosive characters. We know how to fight those. Yeah. There's a lot of data out there on how to deal with, Mario, how to deal with Ryu and Ken, Palutena. We know what their strengths are. They have some very obvious weaknesses. But again, Mega Man's, it's been a while, man. Like, beginning of Ultimate, a lot of Mega Man. DLC comes out, Mega Man disappears. But given these last so many weeks, Mega Man is kind of back onto the forefront, and I like this. Lenny, of course, kind of setting the foundation, the tone for what I'm kind of expecting to see for the rest of this set. Would like to see some characters that can maybe use their tools, slow this match down, kind of zone K-Rool out, kind of let the KOs come to you this time. K-Rool's kind of looking for that fight. Oh, you want to come in and get handsy with me? Well, I got a Nair that auto-cancels really well. I can throw armor out, and I got a command grab, man. So you got to work around some wonkier aspects of Ultimate. But with Rob, come on, man. I got gyro, I got laser, or sometimes you got the goddess of light herself, Palutena. We're not doing any of that.
Interesting choice here, I think, to bring NCity back into this because this wasn't a guaranteed. I'm pretty sure Copel did take this matchup last time, right?
That's right.
So it's going to be interesting considering Copel, I believe, only lost a single stock. So now in a matchup that this wasn't a guarantee for the Palutena. Like, how do you now, like, all right, I have a lead, but that doesn't really say too much against a character like K-Rool who can make, stocks just get deleted just like that. So with Palu, I mean, it is absolutely critical that you get these Nair trains off immediately. And we're seeing that from NCity. But now it's all about keeping K-Rool off stage. And so far, NCity, I mean, has found the momentum they need right out of the gate. But this is where it now comes back into it. Now that your turn is over and neutral's kind of been reset here, you need to get K-Rool back into that scenario without having those Nair trains at your disposal because now K-Rool's out of that percent. So being out of that window, how does Palu now guaranteed get K-Rool off stage? So far, NCT's struggling a little bit to do so.
Oh, and man, wow. I mean, just the ability to push Palutena from one end of the stage to the other, I feel like it's just kind of unmatched in a lot of ways. Going for the dash attack, but then understanding after the hard knockdown, most opponents are either going to go for a get-up attack or some sort of tech in place. I'm just going to try to keep the train going with this down there. If it misses, I'm still safe. If not, hey, I still got the next fall right here, and it just feels like Copel, just has an option for everything, especially for a character as gifted as, I'm going to use that word, as gifted as Palutena. Gonna go for the Nair here this time, trying to keep her off of these platforms. They know that that's kind of her playground. She can get the party started up there, and she can extend the party, of course, with those Nair trains that we've seen from before, but jumping over the explosive flame.
No, that's a really good point. Like, Palu wants access to those aerials as soon as possible, and being grounded technically on the platforms and being able to drop down with an aerial is so crucial in so many of her matchups. The problem here, though, is that Copel's responding to that, which is dash attack, which has armor. So, like, the second they see Palu's on platform, like, oh, okay, they're going to drop down and nair me or back air me, I'm just going to dash attack. It's going to cover literally everything and keep me safe, and it's been hitting time and time again. So that option that Palutena can normally rely on is kind of out the window here in this one, and that's going to kill the blunderbuss. Command grab gets it done, and now Copel evening things up with the stocks. 170%, 184% staying alive, and we know Palutena a top tier, but struggles to get kills, especially against these super heavyweights.
That's right. Putting on percent, she can definitely get that done. Now, taking stock, she's going to struggle a little bit.
There.
I know, dude. Almost that sudden death percent. Like, can you imagine?
Yeah.
Love that dash attack right there. Now,
No
of course,
way.
Palutena does have some armor she can throw around, but what really is a shield to an armor-proof belly? I mean, let's just keep it real.
How often do you see K-Rool juggling characters with up air? Literally, I don't think I've ever seen that. Actually, that is a myth, I think, to me, and we've just seen it here in Philly. So anything
bringing
can
us
happen.
bringing us something a little different here.
Oof.
And that's actually good for a matchup like this. Of course, Palutena, we certainly know how she gets the job done, but again, just because she's cut and dry doesn't mean that you can't mix it up on her as well. No, my God, and that's going to be enough to do it, just to fall off the platform right into the Nair. And wow, I mean, just dash attack and Nair has kind of been the bane of Wichita State's existence here. I mean, there's a lot of options that, of course, K-Rool has to take stocks with those two right there, those mechanics, some of those wonkier options that Ultimate brings. It's been something that Wichita State's been struggling with a little bit.
This is a great job by Kobel to recognize, like, okay, this is a scenario like getting back on ledge from, drop down, jump in.
Sure.
Palo's not going to nair there, so I can nair because I'm not going to get hit with a multi-hit, right? So, like, that's a really good just, like, situational awareness by Kobel, like, recognizing, okay, this is what Palutena is most likely to use in this situation. I have my armor that's not going to get broken most likely because they're not going to most likely hit me with a multi-hit. So, I mean, Kobel just right now is playing on a whole nother level, 169%, and just has to wrap this up and get a free, fresh stock. Can they get another kill here and take out another player on their own? I wouldn't be surprised. Kobel's done it before, might do it again, might get one more hit, and the forward air connects at 180% for K. Rool. They will get a fresh stock back to take on the third player from Wichita State. It is looking dire for Wichita State's chances here in Grand Finals as Northwood looking to take yet another title here today in collegiate esports.
It's looking anything but good, Dak, man. And again, that was just beautiful Ultimate 101. I mean, again, knowing your opponent, not only just knowing your opponent and their team, but also knowing the character. This is what this character can do to my character. This is how I stop it, and this is how I impose my will. And I think Kobel, of course, is just kind of leading the charge here on the team. We might not even see any of the other teammates, and honestly, given the history that we talked about before, we might not have to. K. Rool, man, who would have thought? Like, we thought it was singles at the beginning of Ultimate, and it was like, nah, K. Rool is just K. Rool. Though he has shown shades of popping back up here in these last so many months. Then we thought it was doubles. Most big characters are going to do good in doubles. But it's a crew battle, man.
Yeah.
Like, this guy just lives forever, it feels. And no matter how strong your character is on the tier list, this is a game of stocks. Yes, you can put on percent, you can combo me, but I'm taking stocks a lot easier in a much more proficient manner than you are. My team is just going to exceed.
Yeah, I think this whole season was very much a story of character specialists, mid-tier heroes.
That's right.
Like, this is, like we were talking about earlier, this is a situation and an environment where those kinds of players and characters thrive. So, I mean, we've had really good players throughout the season who have been able to take out full teams. Kobel's one of them. We've had players like Trisket, the Pac-Man, I believe, from Oakland. You had Ashno Joy from Manchester, a Villager player. Like, these are players that, like, you wouldn't expect them to dominate as hard as they do, because they're so good at this character who's not a super top tier. You don't see them all the time. Like, they can really matchup check you, and they know the ins and outs of all their matchups. Kobel, again, one of those players who is piloting a character that you don't expect to get very far in, like, singles bracket, but in crews, that's where they flourish.
Crews is definitely a format where they flourish. Now, a format of like combat that I think Ken and Ryu flourish in is the grounded 1v1 game.
Yes.
And we're seeing that most notably right here. This is probably the most fish out of water, I guess, critter out of water right here I've seen.
Kremling out of water,
Kremling out of water I've seen as of yet.
Who's out of water,
man?
man?
I think it's Ken this time. Dowsing those flames right there, but down there, but
that's
okay.
not gonna kill.
Wow, as big as K is, that's still not quite enough. Ken right now, of course, this gameplay in the corner looking really good. G-Camp trying to trap him, trying to force him to make the mistake. This is where Ken really starts to thrive when you're kind of caught in these corners. And he can just go for like standing jab, light F-tilt. Hell, even up tilt's enough to get it done on Oh!
Nice, yeah. Again, that crown, that little bit of ace in the hole there, get out of jail free card. Like, there's shield pressure on me, good. The crown's coming back to cover me every time. And now Kobel getting a little bit of momentum after coming out of the corner.
Wait a dang minute,
getting some crazy confirms, and then waiting out the full focus attack to go for up smash, and Kobel takes yet another stock. That's 7 stocks in a row here for Kobel. Northwood is, I mean, they're packing it up, I think. It's already ready to go. They're like, where's our trophy? Let's head out. And Kobel is just playing games with Wichita State right now. 7 stocks in a row. And I think it was actually 8 stocks in a row there at the end. That is crazy for our King K. Rool player here for Northwood. Kobel just dominating 8 stocks in a row. Loses their third finally from G-Camp.
That was not nice. Put it that way, man. Again, the survivability gameplay is something that I think most characters in the same tier list, the same caliber as like Ryu and Ken, Mario, the Palutena, maybe not so much Palutena. She's used to, man, that didn't kill. But those characters like, wow, this combo, a different character, a different weight class, they're done. Even other heavier characters who aren't as heavy as K. Rool, they're done. But K. Rool's different. And then those moments where you get in, you have to make sure that your conversion and your strings are airtight, because once that crown leaves my hand, now I have armor. I mean, we've seen that most notably, I believe, in like the K. Rool Palutena match, where it's like, boom, I break that zone, I'm baiting out the crown toss, but even as I get in, I'm going for back air, one of my most solid KO options for a Palutena, and it's still not connecting the way I want it to. So Yeah, I got to really give it up to Copel for just that phenomenal gameplay. Looks like we're sending in Sensational,
Yes.
which is going to give us Falcon Ken. It's going to be a lot of fire thrown around. We'll put it that way.
Yeah, the Sensational themselves.
That's
We've
right.
seen when Northwood has played before. They have obviously, I think they've played all 4 of their players on broadcast. This is now the 3rd player here today that they've had to go to because it's been only Copel and So Good Pop so far.
That's right.
So we are going to have this Falcon, I believe, jump in. And I want to say Sensational also has a Sephiroth, and you mentioned Ken as well. But obviously the Falcon is what we are expecting, and it is what we are going to get as Northwood brings in their 2nd player on the roster here as we continue our NACE Starleague Grand Finals hosted by Villanova. And the Smash Ultimate Finals are flying by with this performance here from Northwood.
Literally, you blink and you miss it type of thing.
Pretty much.
Alrighty, let's go ahead and get it right here.
I love how they both pick the same color skin.
Oh, man.
Right? Like, they're both regular guys, both wearing the same color. Like, they're just dudes, you know?
They're putting our eyesight to the test, Dad.
They honestly really are.
Oh, my goodness. But if you blink, you won't miss this conversion right here. Sensational right here, certainly living up to the tag, getting his money's worth out of these strings, but the same can certainly be said right here from G-Camp. Both these 2 characters very easy to combo around. Now, the beautiful thing about Ken and Ryu is that, oh my goodness, I have
that's a
extra
beautiful
tag.
thing.
Yes, it is. It is a beautiful thing if you are G-Camp for sure. Sensational, of course, has the ability to combo string Ken as well, but again, I got that get out of jail free card. If I time my focus attack properly, I will be in a good spot. There's down there. What's the option?
Dude, trying to play Smash 64 over here with these down airs, man. Like, that is, again, a lot off of them, but not nearly enough. And this matchup is certainly one of them where, like, both characters blow up the other character really hard.
Yes.
Like, obviously, Falcon a fast faller, so it's going to be comboed hard by an FGC character. Captain Falcon is a combo factor in and of themselves, and Ken also kind of a heavier and fast fall-y kind of character. Has focus attack, but, like, can still get caught up in a lot of different things.
Yes, and we're certainly seeing that right here. Man, I was afraid for a second because it definitely felt like G-Camp was cooking with the right grease, man. Nothing off of the up special. Down tilt, that should, okay,
Nice
not
DI.
quite another stock. Yes, beautiful DI right there. Oh, up smash. Super slept on option right there in Captain Falcon's toolkit. I would know because I was on the receiving end of a lot of those versus Fatality a couple weekends ago.
Oh, looking for the ledge trump there. The timing is off. That back air is not going to be. And now a final player here from Wichita State University. That is it. They are down to their last 3 stocks, and they're down to their last player. Gamer Dog, I believe it is.
That's right.
We're waiting for that Mario or that Robin. Sensational, cool, calm, collected. They're just here to collect the dub. They already know it's theirs. They're just here to grab it. They're just here
Now,
to take it.
I would imagine Mario if the stocks were a little bit closer. But because there's so much ground you have to make up, so much terrain you have to cover, we have to go for Rob. I have the boxing kit that, Mario has. I have the combo potential, maybe not done in the same ways, but I do have, a combo string or 2 in my toolkit that I can certainly lay out to help us bring ourselves back.
Yep.
But I also have the long range capabilities and survivability. 2 things that Mario has to some degree, but not to the level of Rob. So I would like to see that kind of leaned into maybe just a little bit more here. Of course, you're going to have to lean into it and then some to bring yourself out of this deficit. But again, if there's ever a character between the 2, it's Rob.
Pretty much. I mean, in a crew battle situation, like, getting character counterpicked is so common that you don't want to go a character that, like, oh, all of a sudden I can get outranged. But it does look like that's exactly what GamerDog is going to go for. I mean, this is a risk because, yeah, I mean, like you said, Rob can go in blind against pretty much anyone in the game, right?
That's true.
The Mario can't really as much. So, like, you are really running the risk here of even, okay, you take out Sensational, sure. But you still have So Good Pop in the Wii Fit trailer. Outranges Mario.
That's right.
You have Frostbite. You have a sword character. Mario, historically, trouble with swordies, right? So that's, I mean, regardless of whether they go Martha or Roy, like, that could be a big issue for this Mario, even if Sensational does drop these 2 stocks. So this is big, but now it is Wichita State's last chance here in the NACE Starleague 2022 Fall Season Grand Finals to stay alive, and they at least got a little bit of the blood flowing so far. The combo comes through, and they just need 1 more of those to take out Sensational and potentially get Wichita back into this one.
And look at the patience and the footwork right here. This is the one thing that I think Mario obviously has over, Rob in a big way. Is the ability to kind of walk, creep in and out. Bay air dodges just a little differently, especially right out of the combo string. A little different for Rob, where he kind of has you off stage, comes back to the ledge, and then waits for you to go for the air dodge there. You got seconds. I'm talking frames to make a big play. There's the back throw. Okay, watch yourself. Down tilt is certainly a thing in the corner. Down smash is a thing as well, sending Mario clear to the left side of the blast zone. Beautiful stuff right here from Sensational. Job ain't done just yet. This is still Mario Falcon, which we have seen historically has, you know, kind of gone in Mario's way in these last so many titles.
It has, but they needed to go way harder in their way. Even though GamerDog got that stock, they got the kill Sensational now. Because now they have 2 stocks. Let's say they kill Seth, they have 2 stocks to 6. Like, that's still a massive hill to climb here for GamerDog, working from behind for the rest of this series. And already the underdogs coming into this. Now we have even more of an underdog situation here. It's going to be difficult to clean out this stock with how slippery Sensational is getting. And off the corner, the coast-to-coast, Shane McMahon with it almost landing the forward air, but it just barely off the mark. And GamerDog has to seal this deal. And finally does so. The forward air cover, the back air comes in just in time. GamerDog will clean up Sensational. 6 stocks to 2 remaining in this matchup. Northwood has 2 players remaining. GamerDog has 2 stocks remaining.
Yes, two very, very different, you know, narratives right there for this wonderful portion of bracket for GamerDog. GamerDog, it was very essential that he made that play as quickly as he did, because you start to reach those later percent, and you start to realize that, man, everything that Falcon did in the earlier part of the match that put on percent is now KOing me. Like, even Sour Knee would have been enough to get him off stage, and we've seen, of course, the down smash read with the roll off the ledge, but hell, even down tilt, man. Like, Mario out of a jump, down tilt, he's done, man. So, you know, wall jump or not, you know, you don't want to run that risk versus Captain Falcon in the corner. Sensational, of course, doing a phenomenal job, again, living up to the tag as he always does. But we're actually going to move it over right here to Frostbite, which I believe is a strong Roy player that's about to do some damage here. Now, Roy, of course, not accustomed to play the long game either. Is here for a good time, not a long time. Double-edged dance, of course, takes no prisoners. Very curious to see how that's going to play into effect, having a sword versus Mario.
Yeah, I mean, again, another one of the best players in the Midwest in Smash Ultimate.
That's
entirely, I believe, 7th on the Michigan PR back in over this past summer.
That's right.
13th at the Big House. That is, I believe, the best placement of any player at that major here in the building.
That's right.
So that is nothing to scoff at whatsoever. Yeah, I believe they will be going potentially a Roy also as a Marth. And it is the Roy coming through. This is Frostbite has taken out entire teams with this Roy, and now they just need to take out a damaged Mario, essentially, right? Like, that is it. Like, 2 stocks, and Mario putting on that wedding outfit just to. We need to have some grace coming into these last 2 stocks, right?
I guess so. He said, I might not get the trophy this weekend, but at least I got the ring, right? Let's go ahead and see how this one plays out right here. Potential final game right now for GamerDog, and kind of playing this game the way he's supposed to. A lot of retreating fireball approaches, you know, again, trying to break that zone and break some skulls. Beautiful stuff, man. Falls right off the stage with forward air, cleans that first stock up, and again, that's just how you play to your opponent's weakness. Roy's strong character when those feet are planted cementally on the stage, but, you know, once they leave the ground, it's the Mario show.
Frostbite trying to object to the wedding, I think, but can't object to those crazy Mario links in the corner. But GamerDog is now having trouble getting back to center stage as there are just huge coverage from Frostbite. The extra speed that Roy has against Mario just cannot be understated. It allows the covers pretty much everything that Mario's going to have on landing situations at the corner. Frostbite is all over this plumber here. And I think that's about it on this stock. I mean, one more solid connection will get the kill. Oh, but the up air's land. Oh, no way. No way. Oh, that almost landed. That could have been a massive, massive steal there. Again, going for it. But this is going to be difficult for GamerDog to avoid that up B comes through. And now GamerDog on their last stock. Wichita State on their last stock here in the grand finals.
That's one thing you got to remember versus the Fire Emblem characters. Most of us have options out of shield. Now, of course, my special not quite as quick as my Martha Lucina counterparts, but I do have the armor, and it is much stronger. But wait a minute, on the receiving end of an F smash right there is Frostbite. And a raw one at that, too. Bringing the heat right here to Frostbite. Hope my man doesn't melt too soon, because GamerDog, we got that dog in him, bro.
GamerDog has the dog in him, and also has 1 stock to play with, also against Frostbite's 1 stock. If GamerDog can get this, I mean, there is a world in which GamerDog takes this stock and then 3 stocks the remaining players so good comp. There is a world, there is a timeline in which that happens. Are we living in that timeline? We're about to find out. That side B, though, could be it. Doesn't wrap it up, but one more of those will certainly kill. GamerDog has to be careful in the corner. No more ledge invincibility, and over 100%, so they're going to be even reduced ledge invincibility even further.
Oh, and the trapping at the ledge right here from Frostbite, of course, is always a dangerous thing. Just to run out, and simple options with Roy. Run out, turn around, F-tilt, very scary. You go high, I got forward air, I got up air for you, I got standing jab as an anti-air. If I'm faced properly.
You got to clean it up. Oh.
That's right. Okay, yeah, he said you're getting a little too jab happy on the shield. GamerDog, of course, making him pay for it. He said, I bark, and I most certainly bite up close. Be careful.
GamerDog is so close to resetting this stock and keeping them alive.
Now, wait a minute.
That's not going to kill. No way. That is a heartbreaker. They needed that one to come through. And Frostbite has another chance. And with a massive aerial, has stage control. GamerDog has to get back on without getting grabbed, without getting jared.
Oh, base out the air.
The aerial comes through, and that is it. Northwood University are your Smash Ultimate Grand Finals champions here. The NACE Starleague 2022 fall season going to Northwood University. A massive, massive dub for them. And they do it with absolute dominating fashion.
That's right. I mean, beautiful stuff right there. It's kind of what we expected coming into this, but I got to give it up to Wichita State as well. Showing us the importance of, hey, some characters are better than the other characters on another team, but what really matters is who we put in and when. And I think seeing that last interaction certainly proved that. I felt like, again, the Mega Man K. Rool matchup, we're going to see shades of like that sort of thinking in some of the final games, and it most definitely came out. Just unfortunately enough, too little, too late. Beautiful stuff right there to all the individuals involved, though, nonetheless.
Yeah, both teams obviously played their hearts out.
Yeah.
Right? I mean, you could tell that, like, Wichita State, like, they had some really close calls there, could easily have brought this back in some situations, but you're playing against some of the best players from the Midwest in the collegiate scene, and we're going to see some replays to check out some of the awesome action that we just saw. I mean, blink and you miss it, man. That was some crazy stuff to go through. We're going to see the likes of a Copel, for example.
Oh,
the backbreaker right
he's
there.
Just a boy, Dak. He's just a boy. He didn't deserve all of that right here, man. He said, but look, I don't got teeth for no reason, all right? I do bite on. I love that. I do stomp as well. Love that downer in the corner. And almost an answer back in that game, remember, too. He tried to spike him early on with the hard knuckle, right option on the wrong character. And then, you know, he kind of gave him a taste of his own medicine in that later interaction.
And just look how far Cole was able to get through here, right? Like, just happy to be playing and getting literally Twitch clipping an entire team right here. This is the Northwood that we have seen all season long, right?
Sure.
They have been performing in dominating fashion from the beginning of the season to the end. They have not dropped a set. They have not dropped a game. They have 2-0'd every opponent that they have played from the beginning of the season to the end of the regular season, to the postseason, to the finals. This team is one of the most dominating teams we've seen in Collegiate Smash ever in terms of their performance here, and that is no surprise considering they have some of the best players in the country on their squads, and one of the best, I mean, all four of them, some of the best players from the Midwest, one of the best Falcons in the country, one of the best K. Rools in the country, one of the best Roys, one of the best Wii Fit trainers. It is hard to really put the hammer to a nail here, right, against this squad.
That's 100% true, man. It just feels like they just had an option, piece of option coverage, for every situation. And again, that's one of like the double-edged swords I feel like when you go up against characters that are like, you know, kind of on that higher end of the tier list, is that there's a lot of data, there's a lot of ways to fight them, there's a lot of players, you know, that are as good as us or better than us that play these characters that still fall for the same things. But when you kind of bring up that matchup on familiarity, you know, when you bring in that Captain Falcon, a character that, you know, no matter what version of Smash we're playing, we're going to see some Falcon gameplay. But it's not a broadened thing, though. You know what I'm saying? So, yeah, I just loved everything that I've seen here, of course, from this season. Beautiful stuff, of course, in Grand Finals. Northwood, you did an absolute awesome job. Wichita State, you fought your absolute hearts out. Yeah.
It's been a fantastic season. Awesome play between these two teams. And now we're going to hear from the winner's side. We're going to throw it over to Los to chat with our champions here at the NACE Starleague.
Thank you, Dak and Rodney. And now we're joined by Northwood University, another championship under their belt here at the NACE Starleague Grand Finals. And joining me, we've got Frostbite. First off the rip, who did you see as a real threat on the Wichita State squad, if any?
So we were mostly okay. We were really worried about the Mario / Rob, and you know, the Mega Man 2. Honestly, those were both. They were definitely on our radar for sure. So.
And how would you have dealt with that in, I guess, the pregame talk?
So the plan was to just to lead Copel and bring the Mega Man or the Rob, force them to come out and then just play a good matchup into it. So like Roy into Rob or Roy into Mega Man or anything like that. So.
Okay, makes sense. Thank you.
Yep.
All right. What do we got next?
We got So Good Pop.
We got So Good
Yes,
Pop.
sir.
All right, man. You guys have been going on a tour in majors outside of NACE. You won NACE. Could you tell me about your extracurricular events?
As in school?
In
Or-
terms of
as in-
Smash.
Okay,
Yeah,
so
yeah.
we've been going to a lot of majors. We're supposed to go to 2 more, actually. And I'm hoping our whole team is able to do well.
Okay, how have you been doing in those previous ones?
We've been normally placing our seeds. Frostbite right here was able to get a couple of PGR wins, which is really good. And I'm hoping the rest of our guys are able to get some also.
Okay, are you hopeful for yourself now?
I mean, I'm going to do the best I can, hopefully, but we'll see. We'll see.
Okay, So Good Pop, thank you so much. What do we got next?
I'm Sensational.
Sensational Setharoff. We saw on that
Yeah,
little tag. How many different names with Seth have you made?
Well, Setharoth is the name I actually started out with when I started playing Smash. I started with Melee in 2014, and that was my actual tag I entered tournaments with. But when this game came out, Twitch, Setharoth was taken, so I used Sensational on Twitch, and then they wouldn't let me sign up with online tournaments with a name other than my Twitch name. So Sensational came from that. It was supposed to just be Setharoth.
You were just bullied into it.
Yeah, basically.
Do you want to go back to that?
No, I'm fine with Sensational because it's closer to my brother's tag, Extraordinary. So we have that closer, like, people group us together, which is kind of what we wanted. So I'm fine with it.
Who's better?
I am.
Well,
Well,
how much?
Okay, wait. I always was. In this game, he might be. It's hard. I go to way more tournaments. There's some big matchup differences that he'll lose to some people I beat, but I think overall he gets better results than me in this game.
Hey, as a doubles team, you might do crazy, right?
We might if I ever played doubles. I don't play doubles.
Why not?
I hate doubles.
Hate doubles.
I've
Okay.
always hated doubles.
How's it feel being in a crew battle? You still have to work with a team. Is it better?
Yeah, it's I mean, I'll always prefer singles. Crews is about the height of what I can handle in terms of working with a team. I'm not a team guy most of the time.
All right, Seth. Thank you so much.
Yeah.
Last member of the squad, Copel. How you feeling, man?
I'm feeling pretty good about that.
I would imagine so. A clean sweep for you guys. So could you tell me what it's like competing with Northwood, having that organization with you to, support you rather than being a free agent?
Definitely gave me a lot of new opportunities. Like, for example, traveling to majors. They pay for my hotel, all that stuff. So it's definitely been a good experience for me so far.
It sounds good, and it feels like it's a good experience for everybody on the team. That you don't always get a chance to play in a crew battle. Who would you say has the least amount of game time because your team is so good?
Usually it can alter between Seth and Frostbite because Dylan and I like to lead so often.
Okay. Why do you like to be in the leader position?
I just like to play. I just like to play a lot.
And they just let that go?
Yeah. Most of the time, at least.
Okay, well, I think that means you have a good team, but also Seth doesn't like teammates, so maybe that kind of works out for you guys, right?
Yeah, sometimes, yeah.
Okay, well, everything worked out in the end, Copel. You came out on top here at the NACE Starleague Grand Finals, and it's my pleasure to introduce the champions and allow them to enjoy their brand new NACE Starleague trophy. Hold it up high, fellas. Get your hands on that bad boy. Congratulations again to Northwood University. 2 for 2 on LAN, and they won online, so 3 total championships. We'll see if they continue their streak. But now we're headed to League of Legends for our final grand finals for the day. We'll see you in a bit.
think
The NACE Starleague Grand Finals are brought to you in part by future of gaming. Monster, unleash the beast. Welcome back, gamers. We're still here at the NACE Starleague Grand Finals hosted by Villanova. We've actually got a player, Will Kreitz, the captain of the Rocket League team. How you feeling, man?
Feeling great. Happy to be here. Thank you guys for having me.
Of course. So happy to get a little bit of an insight on what you do with the mic also. Hold on a second. Whoop, bing. There we go.
Thank you,
See,
thank you.
The people need to hear you. So one more time. Will Kreitz, what's your gamer tag?
My in-game username is I'm a Horse. I play alongside Riles and Milky Boy.
All right. Are you the best player on the team?
That's debatable. I am the captain, but I think we do have a lot of team chemistry and a lot of skill on the team.
How did you get to that role?
I was partially responsible for starting a lot of Villanova Rocket League on campus. I kind of assumed the role from the get-go. And I built kind of the foundations for the team, and we are where we are today thanks to everyone who participated.
Okay, well, could you tell me a little bit about the program? What kind of titles do you compete in? What's the support you get from the university? Anything like that?
So we partially run through athletics, but we also run through a little bit of student life. We compete in the CRL, Collegiate Rocket League, and also in the EGF. Certainly looking forward to moving into NACE.
Awesome. So you go through the athletic program, right? So you're considered athletes, student athletes, as well as the traditional sports athletes. What's kind of like the dichotomy between esports and traditional sports?
There's definitely more of a stigma around it right now. I would say that currently we're seen as a club sport, but we're definitely looking to move into the varsity space, especially as new plans are put into place by myself, by other captains, and by the esports program in general.
Okay, well, you know, when you have that a bit more rapport with the athletics department, you might have a little bit of more notoriety on campus. Maybe there'll be some Rocket League parties that you could throw. Is there a little bit of a esports party life?
We do like to build the team chemistry on and off the field. We like to hang out with the guys off campus, and I'm sure we'll be seeing more of that in the future.
Okay, well, you know, if the party life extends, you want to make sure that everyone's having a good time on the team at the house party. So I got a little dance move you might want to try out. So, you know, this is just a gift from me to you that you could impart in the Villanova Rocket League. So,
perfect. Give it up for this guy.
I've now just officially embarrassed myself, and now let's go to the casters, two guys who look like dads, and now they're going to talk about League of Legends. Cubby and Mad Magical, take it away.
Still applauding the dance moves, you know. Well done, I like that.
I'm really glad that we chose to sit down because I don't think we can match that.
Oh, not at all. Not one bit. I'm not
going to try.
Nor can I. But I'm here for some League of Legends. That's what I'm really here to do, is talk about League of Legends. That's our skill set. And looking at what we've had so far in this entire fall season leading up to the grand finals, it has been an amazing journey for the two teams that we have, Maryville University and the University of St. Clair.
I mean, not just League of Legends, too, but given all the games we've already seen today as well, you know, given the narrow skill set that we have, got to be some spectators for some great Overwatch play, some Rocket League, and also Smash Crew Battle, in which, I gotta say, Northwood took 2 titles home today in 2 different games, and that's something that Maryville is trying to do today with the same game and the same roster.
Yeah, but just different tournaments.
Yes.
That's all. They already were playing in the LA Comic-Con event, and now here in NACE Starleague to play for the grand finals for that grand prize of the scholarship money, $2,500 in scholarship money for the players.
Yeah, I mean, nice to bring home on top of the full rides that we know that Maryville has. But I got to say, you know, before we start talking about Maryville, I think we should respect the team that's actually here on our turf today. We're going to start with the Canadians in St. Clair.
Yeah, and St. Clair, this is a newer organization when it comes to esports themselves. This college only really recently put together their esports program so they can field a team like this League of Legends roster.
Yeah, I mean, some of the perks of us, being able to sit in the audience actually was we were able to catch up a lot with St. Clair and their team. Scholarships coming in for them recently gave them the ability to recruit, and definitely a team that's looking to be a lot more competitive, and that's difficult. Like them being, a Canadian team. We have had in CLAW the likes of teams like UWO, University of Toronto. They've been nothing but successful when it comes to CLAW. And St. Clair, got to say, going up against Maryville, even with a sub in the mid lane for Maryville, which we will hit on here shortly, I think St. Clair are still the underdogs. But it's early in the season, a great opportunity to get some stage experience, something that's always really big as you get into the spring semester where all the big tournaments go for CLAW. And we'll see what they can bring to that.
I'm glad you said that. I was about to say early in the season for collegiate.
Yes.
Here's the grand finals, so don't forget that. They've had a whole 7 weeks of NACE Starleague that they played in regular season plus playoffs just to get to this moment.
And for St. Clair, I mean, making finals is huge. This is a team that, looking at some of the other collegiate tournaments that we follow, we aren't used to seeing St. Clair this deep in the tournament.
No.
I got to say, I think Maryville, they were tested on their way here. They had to take down teams like UCI, like Harrisburg, and now having to go up against St. Clair, an opponent that they don't usually see in finals. We'll see if maybe St. Clair can throw them a curveball or two. As we are getting the curveball right now, that is Maryville from LA.
Yeah, they're giving the waves. They're saying what's up. They're going to be playing from LA Comic Con to compete in this tournament. Got to be impressed by that, right? The fact that they go from one tournament to another, parkour, literally across the country, because they're in LA and we're in Philadelphia here. So they're trying to do their best to get the entirety of the United States under their belt.
Yeah, I mean, 2 different rosters as well, because we have Kind Jungle playing in the mid lane for Maryville. Update from Maryville for any fans. APA. We don't know where APA is at when it comes to his team, but on Twitter, he has posted the contract GIF, which is universal terms for I have signed somewhere in esports Twitter.
I still refuse to use that.
I know, I do as well, but also I haven't signed anything, so I can't. But APA, congrats to you wherever you end up when that gets announced, but we do have a sub today, and that will be Kind Jungle, the substitute jungler usually for Maryville, actually playing in the mid lane.
Right, and that's where we have to kind of wonder what we'll see coming in from mid lane out of Kind Jungle. Whether he's going to try to go for things that can flex into the jungle role or mid lane role, or if it's just going to be entirely on the mid lane pool of champions such as like a Silas.
We'll have to see. I'm going to break a rule of mine, Mad Magical. I'm going to use one of your fake words. We could see shenaniganeries.
Real words.
No, fake words. Shenaniganeries. Yes, from Kind Jungle. Who knows? Rumble mid. He's known for his Zinzao play, his Zac play. We've seen that played in lane as well. I'm really curious to see what he ends up pulling out, and if Maryville can overcome this curveball that they have to deal with themselves, not being able to play with Get Back, the mid laner they have been running in their tournaments, including LA Comic Con they're competing in today. It could be a different shift for Maryville and a chance for St. Clair to capitalize off the opportunity. They find themselves in a final, a stage they aren't used to, really sitting in, and now they get to take down potentially a weakened Maryville, given the roster rules that we have and roster they brought into this tournament.
And for St. Clair, how much this would mean as an organization to actually be able to get a game off, even the series off of Maryville, would be huge. That's pretty much would jumpstart them going into collegiate, where more people would now be looking at this team. I mean, the fact that they're undefeated, you can make an argument, sure, they had a little bit of an easier side of schedule, but it's still impressive to get here without dropping a game.
Oh, it's nothing but deserved here for St. Clair, of course, winning every series that we have, one more best of 3 that they have to overcome as well. But, catching up with a lot of the St. Clair guys, getting to know them while we were here today, it was a group that, I don't want to say like they're overly confident, but I think it's a group that was very realistic about what they're staring down today, and a group that is looking to embrace that opportunity that is in front of them.
And they're all competing for the lovely trophy, the prize that we were talking about
This
before.
is beautiful.
This is a nice trophy that we have. I want to keep it, though.
We've already given out 3 today. Maybe they have more for you.
Yeah, maybe they just made a special one for me.
Was that a part of the contract that you signed? Because you didn't post a contract gift for that.
I don't post contract gifts.
But was this a part of that?
I cannot say.
Okay, I guess that's
an
behind NDA.
Yeah. So unfortunately, can't talk about that. But
It's
I
a
can
good
talk
trophy.
about our teams, and I actually kind of want to talk about the preseason. 'Cause right now, for League of Legends, we're
That's
in the
true.
preseason, and this is where it changes a lot. You use my word, shenaniganeries, what we can expect for the side of Kind Jungle and mid lane. But I'm also looking over to St. Clair. And I think one of the best ways that you can take down top teams such as Maryville, as a team that's trying to prove themselves, is cheese. You get a little bit of cheese on their side. You play some wild things. I'm big on Lilia mid right now. If you get Jack Show, Demonic Embrace, Rallies, I think that's a combo that actually is disgusting to play against.
We are 6 minutes into talking, and you have already gone for the patented cheese strat that you've been pitching to everyone at this tournament today.
Well, and I also pitch it just, always.
Yeah, willy-nilly.
So it just happens all the time. But honestly, I think now it's a really good time because of the preseason, because people are still learning everything about all these different champions. Like Jack Show as an item, I think is just really strong.
I just love how you keep on talking about how this could be good in lane given the preseason, and just not even recognize the fact that Maryville does have their backup jungler playing in the mid lane. I can actually bring it out and make it viable. Kind Jungle is a Lilia player.
Yeah, and also Zac mid with Jack Show would also be just a good same build. Get Jack Show, Demonic Embrace, and Rallies.
I mean, I think preseason has thrown a lot of wrinkles in, just given the items. Of course, we have a new Dragon Soul on the Rift too, the Chemtech, with the buffed up super plants now. As the Rift is getting eco-friendly, making sure that those plants are good to go.
Here we go.
I mean, all this talk about preseason, we can throw it all out the window as we are into picks and bans. It looks like Maryville has selected blue side for game 1, and looks like a big focus on mid lane bans here.
Bakery Boy getting focused out there if that Syndra gets banned too. But Syndra also is really strong since they did the mini rework with her. And Rise has also been something that's been climbing back up in the standings where a lot of people have been more prioritizing him, especially because of Rod of Ages.
Yeah, it's interesting, talking with St. Clair while we were here. Of course, Bakery Boy in the mid lane, actually the last piece of the roster that really came together. Speaking with St. Clair's coach, that was huge. He was saying that he might have had to play mid lane. Of course, high-low mid lane player. He worked with DNA, who has played in the amateur circuit that we're familiar with as well. But he would much rather coach, right? And so having Bakery Boy really was the last piece of the puzzle, the way that he put it, for St. Clair. And of course, early focus for Maryville going on to him. Also, maybe looking to protect Kind Jungle a little bit, of course, as he is off-rolling for this tournament.
And we get a little bit of some support bans here. Yumi taken off of the table, just to try to make sure that bot lane isn't quite as cat-friendly. But the Karma pick, that one, normally actually being a support, I feel like is far more flexible this offseason, more likely to go into top lane, but it's still really viable in bot lane, with Varus being one of those ADCs who's really strong in the preseason.
I really despise lane Karma.
I know you do.
It just feels so terrible to play against.
It is terrible to play
against. You get perma-shoved, and then, I mean, it interacts really well with the team as, things go on. So St. Clair, of course, taking that off the table, and it will be a power pick at B1, one of the likes that we have seen quite a bit of at Worlds before preseason and now after Mad Magical. Will be Graves' first pick for Maryville.
Yeah, Graves going to be really strong for Odd Orange. He likes to play that champ a lot. Anyways,
could be flex mid.
It could be flex mid.
You've seen
for
some
Kind
lane
Jungle,
Graves.
But, I mean, I'm curious to see. It depends, I think, what they pick blind. If they pick a blind mid laner on the side of St. Clair early. But that Varus pick that I was talking about, this is something that has been really strong on the preseason. And this is also something that I know that Rock Boom likes to play.
Oh, and the Mundo locked in early for St. Clair. We'll see. There is some flexibility between top and jungle, but that is something that can power clear and scales really nicely, especially with some of the preseason changes. Green Smite feels really good on Dr. Mundo, or I should say the green pet now. That's one of the changes that we have to get used to.
I know. I've been getting used to saying that. It's instead of smites and stuff, it's just green pet, red pet, blue pet.
It's like we're writing a children's book here.
I was going to say Dr. Seuss.
Well, that said, Maryville, a lot of early game priority with the Misfortune plus Nautilus. We'll see if St. Clair wants to take something that can protect that Varus. Of course, Varus immobile. That can be very deadly, staring down an MF plus Nautilus, but it will not be a support picked up. It will be a blind LeBlanc for St. Clair.
No, this is actually really good. I was talking to Bakery Boy, and this is actually his favorite champ to play.
Okay.
This is the one that he says, if he gets a chance to play LeBlanc, he thinks that there's a good angle. They've taken away Syndra, something that would do really well into it. He is more than confident going blind.
I mean, not to mention that he is taking this into Kind Jungle, right, who is playing mid lane for this event. So we'll see what kind of bans St. Clair throws out to protect Kind Jungle, but at the moment, it seems like they're still focusing down Niles, taking away that chase from him. I gotta say, I want to see Maryville take away supports from St. Clair. If you deny Tom Kench right now, that guarantees that Varus gets no escape from the depth charge plus the bullet time combo that could be deadly from the side of Maryville. So we'd love to see that TK taken off the board.
As would I. I'm just looking at what is banned here, because Jax, having been banned prior, a lot of top lane focus for both teams. Both of them expecting that it is going to be the Mundo jungle. That's just where a lot of people have felt powerful on him. But instead of banning that Tom Kench, Renata Glosk taken away. I know Race has been playing that a lot as well. So it's interesting to see that, but not going for the Tom Kench, instead going for the Braum defense.
I love Braum here. I know I was pitching the TK, but Braum is so valuable in the Misfortune plus Nautilus. Whenever Nautilus lands that dredge line, you can easily counter with the Winter's Bite, get the damage across, and you have multiple ways to deal with Misfortune's bullet time, whether it's the knockup from Glacial Fissure or the Unbreakable Wall as well. Really mitigate the damage for your team. So I do like the Braum pick, even if that is not the Tom Kench. But moving forward, Maryville, there will be a Lissandra for Kind Jungle. And I gotta say, if I had a jungler playing mid, I think Liss is a really good champ to put that player on. You just have to push out mid-wave, impact the map. It is a matchup that can be winning for the Sandra, especially if you go for more of a damage build instead of that Aftershock that we usually see. I think if you go one-shot the Sandra, you actually beat out the LeBlanc.
I haven't seen a Aftershock.
Electrocute, man. It's been good times.
Right. I have not seen the Aftershock on Lissandra for such a long time now, just because going for that damage, especially against something like LeBlanc, who's very squishy and vulnerable. When she jumps in, you just put the Ring of Frost, and you essentially get her down to more than half.
And I gotta say, the late switch.
That is the late switch. Well, they saw Ornn. They're like, all right, Niles, you're playing Ornn. Let's go with Darius.
I am really surprised we see an Ornn from Niles, too, because that just increases the value of Braum. Now you can use that Unbreakable to stop the Call of the Forge God on cast, so you can't get that big AoE teamfight knockup ultimate that Ornn loves to bring to the table, especially in River. I gotta say, I really like St. Clair's draft. I feel like they have angles. Like, LeBlanc will have trouble into a Sandra plus Nautilus, but what's going to deal with Darius later in the game if he's able to get ahead against this Ornn? How can you get through a Mundo if Mundo gets off the ground? Given the lockdown that you have for Misfortune and a Varus behind that, I think that this draft for St. Clair, they need to make sure that Darius is set up for success, then get Mundo out of the first few jungle clears. But they have angles and ways to win this game.
Right. Like, looking at how St. Clair have drafted here, it is a lot more reactionary towards their opponents, trying to make sure that they have lanes that they feel are going to be strong, as opposed to trying to get a really cohesive strategy. But I still feel like it works so well with one another, because you get the poke coming in from Varus. You have the tank front line in both Mundo and Braum. A nice flank tool in LeBlanc as well as Darius.
And it's a low-damage team coming out of Maryville, and I think a lot of the onus is actually going to fall on the Odd Orange, because he has to use this Graves and the early lane priority that Maryville will have to make the map very chaotic for St. Clair and deny resources early. Because if they get off the ground, if they are able to find these 5v5s on even footing, I think the comp has a lot of ways to deal with what Maryville is throwing at them. Very important, though, that Odd Orange gets going early, because St. Clair does not have answers for that. So really want to see if we see a late invade from the Graves, what Odd Orange decides to do. I think a lot of the early game will be dictated through his pathing. And given the fact they get outscaled critically, I think it's really important that Odd Orange gets Maryville off to a good start.
And if you've been watching NACE Starleague throughout the fall season, Maryville have been doing that a lot. They look for those
late
early
game
invades. They like seeing if they can test their limits, especially in game one against their opposition. Say, all right, if you don't answer us now, we're going to get into a position where your composition that wants to get snowballing never gets that opportunity.
And Graves, I mean, you have this capability to split the map. I really want to see Odd Orange split the map topside. You can avoid the Braum level 1 that actually can win out against you. I think if you split the map top for Maryville, there's no way that St. Clair can contest that. And you can try and set Mundo behind, try and set some of these other lanes behind, get off that start that Maryville needs.
Yeah, I mean, for Maryville, it seems like it's pretty easy. They got a good strategy that they've been doing time and time again. However, I do want to also bring up what happened this past Tuesday, where in Game 1, they had that lead against UCI.
Yeah.
And UCI were able to claw back, make that game theirs, by the skin of their teeth. It was a 40-minute, almost 50-minute long game that UCI were able to take over Maryville.
A lot of that game from Maryville, going back through the tape, I think it was a lot of overextending on sides. It was actually PCL that was playing in that one, not Niles. I think that it did give windows for UCI to come back, and they were able to outscale with this Camille Ezreal. And we have seen Maryville struggle to close out some of these big leads, so definitely something to look out for. As we mentioned, Maryville, they love to play these early game strats that are hyper-aggressive. It can net them leads, but if they make mistakes in the mid-game, they can fall behind a scaling comp. So, again, just a bigger emphasis on Odd Orange and this Graves, and if it can get off the ground running early.
But having talked to St. Clair earlier, this Mundo pick actually is something that they like to play because it's surprising. Preseason right now, for those that don't know, the clear on almost any champion is insanely fast. You can pretty much juggle with anybody. But with certain champions, it's even faster. Mundo isn't necessarily going to be faster, but he's going to be very healthy with his clear.
Again, Graves level 1, you cannot contest that. So I think that it's still a really big emphasis on making sure that Maryville gets off the ground with that. But some of the positives of Mundo, that green pet you can take, having that shield, really helps Mundo with some of the scaling aspects. Synergizes really well with his kit. The items, Heartsteel is a great item on Mundo. Radiant Virtue as well, synchronize really well with what Mundo wants to do. So I'm really curious to see if St. Clair kind of pushes the limits of what this champion can do in this early season with all these changes coming in.
As am I. I'm really curious to see just how this game boils down for both sides. We favored the side of St. Clair with their draft just because it is a very unique one, but it also works very well against what Maryville have drafted. But then we get back to the point that you kind of were bringing up, the fact that for Maryville, they have strategies still. It's not like they're out of strategies. And as well, even if that early level 1 gank, invade, goes off poorly for Maryville, they have an Ornn. They have Graves. They have Misfortune. They're going to have good scaling still.
We've been setting up this early game a lot. We wait to get into the game, hopefully sooner than later. But I think it's always going to be a test, given this best of 3. Can St. Clair hang with Maryville? This is a team that is consistently top 4, top 2, top 1 in tournaments and has only had success in CLAW. Maryville, they still are considered the gold standard of League of Legends programs across the nation. It's still a tough task for St. Clair to match up individually, even with Kind Jungle subbing in as a mid laner, even though he's the sub jungler. Might give St. Clair a window of opportunity, but I think we're going to learn a lot in this game 1, if they are up to the task of taking down Maryville.
It is a tough task to ask for anybody.
Yeah.
And
not many teams are equipped to do this.
No, and this is a new org, at least when it comes to the esports realm, trying to get invested. Say hi, everyone. Wave over. Yeah, there we go. I like it.
I'm glad we had some people stick around after, we had a little bit of a break, but we have some League of Legends faithful with us here.
What was it, an hour-long break? But that's just how the cookie crumbles sometimes, or the donut crumbles, because we are sponsored by Dunkin'. Starleague does run on Dunkin'.
Wow, we're sneaking in sponsors? That magical?
That's how I do.
That's your go-to for killing time. Recognize the people helping us put this event, on, all that.
Now it's your time. Now it's your time to do that.
I actually have a better way to kill time here, man.
Oh, yeah, what's that?
We're going to give stuff to the people.
What?
That is right. Explanation point giveaway in the chat. You have a chance to take home a Corsair Grand Finals giveaway prize package. If you are in the Twitch chat right now, drop that explanation point giveaway. Items may vary, but Corsair gear in your pockets, that's a good stocking stuffer.
I would just keep it. I wouldn't give it back to someone else. If it's given away and I win it, that's mine. I'm not putting in a stocking.
You can't regift it,
Right, that's what I'm saying.
Rifle.
You said it's a stocking stuffer. I'm not going to give that to anybody else.
Your stocking.
But I already won it.
I don't know. I feel like a Corsair gear in a corduroy stocking just for you.
Okay, that'd actually be pretty cool.
I got him. I got him with that one.
There you go.
Can't compete with that. Easy peasy.
So what is it? Exclamation point giveaway?
Yes.
Get in there
in the Twitch chat right now. Corsair prize package could be yours.
Yeah, I did like that. That was well done by you. Well done.
I try my best here, Matt Magical.
Yeah, we all do. We all try to make sure that we're bringing some fun, especially now that we're getting into December, the end of the year.
Yeah.
Normally a lot isn't going on within the League of Legends community. It's nice that NACE Starleague are providing this opportunity for these collegiate programs before the season starts.
I know.
Well, it's also exciting because it's the grand finals. We're here. It is time for the best of 3 to get underway between these two teams as we load up onto the rift between Maryville University and the University of St. Clair.
In a moment.
Yeah,
going to try and get that one
There
off.
it is.
Oh, there we are. Mad Magical, we have successfully navigated a spectate delay in League of Legends. It's been a while, usually covering Academy, now NACL, on those Tournament Realm accounts. They are blessed, but guys, you know what the best part about not having a TR account is right now?
What's that?
Preseason, new items, and hopefully for Mad Magical's sake,
shenanigans.
That's right, shenanigans.
Shenanigans,
shenaniganeries. We will see. But it looks like first blood has been struck.
Well, I did like that. So in this play, we didn't get to really see it, but there was an attempt from St. Clair to try to go through the bot lane to look for something, while at the same time, we saw that Maryville were able to get a little bit of an advantage on the top half of the map, where they thought maybe they can catch the read on where he's going to start the pathing for Alonso, but he's already started on this red buff, so he's going to be on the same side as Odd Orange.
Wow, I was actually setting up, for a goofy point that didn't matter. You took it serious. I like this character arc and character development in Mad Magical.
It's what is it? It's transitions, right?
Yeah, there we go. I like that. Now, I will say, I am looking for the transition from Graves from his team's side of the jungle to the enemies. But of course, one of the changes that we saw in preseason, it is less effective to counter jump. So, maybe Odd Orange, knowing that he has the strength of this Ignite Graves, waiting to pick his point to get up in the face of this Mundo instead of trying to split the map right away, as each jungler is starting on the top side, pathing towards bot.
I'm a little upset right now. Pine Jungle's in-game name is Meow Meow Circus.
I feel like it's tasteful.
Yeah, but you got, I don't know, Meow Meow Circus.
I'm a fan. We will see if this can connect. The double 2 has been struck early here. Heal importantly comes out before that Ignite. It will keep St. Clair alive. They are behind.
At least they didn't use any flashes, though. Not having to burn any of those important suns. We'll keep them at least decent in this lane as they take level 2. Lane frozen just outside of their turret aggro. Gives them a lot of safety.
And while each jungler does path towards bot, it does mean that top is left in isolation. Of course, a matchup that Ricky LaFleur on this Darius should win hard if no jungles do get involved in that top side. So we'll see if he can make it happen against him.
Yeah. Right now, there's a bit of a skirmish happening in mid lane. I like this from Bakery Boy, but it's really difficult for Lissandra. I used to play a lot of LeBlanc, and Lissandra was always one of those champs that I hated playing against. Oh, okay. I thought it was going to be bad there from Alonso with how he was backing outside of the brush, but...
Hey, you know what? Shout out to our observer, V-Fly. Always helping us out in the academy. Making us sweat a little bit. I'd like to see that, but Odd Orange, I think importantly enough, that first invade, first chance to set the Mundo behind, it did fail. And that really benefits St. Clair, who we favor the scaling of. If this Mundo is allowed to keep on power clearing, he will be very difficult to deal with later in the game.
We're already seeing how fast he clears. This is what I was talking about when I talked to Alonso earlier. You're saying Mundo, he's pretty healthy at clearing, but once he gets those few items under his belt, once he gets past those first clears, he can take these so fast, just with the amount of damage you get as Mundo against them.
Oh, that Q is down. We're going to see a flash hook here from Nautilus. Can Shady connect it?
For it, waiting for the hook. Gonna grab onto From. From still waiting. The shield put up. Surviving it all. Erase. Gonna be fairly fine. He took a lot of damage, but at least it stopped Rock Boom from taking any more.
Still is okay for Maryville as St. Clair, their wave is pushing away from them, so this will put a lot of pressure on the bot lane, and it will allow Shady on that Nautilus to fish for dredge lines. Trying to connect, could be deadly, could be flashes being burned here for St. Clair. Nice sidestep the first one. And Niles actually faring rather well in this matchup. Has forced Darius to base and will actually get a ward in, or a wave in, I should say, as Darius a little bit behind in this matchup.
Yeah, he went for the Ghost as opposed to going for TP, which is expected on Darius, but it's also one of those things that is going to make the lane phase a little bit more difficult if you're...
And also that phase rush for Niles on this Horn, maybe is some tech I actually haven't seen in the matchup. Of course, Darius does have that slow on his W, so maybe a way for Horn to create some space and try and get away from Darius, who of course has that big onslaught of damage, and he is up in your face.
Here we're getting a couple recalls. couple players getting low. The spot lane, we saw a little bit of an exchange again off screen. Scary Jerry going to be the one force out. If you look at it, on paper right now, St. Clair actually have the lead. Even if it's really minute, you look at every one of their lanes, and pretty much every single one has a CS lead.
I mean, that's a big deal. Like, I think St. Clair, they did take lanes they can win. But Maryville, you were pitching, they have the stronger early game, the stronger team players. The fact that St. Clair are hanging with them early is a really good sign. I will say Maryville does have level 6 coming in. That's really big on a couple of their champions, especially this was Sandra in the mid lane. So if KhazixMayJump is able to roam with Auto Orange, could be big, but at the moment, Bakery Boy hitting Auto Orange, and Alonso, he's there.
But he's hanging up the Dragon, so it made it a little bit more difficult for them to look for an aggressive play.
Yeah, so Mundo has cleared all of his camps for the second time. He actually has nothing to do on the map right now besides impact lanes. You can see that, given that he was trying to pull the Dragon, of course, is spotted by the match clear from Auto Orange. And this will just be a stalemate on the map, which, I mean, we still feel favors St. Clair.
Right. And even though I was talking about the CS leads that St. Clair have, there is still the problem with a little bit of priority. LeBlanc against Lissandra isn't going to always have the best time trying to get lane priority when it comes to the minions, just with how fast Lissandra can clear as she gets a little bit further into the game.
Yeah, we'll see, though. KhazixMayJump, that cleaver doesn't feel great.
No, but he was trying to bait in.
Yeah, does have the self-ult if LeBlanc decides to go in to heal off a little bit, get some damage back. But, at the moment, again, St. Clair, I think, playing this out really nicely. They've managed to get Mundo out of his first 2 clears. That's huge for him. If he hits level 6 with Ghost, could be big. But Ricky LaFleur, he can't cancel his ult. He's in trouble.
Oh, that's going to be the Ghost pop. Going to get the double knock as well. Looking for the damage. Almost gets the Narcissus engaging. He's burning. He's bleeding. Is it going to be enough to take down Ornn? It is! Ricky LaFleur, first blood.
Oh, my goodness. The flash out and the power of that Darius. We said, this is a comp that has to get up in the face of St. Clair. And the fact that Darius, he loves those scenarios. He thrives in those scenarios. In the top lane there, coming out on top, that's really big. If this Darius gets going, gets out of control, Maryville cannot send anyone to match him in the side lane. That would be a lot of pressure for St. Clair on the map.
It's also absolutely tragic there for Otto. He has Ignite. He could have easily used that if he had gotten in range, but it was a nice sidestep from Ricky, realizing, hey, I'm about to get ganked here, and I already see you, but if I keep my distance popping the Ghost, you're not going to ever be able to use that.
Now, at least because Niles did have that TP, he was able to get back and actually gets a fight for himself, so not all is lost on that top side, but it's still very favorable for Ricky before. And St. Clair is a nice sidestep on that dredge line from Rockboom.
Rockboom barely surviving there. Had that connected.
Would have been trouble with St. Clair bot lane for sure. Not the case. And actually, we're going to see action bot and top. Will be a small trade here. Hold on.
Bullet time used with the Ignite as well. Rockboom will be fine. He's back underneath the turret, and it does seem top lane. There wasn't actually the fight. However, it was the Rift Herald started. Now, here's Niles. There's Odd Orange. Both of them looking to get inside of this pit, and it's really going to be up to the mid laners on how this one's decided because how low that Rift Herald has gotten.
Yeah, neither bot lane can impact this. Alonso will manage to net the smite. Does take this. Can he walk out? Yeah, he's going to pop the Ghost. Nas, he's out of there.
Wow, okay. Nothing of action besides the Rift Herald being taken, and somehow Alonso getting out of there without Flash. A good look for St. Clair. They've gotten these incremental leads that are now putting them in a position where they can start snowballing out of control.
Please Flash, we got the Nas button, man. Just cruise on out.
Yeah, good to go. They got 2 of those. They got it for Mundo. They got it for Ricky as well. So now we get our attention to where this Rift Herald is going to go and how we expect that to be played around. Because I'm looking at maybe even trying to crack this mid lane to get LeBlanc out of it so you can have the LeBlanc utilize more of her own potential.
Honestly, at this point, I'd give it to Darius. I think if Darius gets out of control in the side lane, there's nothing that Maryville can do to stop it. So I think that's the best move here for St. Clair. We'll see if they align. But so far, Alonso, a player actually that I learned played in Israel with someone that we are familiar with, Shogo, with University of St. Thomas. They're actually friends out there. So kind of learned that today talking with St. Clair. Definitely cool to see a lot of our high ELO players and players that had a lot of success, especially given Shogo's case, winning the last Blue championship. He's familiar on and off.
Shogo, good player, good ADC.
Damn good ADC.
Oh, yeah, he is. But here, Rock Boom's doing a good job against Scary Jerry, another player who actually made their name at that same CLOL tournament. Who's the one going up against Shogo, trying to see if he can beat him and take him down.
Yeah, with Converse. I think it was on the other side of the bracket. Both of them having success. His ult connects.
Oh, nice damage on Scary Jerry, but he's got the bullet time, getting way more onto Erase as he slows down. The flash comes in. Nice auto, looking for this kill easily onto Rock Boom. Make it a double for Odd Orange.
And Shady with this bot lane, bleeding out the summoners over time from St. Clair and those health bars. It pays off as Odd Orange comes bot. And honestly, Maryville needed that. They needed the point of power on the map. We talked about how this comp, it's going to be stronger early, stronger where they can sync up those ultimates and get kills. Maryville, exactly that in the bot lane.
And I would even argue that it's the perfect scenario for Maryville because both kills went on to Odd Orange. I think that's what they need to make sure they can look for these other lanes, look to see if they can put down and stop the momentum that Ricky Lavore has in the top lane so far.
Really nice trade there from Bakery for movement to even sidestep the Q. Well played on this LeBlanc. Is Kind Jungle, of course, playing mid, usually the jungler for Maryville, and the backup slot, I'd say performing respectably, I should say.
He's like the backup of the backup, too.
Yeah.
He is not a mid laner. He is a jungler.
Playing out of need. But doing not too bad on this Cassandra. Of course, Bakery Boy gets the best of him there, but hey, he's got his bot lane in his back pocket. If you are Maryville, has another Dredge on connection.
A lot of damage onto Erase, but this time around, no bullet time to worry about.
And I really like how a lot of these Dredge lines are not good. He's not even going for the auto attack all the time, right?
No.
Wants to get the double up on the MF. Try and get some chip damage. Just set up that all in play. Really well played by Shady as always. One of, if not the best support we have had. That's a big engage. They can't stop him. Up though.
No, it's pretty late. They're getting a lot of damage on Shady. Auto, losing the trade in the the support. 1-for-1 with the jungler. Barely showing up, but only clearing out wards.
I mean, a trade's okay, and I like the idea from Erase because that bullet time is actually not up yet for Scary Jerry, but it might be up in time for this dragon fight as they're looking for it on the side of St. Clair.
Oh, right there, Frozen 2. This is why it's so hard to play LeBlanc into Lissandra as LeBlanc gone. Lissandra low, still alive, barely kicking it, same with Mundo.
I don't know if you want to take that glacial path or not, but Kind Jungle got out of there. He's A-okay, able to back off, and that is a kill going over to Maryville, but might be the objective going over to St. Clair as they still have the health bars high on the Rift. See if Scary Jerry can get them off the ultimate. Not even going to take a look, though. But still the neutral objective going over to St. Clair. Really important that Ricky before also walked down for this one. Scary Jerry...
Oh, they're looking for the
kill.
you're
gonna have to go Nightmare.
Yeah, you're a bit far. Bullet time, it's not doing much. There's the pull back in, and a nice kill for Rock Boom.
Alonso tried to sneak Cleaver in to take it, but not going to be the case.
I thought they were going to give it to Ricky.
No, it's going to be St. Clair taking it, but Maryville, they are trading across the map. It is 2 dragons and an even gold game early here for St. Clair, but Maryville getting more gold, more experience on Odd Orange, who is counter jungling during this time. And this plate's going over to Niles.
I also do want to bring it back to the Dragon play, where it seems like Maryville were the favorite. It was 2-for-1 in total. However, I consider it more of a Pyrrhic victory because they still lost out on that play around the Dragon itself. That's 2 dragons now to St. Clair, so they are in a good position still, even if we now look at the gold lead and it has shifted over to Maryville.
But still, when we were setting up these comps, if you're St. Clair, and I told you that when plates fall, you're going to have 2 dragons be down 1k gold, I think they're taking that 10 out of 10 times.
Right. That's what I'm saying. A big Pyrrhic victory for Maryville.
St. Clair.
Shady's low. They are fighting this one with Rockwood taking so much damage from the double up. Now Erase is in dire need of an escape, but just cannot get away.
Yeah, he's not able to proc the passive from Braum, and Maryville's bot lane getting the best of St. Clair here again.
Nice claw away. Barely will survive against Bakery Boy, but nice.
That's nice.
The Shard tried to get the snipe kill, but not enough damage.
Distortion from Bakery Boy saving him, but Maryville still showing fight on the Rift, and also first brick now in the pockets of Scary Jerry, so that gold lead's back in their pockets. We'll see how Maryville utilize the MF now. You gotta assume that they're gonna rotate MF to a different lane to try and utilize her turret taking potential, but it might be late as, given the fact she's the bot lane, shield late, is Tempo on the top side here for St. Clair, and they're gonna cash in with another neutral objective.
It's back over to St. Clair. They've got full neutral objective control of this game. Even most of Scuttlecraft have gone to Alonso. That's what he's been doing in order to get at least in a good position in this game, where he's not that far behind Graves. Graves, being a power jungler, really just wants to farm it up the best he can. But they're separated by about 2 camps.
You gotta highlight too that one that we were talking about, the item options here.
Yeah.
New season, Radiant Virtue. So that healing, self-healing on the ultimate, only going to be increased, and honestly could be a really big problem for Maryville, who again are running a lower damage team. And when you're running a low damage team into a Braum who brings damage mitigation, brings the ability to cancel some of the big damage ultimates here from Maryville with that call to forge down, with that bullet time, again, I still feel like it's a really decent game state here for St. Clair.
Yeah, also to bring up with the Radiant Virtue, the healing that it provides for the team too when you go transcend, it helps. It's a great overall tool. And when we look at how they've drafted in this competition, with the Braum, with the Mundo, who are going to be the frontline tools to make sure your backline's doing fine as well as your flankers, this is going to help out when you just say, Mundo, send it, we're going down.
I mean, I know it's early in the game, but I really feel like this third Dragon is going to be really critical for both teams. Because if St. Clair is able to find a fight, able to come back,
taking a lot of damage, taking a beating, but that's going to be a nice knockup with that charge gets the pullback into the direct line, but they already go off Graves, and look at that bullet time. It does so much damage, but Erase is still alive. Here's the club, not taken. He was stunned up. They look to escape, but he puts the wall up, getting chased down by Scary Jerry for a kill. 1 for 1, support for jungler. As long as Alonso can escape, he's got a long way to go, but it is Mundo.
And again, St. Clair, they'll take that. They're the scaling team. They traded their support for the enemy jungler. That is trading up for St. Clair. They're able to fix the mid lane as well. And they could even reset before this Dragon spawns if they so choose, but instead, going to take away half the damage on that outer turret. St. Clair recovering well off that play, and
Frozen Tomb Pop too. That's a big ult to get rid of. You don't have to worry about that, and Bakery Boy's going to have a wonderful time with that as they pop Rift Herald here mid. Should be able to get that charge and probably should be able to take it.
Yeah, I know that Rift Herald gets the turret here. Shady was attempting something creative, but Joey's going unstoppable at that point. I would actually prefer to see that this Rift Herald saved for when they reset off the map. Because if they drop it with or when Dragon spawns, you force Maryville to make a choice to either contest that Rift Herald, contest the mid-outer turret, try and keep that alive for Maryville, or drop that completely, drop a charge in the inner, and fight this Dragon. So I know it's gold in their pockets. I would have liked to see them save that to try and create more pressure later around this neutral, which it still seems like both teams are posturing to fight over.
However, if you look at the gold deficit they're in, even though they have been getting these incremental leads, there's been the big leads that are these 2 outer turrets on the side that were taken by Maryville that have netted them about a 2,500 gold lead over St. Clair. And now, with St. Clair being the one to start the Dragon, they think that they're strong enough.
And watch LeBlanc, Bakery Boy has that CS lead at level 12, has the angle. So is spotted by Maryville. We'll see if LeBlanc get any chip damage down. And oh boy!
Flash in, and that's a glacial fissure. They've got damage, but they cannot get anybody besides getting the kill to flash away. Behind jungle. Wait a minute, where'd Niles go? They took him down. They take down Nautilus. St. Clair win the fight and get their 3rd Dragon of the game.
And the damage from Maryville, it's not enough. The Radiant Virtue Mundo, it survives, it heals the team. All of St. Clair are still standing, and that is now a sole point for them. 19 minutes into the game, they're only down 1k gold with the comp that we favor later with the scaling. St. Clair looking great in this opener.
Getting themselves in a great position. 2-0-3 for Darius as well. I'd consider that a snowball. At least they've gotten it on track. They have a bounty on top of Rock Boom right now. 4-1-2 after a lane that had been very difficult due to Shady.
And like this draft for Maryville, I'm so surprised that they blinded the Ornn when Braum was still showing, because the value of Unbreakable when you can cancel that call to Forge God, this is the dream game for Braum. You're going up against a low damage team. You have so much value in terms of where you cast that Unbreakable, but also how you can utilize your Glacial Fissure to cancel MF Vault, to stop Lysandra from engaging. It's too much for MU to deal with. They need to burst down targets and kill them before this Radiant Virtue Mundo kind of heals the team back up. They don't have the damage to do that. They are not far ahead enough from this early game, and Maryville's in big trouble in this game 1.
And we kind of got an example in that last fight of what that Radiant Virtue Mundo can do. How it looked like they were going to all die, and then all of a sudden you just see this health wobble for a bit because it is impossible to get through all that healing. Now, Race here, I don't know why you're by yourself defending the turret. You're Braum. You're not going for the on-hit attack speed, Braum. You're just
Still, it is mid taken here by Maryville, actually stacking up as 5. They look at the outer. They do drop a big side wave in the top lane for the block, so that is still resources going over to the wayside, even if they did take that turret, get some of that global gold on their team. It still is St. Clair dictating the pace of this game. The map, the team that we have here in person, team that we pitched as the underdogs, even with the sub that Maryville has in the mid lane, they're the ones showing up in this game 1.
I'm always for an underdog story, personally. I like a team like this. They're coming into this one scrappy. They play things that we don't always see, like that Darius, but now that it's preseason, and we also know that Ricky Laporte likes to play champions like this. Think even to Jax and Aatrox, kind of in the same wheelhouse.
I mean, it was a good pick. Like, look at the comp that they have. Darius interacts really well with 4 out of the 5 champs showing, right? You're only really going to struggle getting to MF. So when you have, a comp that is only diving on you, Darius can be very powerful both in the team fights and the side lane, given the kit that he has. And Ricky Laporte, 203, has that stride breaker. Sterix saw some buffs before preseason, was actually made it a lot better. Can be really good on the Darius. Ricky Laporte set up to be a menace in this game.
Bakery Boy realizes something's fishy. Away, but nice flash with the dredge line, with the depth charge, but it was a flash away that saved Bakery Boy's life.
I actually really respect that flash from Bakery Boy. If he tried to use the double destroy with the ultimate,
it would have been interrupted.
Could have been interrupted by that depth charge. So early flash from Bakery Boy, really nice poise on this LeBlanc champ that you said talking with him earlier. He's real comfortable on showing some of that here.
Exactly, you see those mechanics. Even if it's minute and it's hard to recognize, that flash being far more important in that scenario. But this now, a sneaky very.
So Maryville's got to go for something, right? And this could be really bad for St. Clair because they have overcommitted to the bot side when Baron's up. They had 4 members hovering here.
Not even
yeah, they don't sniff it out. They're just going to spot it now.
Oh, wait a minute. Look at the damage to the backline. Nice dodge away from the distortion. It's at 25%. It's going low. They've got people here now. It's going to be Smite secured, but there is going to be a fight afterwards. Let's see what they can find. Glacial Fissure on 2.
Got canceled.
For the damage on to Kind Jungle. He uses Frozen Tomb just to divide the little bit of time that he had left for Bakery Boy to take him down. However, there have been successful recalls, and 4 members will remain Baron buffed for Maryville.
100% worth for Maryville. They're behind. They're getting outscaled. You're going to drop 1 member to take the Baron off the map. Really good call from Maryville. And again, this is why this team always does so well in these collegiate events. The poise that they have, the experience they have on players like Niles, like Shady, to make a call like that, realize what the game state is, and do what's best for them. That's why this team always is on top, and that's why they're still in this game.
It is a very close game, neck and neck. 500 gold essentially separating the 2 teams. Negligible, unless Bakery Boy just dies right there. Took a lot of damage. Smite, slow down with the Ignite. Where's going to be the power? Oh, but it's dodged away, unfortunately. Yeah, distortioned back. So you died, and it's a shutdown that was picked up by Odd Orange.
Yeah, no fake clone to eat the collateral damage there, as that will be Odd Orange. The 3-2 on the Graves. Oh, meanwhile, this is really awkward for St. Clair. They're down a member. They're on the enemy side of the map below. They used ultimates to try and fish for a pick, but they all came up dry.
It's 20 seconds until Bakery Boy spawns.
They didn't portal out either. They want to fight for this soul, but they have no ult. I don't think they can fight.
I don't know if you want to fight this. I don't think you can fight this. They want to get Alonso in the pit. He thinks he's tanking him. He runs into the middle of 5 people. They've got Still Wraith taking way more damage than he's used to. And even with JD low dying in the fight, they've got 2!
Ricky.
Oh no! Ricky! Oh, he's silenced. They got the Wraith off, but there's a TV on the other side. Dragon's still available. Looking to see if they can re-engage it. They're going to be able to get the kill onto Alfonso. And now looking to see if Scary Jerry will be shut down. It's a flip. There's no juggling. Woo! Oh, it's Smite secured by Odd Orange. But will they all survive? Bouncing around Bakery Boy as he bides his time, waiting for the cooldowns. Dives back in, but that's a Jack show on Niles. You can't kill him that easily. And you can see right there that the ace finally comes through for Maryville.
And it's the Swole Bros for Maryville on the top side that end up saving the fight in the back half of the skirmish, as it was a flip, but Odd Orange had Smite. St. Clair did not. And that will be the soul denied from St. Clair, secured for Maryville. They continue to find ways to get back in this game.
Getting that, denying that early stack on the Hextech Dragon, especially for a comp like we see drafted for St. Clair, would have been brutal to face off this early.
I mean, Hextech Soul is GG, right? You're
Right.
staring down a LeBlanc plus a Varus. Whenever you eat abilities, you're going to be
Plus
slowed.
Furious, too. Imagine that. You get extra slow on that.
Yeah, so easy for St. Clair to then follow up on that. A lot of extra strength for them. Critical that Maryville was able to secure that fight and the Dragon.
And now, having that, the Baron buff has timed out. So unfortunately, they can't look to take any more of these objectives, topple any more structures for the time being.
I mean, they don't care. Like, they picked up a 1K gold. They at least bought themselves some more time, even though we still feel like the scaling is an advantage of St. Clair.
Go for that one, Shady, because now you got Auto Orange in the middle of everybody. They're getting a lot of damage onto Erase. That's the pick they need, because it's easy to get without anybody to save your support. What can you do?
Those ports end up coming handy for Maryville as Shady, we thought Shady was in trouble, but he proved that he is the real Slim Shady, and Erase was erased off the face of the map, so he's going to have to give it another go. Now we're going to Bakery Boy.
Nice dodge, but here's going to be that depth charge. It will get stunned. Underneath the tower, bullet time. But how in the world are you that tanky, Bakery Boy? You have gotten a Shadow Flame. That shouldn't give you that much tanky death.
I love how Shady was even looking for that last depth charge, or treasure line, I should say.
Right.
Would have spelled certain depth from the Nautilus, but knows that if he trades out for the block, that is well worth it. Good damage.
Comes out. Jerry, he's taking a lot of damage. They get
no.
the structure, but at what cost? You got to be careful, because there goes Kind Jungle, and now Shady Odd Orange. The spider ran away from Shady, but the slow coming in from the and the Winter fight to bite down on Nautilus, and Odd Orange is in the middle of all five and shut down by Rock Boom.
And Maryville overcommit on the side lane, trying to take down that inner turret, trying to amount more gold in their pockets. Scary Jerry gets greedy again at this game on the map, Magic, one of the newer members of Maryville. He got caught out bot lane early, overshows his hand topside with the rest of his team. Maryville gets wiped, and just like that, it feels like they control this game back in favor of St. Clair.
Right, just forcing for that turret, you're wanting that extra bit of gold, but at what cost at that point? You had a near 3,000 gold lead that has shrunk again to below 1,000 separating the two teams, and for St. Clair, this team, the underdogs that we have in our Cinderella story of NACE Starleague, are in a great position. They still have one dragon remaining until they get Hextech Soul.
I think that last set of play from Maryville too, it kind of describes a lot of their strategy and what they like to do on the map with really playing through side things. Like initially sending 4 people through that portal on the top side, they find a pick, they're able to actually hit the inner turret. That's a great play for Maryville. They really caught St. Clair off guard, but then the overcommit, overstaying to the side, trying to get that inner turret, that was too much. They didn't recognize that. Scary Jerry goes down for free. Maryville has no damage, especially as MF is off the map. St. Clair capitalized, and now they're back in control.
Back in control, waiting it out. Baron going to spawn here in just a wee bit. But that's not really what you want. You probably want to bait out looking for the flanks.
I appreciate the vision toggle here from our wonderful observer, B-Flight.
B-Flight's amazing.
Yeah, helping us out. And I mean, it's so deadly to walk into a LeBlanc, a Varus, as Kind Jungle. I begin to taste that. Love how he leads with chain. So good.
Oh, nice Frozen Tomb, but on himself, and now against LeBlanc, waiting for the cooldowns. Gotta be careful of chasing this one Kind.
I love this from Bakery Boy, though, because they have mid-prio. They saw that Maryville was actually hovering down towards the bot side, so Bakery Boy steps off, and now they're baiting Maryville in.
Here
Bakery Boy has TP to join.
Look at where Odd Orange is. He's not a part of the fight. The bullet time comes through, getting blocked nearly entirely by Erase. Knockup on to Mundo. Alonso, he's slow, but he's alive. Gonna eat up some of the honey fruits.
Watch the
and
block.
guess who's here? They've got to worry about Bakery Boy on the other side. Getting a little bit of damage, but he's got to be careful going up against Niles. That Jack Show's gonna keep him alive for quite some time with a lot of damage coming on the other side. Looking to see who they can take down, and Bakery Boy against the tank. He takes down Ornn. The god is slain.
They have a decision to make, though. Baron is on the table. This Hextech Dragon is now on the map, so it looks like it will be a trade again. So it is Maryville denying that soul. One more dragon, but this time, St. Clair, they're the ones to secure that Baron.
They're the ones to come out on top. Who cares if it's a second dragon of the game for Maryville? You much more care that you yourselves are getting a Baron buff, and you now will be the ones to topple structures.
I'd rather have soul, but we'll take a one fight. We'll go from there.
I just don't want it like if you give Baron over to Maryville, because you got to trade one of them. You're trading one of them.
No, you could have won for Soul. Yeah,
so?
yeah. You could have bullied your way in for Soul. I think that would have been the right call for St. Clair. But either way, they're the ones that have the Baron buff. They're the ones that are suited up here at the LAN in Philly, in person, now trying to push down the base of Maryville. Of course, playing all the way from Los Angeles. They are double dipping their LANs this weekend, playing in 2 finals today. This is their first, and you know, with this roster, they were trying to clean this up, trying to, you know, do something very difficult to do, not win just 1 LAN, but win 2 in the same day. St. Clair getting a real run for their money early.
Okay, he's going to get the knock up. Dashed back by Erase. He is not very tanky, that's for sure. He gets taken down so quickly that they got to be a little bit more cautious with how they position Braum, especially without Alonso and next item.
You know, the hitbox dredge line can sometimes be a blessing and a curse. Oh, Terry Jerry actually might be caught.
That's going to be trouble.
Yeah, he got blocked.
Away, but guess who's still here? Ricky LaFleur is here in the back line, getting bounced around. Wanted me to get the knock. But he caught it.
Oh, wait, he's
Jerry
dead.
keeps fighting it back. He's taken down finally, but he got a double kill first. And now they get the knock on the other side. Looking for the flash away. Rock Boom is still here. And now Odd Orange is the one dive again. And Rock Boom bailed. He took the portal out. Erased. He's going to be the next target as he is nearly slain. There it is. Taking down Machady. The flash coming in from Kind. And you're not so tanky anymore, Mundo. You can't go where you please when you're shut down.
The gold standard of collegiate does not go down easy as St. Clair overcommit in the choke, and that was a huge team fight from Kind Jungle subbing into play mid lane. His Lissandra did so much damage in the last fight. That AoE team fight, you know, from the Ornn, from the Wisp, it wasn't denied this time around from St. Clair. Instead, they had to eat everything in the choke. Very difficult to deal with in Maryville. Another big fight to keep them in this game.
Big fight keeps the game going. 32 minutes in. We have 1 point away from that soul still for St. Clair. They are still trailing in the gold department. Even if it's only minorly, they are still at a point where they are constantly battling back to try to get that lead in their favor.
We had to find our way back to the shares here, as unfortunately do have a pause. Hopefully we get some updates for you about, you know, what's going on, and hopefully we get it sorted out sooner than later, because this game 1, I gotta say, it's been a lot closer than what we expected, what we were pitching going in.
Oh, much closer, and I'm loving this. The Cinderella story of St. Clair. New esports to collegiate, new program with scholarships given out to the teams.
Scholarships recently added. Yeah.
Exactly. I consider that really when you're becoming a collegiate org when it comes to these games, especially when you look at how players and some other teams are without any.
I mean, it definitely allows you to be more competitive with teams like Maryville, right? Who can use full rides to recruit. And hey, we see St. Clair being more than just competitive in this game 1, as I really like the drafty idea from them. I think the stable early game, we've seen that pay off for St. Clair. It's just that, you know, a few of the map plays post these big objectives, it's been a little bit out of sync. Like, you know, fighting over a wave when someone else trying to take over the jungle, not making these plays together, skipping some steps when it comes to snowballing a game forward, controlling the vision. And again, if you make those mistakes against Maryville, they will beat you.
And right now, St. Clair, I gotta say though, they aren't making very many mistakes. There are a couple of points where they've gotten caught out. There are a couple points that they have, but not nearly as severe as Maryville tend to exploit from other teams. If there has been a mistake from St. Clair, they've usually been able to find a way back into it or find a different opportunity to get themselves ahead.
Oh, we are back, baby. We were zooming forward. We had the 5-second pause, hoping to get back in this game again as soon as possible, as it's been a good one. I mean, back and forth, Maryville putting up a lot of fight. You know, we pitched it as their comps outscaled. Of course, ornaments are coming in later in the game. It is that, you know, that season. Get some goodies post level 14 to give out to your teammates. We'll see if that could be enough to maybe match what St. Clair has cooked.
Yes, we are seeing the ornaments. 3 of 5 have it so far. The Jack Show upgrade for Niles. Have that Gore Drinker upgrade as well as the Kraken Slayer. All of them giving more damage to your carries.
I know this game we spent a lot of time, you know, setting up Odd Orange to really be the person who's going to get this early game ahead for Maryville. I do want to credit on the other side. I know we've you know, been really looking at Bakery Boys LeBlanc. I think that Rock Boom's done a really nice job on this Varus. Some of these later fights, just positioning well enough to be cleanup duty. it's a tough task, you know, playing a non-Tom Kench, non-escape support with Varus to try and position.
Bakery gets caught out there. That's devastating.
Well, we missed that one out of pause. Bakery Boy ends up going down to MU, overloading the side lane. Again, catches him off guard this time, utilizing those portals, and this time feels like Maryville, they have the fast track, and they should be able to hit the center before St. Clair can respond.
And you can see the long death timer until you get Bakery Boy back up, a whole 35 seconds remaining. A lot of opportunity for Maryville to start getting more of the gold lead, trying to see if they can crack that 3,000 barrier that they've had throughout the entire game.
I like Maryville retreating here as well. You know, you got what you came for. Bakery Boy has that Unleash teleport up when he respawns, so I think respecting that, making sure you reset before the Blanc get back onto the map, guarantees that you have first say again. So intelligent moves by Maryville. Of course, this team, I mean, one way to, you know, always be competitive, just be good on the map, be smart about how you move as a squad, something that Maryville, I think they have a unique strategy of how they play it. You know, a lot of them playing through side lanes, something we don't usually see from a lot of our Legion teams, not even our Academy or LCS teams, but we have seen it work for Maryville at points. Mike there, able to pick up an inner tower, and hey, look at that gold draft, right? 2.5K gold up from Maryville. They keep on stabilizing.
Like I said, it's a barrier of 3K. They can't seem to crack that this entire game thus far. 34 minutes in, Dragon soon to spawn. This is where you can already see that no longer will they be willing to give this one up to Maryville. If Maryville gets it, they themselves would be 1 point away from the Hex Soul, so they're willing to put up a full fight.
And at this point, my eyes really go towards Rock Boom. Sitting at 4 items, LDR as well for the Varus, plus a stopwatch. Right. If he's pumping out auto attacks and damage, it will be Maryville in trouble, because MF cannot match the DPS of a Varus. So really got to keep our eyes out for that.
I'm looking at Bakery Boy. He's on the flank, but spotted out by KhazixMayJump. They know what he's looking for.
It's not a great angle.
They're not in a good position. We'll have to fall back while they continue to just trade a little bit of damage on, just drag it down to 50. Now they've gone in. Who's going to be able to get it? Fight, abound. Who's in the pit? Who's got it? Reset. That's going to be a knockup block by Ornn. And now they got the kill.
Smite's down.
On Ornn. No Smite, but they got the kill back on Ricky LaFleur. And now they have to get the kill on Niles if they can. The Jack Shell keeps
They didn't
going.
get dragged.
They didn't even need a Smite. They just auto-attacked it to death.
Alonzo didn't have Smite up. He actually smited to stay alive, so there was no Smite available to secure the Dragon, and it will be now soul points for both teams here in this first game.
That's tragic for St. Clair. They needed that one so they can look to end this game. While they will have a bit of an advantage around the Baron if they so choose to pull that trigger, it is going to be difficult because we already saw right there that there is always a good fight coming in from Maryville with their composition.
Honestly, that was a good setup for St. Clair. I mean, they found the cancel on the bullet time. Ornhorn went through, but still you had Darius, Mundo on the back line. At this point, you expect him to out-damage. Meanwhile, on the Blanc, he's got to get out.
Double distortion away. My distortion back. Waiting for it. Going to be the witching fight on Shady after the down 50% on Baron. Looking for a race to get a lot of damage onto him. There's Niles into the middle of the pit. There's the call. The forward god
can't stop it. They can't stop it.
This time around. Alonzo's gone. Rock Boom flashing over the wall. They got the kill, and it will be only 1 life traded for 4 in total.
And that's St. Clair playing too fast again. They didn't set up their side lanes, didn't set up anything. They try and burst down the Baron. Maryville catches them off guard, and now Ricky LaFleur going for a hero play.
He's trying to stand this, but it's not going to work so well here in the middle of 4 people. Or is it? One knocks his guillotine, looking for the next one, but couldn't get in range to get another kill.
No heal coming through for the Darius. No dice for St. Clair. It's again, I think a few points in this game. This was a very winnable game for St. Clair. I think they had the advantage, but just playing a little bit too fast, giving a couple of steps. You cannot do that against Maryville. And Maryville, how many times they bounced back in this game, Matt?
So many times they bounced back to claim victory in a 37-minute bout against St. Clair. What a team fight from Maryville twice in a row, and that clinches them victory.
And honestly, a heater of a game 1. I mean, this series, I'm excited for the rest of the series based on that. I was not expecting this series to be that close, even with Kind Jungle playing mid when he usually is a jungler, of course, for Maryville. But St. Clair did a lot of things well in that game. It was just, I think they got a little bit, played too fast. And that's where, having this sort of experience early on can really pay off for a college team in their season. Because, that signs of nerves, right? Like, not setting up waves before we hit Baron, not trying to secure a quadrant of the jungle, like doing that before we hit the wave, not setting things up. That's playing too fast, right? And I can't be getting nervous, realizing that we have an opportunity to take a game off the gold standard League of Legends program. Feels like St. Clair kind of dropped the ball with a few of those steps on how to play the map, and that's what really punished them. So a couple things that they can definitely take away and learn from that game. And Maryville, again, props to them. The way that they played the map is what saved them in that game that was looking very grim for them early on.
A lot of props over to Shady, too. I feel like Shady was the one really setting up. They had, at the end, Kind Jungle on the flank angle just to make sure to deny Bakery Boy from getting in. But at the same time, a lot of that was started off by Shady.
Man, whenever I watch Maryville, I always feel like I'm just giving props to Shady. This guy consistently is the top support in collegiate. Support that, by all means would be considered by academy teams if it wasn't for the fact that, Shady is set on wanting to pursue his education, now pursuing his graduate degree with Maryville, is able to still compete on the team as well. He is a very, very good player and consistently outperforms his counterparts in his role. I know that Erase, someone that actually recently role swapped from marksman to support, had some decent moments, finding the cancels in team fights, but I really think that Shady's impact on the map was just different.
Yeah, it was honestly, Shady is just one of those players that we can, like you said, we could always rave about and how good this player is.
Yeah.
And I also want to give a lot of prompts over to Scary Jerry, because early into the game, we saw that he was making those positional errors. He was getting caught out, but then you could see the growth just through that game, where slowly he was actually positioning a lot better, making sure he's like, yeah, I get caught out. Can we have Lissandra behind me so I don't have to worry about that, so I could put a free bullet time down?
Scary Jerry is an interesting, pickup for Maryville because, of course, he really came on the scene through collegiate, competing with Converse.
Yep.
And getting an offer from Maryville, like, if your goal is to play collegiate, how can you say no to that, right? That's going to the top team in the nation. He's someone that's very raw. We know that he has the team fight mechanics. We've seen some insane Ezreal plays and angles that he sees that a lot of players don't. It's still someone raw, someone that Jensen and now Nova's really going to have to mold into a player. I think he has potential, but definitely saw some of the weaknesses there with how he plays the map. Looking for those improvements as we move throughout the series, throughout Scary Jerry's play, but definitely a very, very promising piece for Maryville.
It's great to see, but I do hear that we have an interview on our stage with the head of Drexel Esports, so let's send it on over.
Okay. What's going on, everybody? Los here, and we got another aficionado, a affiliate, a member of Drexel University and the esports program. Joining me is Claire and Zumi. Yes, Zumi. I knew it. I knew what it was. It's, sometimes when you're on camera, things can get tough, and you may know about going through tough times with Drexel University because this is a very passionate group, but it's also student-run. Could you tell me about that?
Yeah, so we were founded in spring of 2021, so we're a little under 2 years old. We have 120 players, 9 teams, and it's just been pure chaos and fun building our org and kind of starting it from scratch.
So what exactly is your role?
So I'm the president, and I pretty much just make sure all of our operations run smooth. So, managing our facility, which is really exciting, too.
Your facility is, I would say, a startup, right? Could you tell me a little bit what you're working with when it comes to that Drexel facility?
Yeah, so it's an old call center, so we are literally gaming out of cubicles right now. But it's super fun, and, it's great to start from somewhere, and it's great that we at least have a space. So, we're looking to add more computers. We have 5 right now, and just continue to expand our presence.
So your CS squad, 2-time national champions, sadly not making it into this semester's NACE Starleague Grand Finals for Counter-Strike. How exactly do you build up a team like that? What is the training regimen when you don't exactly have that university support?
Yeah, we kind of let our game leads and our teams work on their own, and they're very independent, and we were just super lucky to get teams that were so talented, not just in CSGO, but all of our titles have really, really good competition, and we're really lucky to have them.
What's your favorite team?
I'm biased because I was on Overwatch for 2 years, so.
Okay, are they the best? Who would you say is the best team? Your favorite team is Overwatch, but who's the best?
Definitely CSGO. They are 2-time national champs.
You know, I just wanted to plug CS:GO there. Personal CS fan. Sorry, not sorry. So, what's the future of Drexel Esports looking like?
I mean, we're really just kind of seeing what happens. We're kind of just running on our own right now, taking any opportunities we can get, any sponsorships, partnerships, anything, and continuing to just work and try our best.
Okay, well, Claire, you got the floor. What you want to say to anyone that may be watching, wants to get involved with Drexel, maybe potential sponsors, potential players?
Please reach out to us. Follow us on Twitter at Drexel Esports, drexelesports@gmail.com. Reach out to us. We are welcome to anything.
Welcome to anything, and don't be a shy person. Reach out, get involved, especially with Drexel Esports. They want you, they need you, and they're gonna get you. But we're gonna get you to another game of League of Legends right after a quick break, so don't go anywhere. NACE Starleague Grand Finals continues after a quick pop. Whoop.
Back in to NACE Starleague here for League of Legends in chilly Philadelphia. Just so you all know, that's why I'm holding these, because my hands are cold. I'm from California. It is cold here for me.
I know. I mean, you've got the whole turtleneck, corduroy, plus hand warmers. I, the true Midwesterner, decided that I was done with my day as a financial planner, I should say. And I was able to, actually, come cast some video games.
Okay. But I hear that we're
I like this
in the
Wi-Fi
Champions
setup for
Select,
myself.
so I think we should get right into the Champions Select because they're well. Oh wow!
I didn't talk about my
well
hedge
good.
fund.
What? Oh well, that's why I'm interrupting. No one wants to hear that. But we want to hear about this draft so far.
Oh wow!
Look at that.
Curious.
a Lucian Nami up against a Caitlyn Lux. So the two teams did swap sides.
Yeah, so that will be St. Clair on the blue side, Maryville on the red side. We'll be fixing that one hopefully for you guys shortly. But for Maryville on red, a lot of point-and-click CC coming out from Vi, the ability to chain that with a Lux Caitlyn, and flexibility for St. Clair on the blue side. Of course, Lucian Nami, I think, has that big mid-game power spike now with the first strike we've been seeing.
Yeah.
Really wanting to get to Imperial Mandate plus Gale Force between the two to really hit that spike and be powerful. Does give St. Clair some options later, but we'll have to survive the early onslaught from Shady and Scary Jerry.
Yeah, as we see from the band here.
That was
focus a lot on the top lane. Yeah, these teams are just booking it through Champions League. They're ready for game 2.
I got to say, Silas is pretty valuable. You can play this into Seraphine. You can take away the Encore. And also, if you have a Sejuani jungle, you can utilize that to Permafrost and chain gank the Seraphine. So I would really want to see a Silas locked in. I think that's going to be the case here for St. Clair on the blue side. Good choice. Already a couple good ultimates to grab, so like this one.
As do I. I think it's a good pick. Don't have to worry about too much on the other side that could answer it really well.
Do we see... I'm sitting on a pick, Mad Magical. I'm not going to say it until we see it.
There's a top lane or jungle pick?
It's a top lane.
Okay, because I'm expecting Sejuani jungle.
It involves some swinging.
Not
of an axe. Okay. I was actually... It was going to be... I was thinking it was going to be Olaf. But we got Aatrox.
Oh, okay. Yeah, no. Aatrox is actually... a pretty good blind here. I don't have a problem about it. The only thing that's a problem is Niles. Niles is good at playing against a lot of these meta top laners that we've seen dominate for quite some time. So going for this Renekton, he is looking for blood right away.
Yeah, Renekton is going to get quite a bit of value against the top side, being all melee. And also with the Seraphine that can help some of the issues that Renekton has later in the game with closing the gap, which... See if Maryville can alleviate, but of course Niles having that 5 pick will be the choice of pick, given a few counters taken away. We'll see if Niles can cash in on some early game stability and hopefully prowess if you are a fan of Maryville.
I'm looking at this Maryville comp, and last game went a long time. This game, outside of Renekton, looks like they want to play more for the late game.
I don't know. I mean, they have 2 winning sides here for Maryville, right? Because Kate Lux gets pushed. Renekton should get pushed very early on against the Aatrox as well. So I think the game plan for Maryville, try and survive mid, but also utilize Vi to get to sides, impact it, and go from there. Whereas St. Clair, you have a Sejuani, it's about playing towards solo lanes, right? Stack up that Permafrost, try and get one of the solo lanes, or side lanes, I should say, rolling. And really just attack the Seraphine throughout this game.
Yes.
Seraphine's great at the 5v5, but really struggles in skirmishes.
Exactly. And when you have Sejuani, Silas, Aatrox, they can all proc the passive of Sejuani. You're really looking to focus on that. But that's where we have to then talk about Odd Orange and his pathing, the plan that you have as a Vi. And you kind of had talked about the point and click does help, especially against something that is a little slippery, like Lucian. But I do also want to look at the early game, because oftentimes we'll see Vi's. If you look over to LCK, which you should know very well, when a Vi is picked, that's level 4, looking for the flash in with the Vault Breaker.
Yeah, I mean, the early level 3, I'm curious, it's preseason. I'm still learning with a lot of people about, what's good, what's not. Like I was setting up, Graves trying to cross map. It's a lot harder to do in preseason because they nerfed jungle XP when you go to counter jungle, right? Like what you get off of counter jungling. So I'm curious. I think that for Vi, she doesn't want to find anyone in the first 2 levels of the game, right? Because she's not a champion until she gets Vault Breaker. So I think that the jungle changes actually kind of benefit Vi. It keeps her a little bit safer early on, and then she can run from there.
I mean, granted, you're not in too much danger against Sejuani as Vi, not at least early on, unless you have the lanes winning in solo lanes.
Silas. When another melee comes, then you're in trouble.
That's when you're in trouble. You have the Silas or Aatrox. If somehow Aatrox is able to get an advantage over Renekton top lane, that also can be a deadly duo. But I mean, I look at the compositions, and it feels very reminiscent of last game. To me, I see that mid-game, almost a little bit of snowball aspect out of St. Clair, but then a pretty good scaling side. Even if there are some strong side laners on Maryville, a Seraphine Kate Lux with a Vi tank, that's going to be great news if you can get like 3 items.
You can also do some really cool things with Vi plus Seraphine, where, of course, Encore, if it hits your allies, it extends the range. Well, Vi has that point-and-click ultimate, so if you're Encoring on top of that, you get some pretty nasty wombo combos set up, especially with a Lux, where everyone's walking towards you. Chain that with, you know, a binding. Really curious to see if Maryville takes advantage of
wild
that.
the distance you can get on the Encore.
Yes.
Because if you time it perfectly, it's at the same speed, missile speed, so it'll literally just extend it until Vi gets to her target.
Yeah, well, we'll see if Maryville can make St. Clair dance to their whim with the Seraphine and the Encore. As I will say that Maryville somewhat danced around St. Clair in the map. In the
Sona makes them dance. Seraphine makes them walk towards her.
Yeah, they're still moving. You know, CC, they're moving towards you. Okay, Charmed, whatever. It's fine.
Walking,
it's different, but
walking
it's, you know,
is not dancing. Do we have to get Los back here and have him dance again?
Do we need to get Michael Jackson up here and see him moonwalk?
Yeah, I mean, I just want Los to dance again.
Okay. I mean, I'm not against that either.
Yeah. That's more what I'm here for.
Yeah. Of course, you are stuck with us for a couple more minutes as we are working towards the built-in spectator delay. The League client, of course, not on a TR account. We are in preseason, getting all the joys, the wonders of what can possibly happen when you throw in a bunch of changes into a game that changes every 3 weeks.
Well, that's why they call it preseason.
Yeah, see what 1.5 million players in the rank ladder can come up with.
I mean, you could just ask me, and I can come up with 1.5 million different things.
Yes, but none of those are good, except for
some of them are.
Except for, I will credit you this, Sunfire Diana. You were on that early, and it was not played enough.
I was.
That was
I
OP
definitely got on
the last season. Yeah.
Look, a broken clock is right twice a day, and I know I'm a broken clock, so I just throw everything at the wall, and I will be right a couple times.
Well, it's a good thing that, you know, we're panning away from us and towards the wonderful audience members that we have. Oh, it's back to us. Oh, I like checking out the audience. You know, we got some active people here late in the day. It's potentially our last game of the day. Of course, there is more action tomorrow. As Sunday, it's the day for shooters here at the NACE Starleague.
FPS Day.
Yes, FPS Day. We got Call of Duty, followed by Rainbow Six Siege and CSGO tomorrow, all kicking off at 11 a.m. Eastern. A little bit before that, too, with the host. But before we can get to tomorrow, of course, we do have to wrap up today, where we specialize with that game that has like 162 different characters, 100+ items, 5 different abilities on every character,
and we
5
know
different
them
dragons.
all.
And
6 dragons.
Yeah, we have to know them all.
6 dragons.
6?
Remember?
Oh, Elder. How could I forget about Daddy Dragon?
That's technically 7 then.
What? Do the math.
Ocean, Mountain, Infernal.
It's been a long day. It's been a long day, Matt Magical.
Chemtech and Elder.
I know. I can see you counting in front of me on your hands. All right. I don't. The passive aggressiveness. You will have to work with it later.
Broken
all right?
clock, right twice a day. I'm telling you.
And I can't count to 7, so that's what we learned today.
Yeah.
Fortunately, we have a best of 3.
Yeah, exactly. It makes it a lot easier for us.
There's a best of 7 tomorrow, or I see a best of 9 for Call of Duty. I'd be in trouble for that.
Oh yeah,
that would not be good. Also, you know, for tomorrow, we do have Northwood University versus St. Clair for Call of Duty, as Northwood looking for their 3rd title just this weekend.
I mean, they have 2 opportunities tomorrow too.
They do. That's very impressive.
Yeah, I mean, it is a very impressive stat line to have. You already won 2. Both of them in sweeps today. And then tomorrow, 2 more opportunities to do so. But like you said, FPS Day, that's one of those games that you just got to come prepared. Got to have your hands ready, click them heads.
Yeah, I feel like those hand warmers you have going to be very popular tomorrow with the FPS crowd. As, of course, FPSs, I enjoy them. I just cannot play or cast them. It's big trouble. I will say, you know, I think my KD in the new COD right now is like a 1.3. It's not too bad. They have skill-based matchmaking. I'm still at a 1.3. It's not bad.
See, I can't play new COD only because back in my day, I would just go to Olympia, Marathon Pro with Tomahawks, and just run around.
That's Black Ops. That's OG Black Ops.
Yeah, I know.
What a game.
That's what I'm talking about. And it was with Marathon Pro when it was infinite. And so I just run around the map the whole time, just anyone camping. I'd run faster than any trap mine would go off. So I just run through, boom, boom, Tomahawk.
Pretty much what you're saying is that, folks, if you didn't know why he's known as Mad Magical, this is why the Mad's there.
Yeah, exactly.
Because it doesn't matter the game. It's you're gonna limit test.
Oh, always. And speaking of limit test, the players are ready to limit test as well. I hear the game is ready.
We're ready.
Grand finals here. One game separates Maryville from victory in yet another tournament. While St. Clair backs against the wall. Need to make sure they don't lose too much early on into this game and get themselves in a good position mid-game.
Love seeing our players take advantage of a new feature in League of Legends this preseason, which is if you ping a ward after it's dropped, you get free gold. As Riot decided to take a page out of Oprah's book. And, you know, whoever's first to the spot, you just get, it's all free. Giving it all away.
I mean,
free money, folks.
I was like, how much gold is it again?
It's 5.
Yeah.
That's fine. There's no inflation on the Rift. We're good to go.
Right, that's what I'm saying. It's like, you're not going to get anything with that 5.
That's what you think, Matt Magical. What if I won a gumball out of the shop? That's also going to be new. Maybe
cool.
a Poro snack.
Oh, that'd be actually
that could be 5 cool.
Yeah. I would like that.
Ping wards, get Poro snacks in ARAM. Put it in.
That actually would be pretty cool.
I'm here for it. Well, you can't buy wards in ARAM, so that'd be a problem. But anyway.
No. It's oh yeah.
Yeah. Anyway, moving on. Do have to look at the game as much like last game, it will be mirrored, or I should say, match clears coming in from Sejuani and Fly. He's starting on the top side, working towards bot, which makes a lot of sense given the volatile lanes that we have running here for both teams. So it's going to be Lucianami trying to survive the onslaught of Caitlyn Lux early on.
It's top lane. Ricky actually doing a lot to fight back against Niles early on, which I do like. It's going to be a hard lane to really go against. It's more of a skill matchup, but Ricky was talking to me before, and this is one of those champs he likes to play a lot.
So something interesting about this matchup topside, you see Niles actually started with that Doran's Blade. Usually we see Doran Shield these days in the top lane. I think one of the reasons he's going for the Blade, going for a 3-wave crash. Gets that 3rd wave in, take that early base, get an early pull to his name, make sure that he's nice and healthy for the next clear as well, and then really try and punish Aatrox on that bounce. It's going to be the game plan here for Niles.
At the moment, pretty stagnant, not much action expected to happen early on. Usually looking at level 3, level 4 for both junglers before they really want to do anything. But while we wait for that, we have a little bit of a lead in the spot lane. This is kind of why you like to go Caitlyn Lux, why we call it a bit. But I'll put that on pause. We got a bit of an action here in the mid lane. Just take the flash out of time. So going back to that bot lane, just to talk about that a little bit. I know you want to talk about the mid lane, but
yeah,
I was on a point.
So if Alonso matches the flash there as Seraphine, that's a dead Seraphine for sure. But actually, curiously enough, Niles dropping that first roam or timer to base to get that cheater recall in to actually walk mid and try and punish Silas. Victory Boy, wiser to it at the moment. Meanwhile, we're looking bot. Oh, that's
finding. Oh no! Bye, erased.
Shady is too damn good at League of Legends on this server, Mad Magical, as it's another game, and it's a Lux for Shady, a champion that he has been dominant on in CLOL. I mean, I remember last split, top 8. Shady making things happen now. Hold on.
A lot of damage onto Odd Orange, forcing a flash, too. That's a good tool to get rid of off of Odd Orange.
He did get the camp. He's also going to get the crab. Niles actually waited, bot for a whole wave, picks up the crab on his lonesome on the top side. So Niles actually is going to be behind an XP. It's really going to hurt him in the individual 1v1. The fact that he went for that roam mid and didn't find anything. And we'll see if Ricky LaFleur can capitalize off it. He was a big strong point for St. Clair in the last game.
And then Bakery Boy getting a huge trade against Kind Jungle. Going to force out that TP, even though he did TP back into the lane to try to get that TP out of him. It is going to be a good trade since Bakery Boy and the Silas can always rumble against Seraphine.
That's how the matchup goes, right? At any point, you just get to brawl Seraphine. It's really, really good for Silas. So I really like the pickup here from St. Clair and Bakery Boy. Still showing that confidence that he had from game 1. Bringing that to game 2, even despite the loss, just saying, you know what, Silas, I have to go in, I have to play this matchup volatile, but I know I can pull this off against Kind Jungle, of course, usually the jungler from Maryville, subbing in for mid, given that APA has an undisclosed contract signed that we should be hearing about soon.
Back onto what's happening in this game. You and I could talk about off-season.
And we can talk about the new NACL anytime, but we got to focus up on what we have in front
We'll
of us.
have plenty of time to do that next week.
I'm very excited.
Me too.
Yeah.
I also like that we can call it Salt Lake.
Yes, but we're trying to keep the Salt out of this. We're in Philly. So
we're in Philly. This is collegiate.
Yeah, go Birds.
A Star League. We're looking for stars, not salt.
We got Go Birds, trust the process, stuff like that. That's
you see, that's going over my head.
Yeah, we're breaking all the traditional sports references here while I can. But that said, looks like at the moment, Maryville threatening to slow push this wave into the bot side. We do have Alonso here to answer, has skipped over his Raptors, trying to veer on time, but no action's going to come up.
A little bit of a trade happening here in the top lane. Wow, actually a really good trade there for Ricky. Yeah, well done. Even though level 6 did tick for Niles, and that's why you didn't see the fight continue, it's still a good trade to force him out.
And you can see, you know, this matchup. So Niles, when he dropped that timer to base get the pull, Ricky was able to actually build up a slow push, crash it, base get a pickaxe, and he saved his TP. So now because of that trade with Niles, he's going to force Niles to go steel caps and TP back. So that failed roam from Niles mid really hurt him in the individual 1v1. You can see Ricky, he's punishing well, but on the bright side for Maryville, top lane doesn't matter too much when your bot lane's looking like this.
That is very true. The bot lane is working out so well. Now, finally, I get to bring back the conversation I wanted to talk about so long ago. Why you picked Caitlyn Lux into the Lucian Nami. And this is exactly why. The low range of a Lucian Nami against just the long CC chains that you can get out of both Caitlyn and Lux are great. And that's why you have to send Alonso back into the bot lane again. If they get the skill and give it over to Rock Boom, that's going to be huge. That's gotten a little bit of gold back onto their side, but now it is going to be the flash away that didn't work out because the auto was already midair for Shady.
Still that trade, I mean, they're trading a marksman for a support, so it's still worth it for St. Clair, even if it's a nice answer here from Auto Orange. We will see, though.
Hey, guess who's here to gank this time around? And guess who's got the Encore as well. Flash away. That's the change. That's the Encore. It does miss by, but at least it gets Shady.
And Rockboom survives, so he's able to clean up this wave, get it in to St. Clair again, making use out of that mid lane priority as Bakery Boy able to roam, and he cooks up a good play in the bot lane.
Good play in the bot lane here. Getting that gold over to Rockboom too. Will make it so that when he comes back into this lane, he's just shy of being able to get that Gale Force. If Gale Force was purchasable there for Rockboom, this completely shifts the tides of that bot lane.
That said, it is actually still Scary Jerry who's up as Ricky before actually forced the trade here on the top side. We will see nothing come of that, and so Maryville still 1.5K gold lead here very early, and that's the third plate going over to Scary Jerry.
I was about to say, I can imagine where all that gold lead is.
Yeah, jeez. This Caitlyn's big, and that first pick Lucian coming out of St. Clair. This is why Maryville is so damn difficult to take down in Collegiate. When you have individual players this caliber, any pick that you throw out is going to be punished to the max, and we see Scary Jerry and Shady doing that here in this game.
They used that ace in the hole as well, getting a lot of damage onto Rockboom, who just showed back up into this lane. But here's Bakery Boy also just showing back up into this lane, looking for Shady. The flash put the bubble perfectly laid down. Will survive, but the Solon ult away at least chips down Shady because he's only level 5, so he doesn't have one that he can reciprocate back with.
And while all these plays are being attempted bot, I mean, I appreciate St. Clair trying to alleviate some of this pressure, but keep in mind, you know, what their comp wants to do. It's a Sejuani with melees in the side lanes, right? There has been no attempt to try and help out these side lanes here on the side of St. Clair, and I think it's really going to hurt them in the long run. I mean, you can consistently snowball on a Seraphine. You can change the tides of that top lane match if you bring Sejuani into the equation when it's a fist fight between Aatrox and Renekton. I'm hoping to see that here as a nice stun connects.
Oh, but barely missing that Glacial Prison, literally inches away from landing onto Kind Jungle there. However, it is still looking for these fights. You're a level down from Bakery Boy because he's looked for these roams elsewhere, but he's still that confident in his ability to fight against a Seraphine.
I mean, like, you can, but, like, you want to snowball that lead through the silence, right? Like, you want to be getting Seraphine out of lane, making sure that she's dropping XP, dropping gold, and because he's sacked multiple waves to go alleviate pressure in the bot lane, Seraphine's ahead, and he's not able to force her out of lane anymore. That's a big problem, as meanwhile, a trap's being laid here by Maryville. Seraphine's following, but Silas is running a distraction up above.
Yeah. Oh, yeah, Seraphine's going to die here. Rockboom climbs away, but going back over to Seraphine. Has a little bit of an escort this time around from Vi, but they could chase this one down. They've got the damage that needs to. That's going to be the Encore landing. You got to get on top of the Seraphine sooner or later. It's going to be the kill, actually, for Odd Orange, and the flash away to survive.
And that's
no,
Niles. He can't attack. He can't attack. He can't attack.
He's got ult, but even with that, it's not looking pretty here. That was a bad trade from Niles. He will survive, but flash and ult now blown.
Yeah, just caught out by those ethereal chains. Real bummer, honestly, for Niles. As, I mean, on the bright side, Niles not going down in the top lane. It is only wins for Maryville everywhere else on the map as they win out on the mid-jungle 2v2. A matchup that they shouldn't be winning when you look at Seraphine Vi versus Silas Sejuani. We expect the Silas Sejuani to be ahead, to be snowballing on that. But because Silas had to drop resources, that has really hurt the game plan of St. Clair, and Maryville has done nothing but capitalize against it.
Especially because the spot lane has been absolutely oppressive for Rock Boom and Erase. Look at the difference in CS, 30 separating these two players. Even though both of them have Gale Force, as a Caitlyn into Lucian, you are more than confident before that Gale Force, and that's why you had such great leads that forced Bakery Boy to have to play down towards the bot lane.
I mean, a lot of that's just been through Shady.
Oh yeah, Shady's.
I mean, him against Erase, every single white binding we've seen, it feels like it's connecting with someone. I mean, set up First Blood, it's set up...
By someone, you do mean Erase.
I mean, yeah, Erase or more. You know, it's been all Shady in this game so far.
There's a little bit of a fight again in this top lane. But this time, without that dominance, it's going to look difficult for Niles. So he's got to be careful. But the bot lane getting the ace in the hole, not body blocked. They couldn't take that. That would have killed Erase. But they will survive because they had their tank nearby.
So curious from Aatrox, we do see that Ravenous Hydra being built up as the Tiamat is secured, something that we don't usually see on Aatrox, but because of the strength of this item in the early season, your ability to stack it, killing minions in camps. We've seen a lot of people rushing Hydra on many champions, and Aatrox, I mean, he's got a way to utilize it with all these abilities to his Q, so.
All right, I got distracted. Just Shady wasted so much time of Rock, Boom, and erasing that bot lane, constantly chasing him down.
Yeah, it's been kind of nasty.
Right, very nasty. And now that opened up that bot lane. They've taken down the structure, first turret, before plates have even fallen. You can see that Shady's like, yay, time for me to roam and impact other lanes now.
And all eyes for me go on where Scary Jerry goes, right? Because all the gold is on Caitlyn, and she is a turret-killing machine given her range and her kit. So we'll see if Maryville actually swaps the map here. But at the moment, it looks like they've just pushed mid. And they're going to go straight at the Silas. Get Bakery Boys flash and drop Herald. It might be another turret going over to Maryville, as St. Clair doesn't have any wave clear located in the mid lane.
This game not looking very close between the two. Maryville have done everything, including their macro play, to make sure they have a gargantuan lead here. At 13 minutes into the game, to hell with that 3K barrier they suffered from last game. They're at 4K now. As Niles does get this solo kill against Ricky, or vice versa, it was going to look a little bit dicey between the two of them. You could even say slice and dicey.
You know, I really should have not that breathe. I should have taken over before that came out. I apologize to our viewers on me taking a sip of water at the poor time. Not magical. Capitalize on any and all opportunity. Sneak one in there, but at the moment, that's been a lot. Really, the story of this game is Maryville has done exactly that on the map, capitalizing on any and every opportunity that they are given, playing through this bot lane. And at the moment, curious, actually, we still see Caitlyn going mid to match the Lucian. Points are down at this point. I would rather have Caitlyn actually be in the side lane, try and play through to get that top outer. I think that's a way where you can more easily play around the map through the side. I think that's the correct thing to do here for Maryville, but either way, have a big lead, and we'll see if they can secure this second Rift Herald spawning shortly.
Well, I think they're going to be able to get this mid lane really quickly so they can rotate Scary Jerry into the top lane very effectively. That turret was near death. Probably two autos from Scary Jerry will take it. So while Scary Jerry's here pushing, there is no support at the moment. There was a recall from Erase, which means that Rock Boom has to be very careful just in case there was going to be an attempt of a dive from Odd, Orange, and Kind.
And again, for St. Clair, it just really feels like because of all the pressure that they were kind of forced to respond to in the bot lane, they were just never really able to set up their win condition early, which was having Sejuani play towards these melee solo lanes, right? Trying to get these ahead. At the moment, we see a CS lead for the Renekton, and Seraphine even with the Silas, which is a huge win given this matchup and how it goes.
Oh, yeah. The fact that you're relatively even, you haven't died yet.
Seraphine should be down like 30 CS.
So this could be a good pick on the Scary Jerry. He flashed away, but that was so much. Nice pick there from Alonzo and Rockboom.
That's good. That opens up the Rift Herald. And again, that's one of the reasons that I don't like the Kate Lux actually playing mid at this point. Because when you're mid, you give the enemy team the ability to create two angles at you, right? if you put yourself in a side lane, they can really only come at you from one angle, from the river, right? So I like that not being set up here by Maryville. Scary Jerry not hovering the right side of the lane, ends up getting punished, and St. Clair get themselves back in this game.
I only would have liked it had they just gone there for that turret and quickly left.
Yeah. Failed to get the turret, and also failed to get that Rift Herald, which should have been easy money for the side of Maryville, but not the case. See if they have better luck with the Dragon spawning shortly.
Well, they got the Goon Squad rotating down towards mid, ready to go towards that Dragon Pit, with one apiece for each side. Should be pretty easy at the moment for Maryville to get that inside angle after toppling the structure mid.
So it will be the 5-man stack to buoy their way. Finally are able to knock that one down, but still a lot of time granted to the Silas and the Aatrox to try and catch back up, given the fact that Maryville is grouping at the moment. With that said, it will be Maryville taking full control over the bot river, likely to pick up this Dragon, one that, honestly, if I'm in the pockets of St. Clair, I don't want to fight this. We have no control. Maryville's so strong at this point of the game. You can drop this and feel okay.
Well, and how Maryville plays the map. This is something that has been so indicative of how they have dominated C-Lol. But right now, Niles about to dominate Ricky. There's the knockup from One Darkened Blade trying to heal up the best he can to go to get Bakery Boy to save his life. No! It will be traded 1-for-1 while the Dragon is toppled by Maryville.
But still, I do like that attempt from St. Clair. They know they're going to drop the Dragon, so looking for a play in the top side, trying to cross-map, that is textbook League of Legends coming out of St. Clair. And because they were able to pick up that second Rift Herald with the flub that Maryville had in the mid lane, this will actually enable them to get 2 crashes off. So, yeah, it is a Dragon, and it is a 1-for-1 on the top side, but still St. Clair making the right plays here.
Well, it's only second Dragon, too, for Maryville.
Yeah.
It's not like they're getting third. They're not within point. You get that secondary crash here, like you talked about on the top lane. Get gold for a Bakery Boy. Silas, we kind of were talking about mid-game for St. Clair, but Silas is still a really good scaler himself.
Yeah, I think for me at this point, when I'm looking at St. Clair, all eyes honestly go on Rockman at this point. He has that Gale Force. The Imperial Mandate was just finished by the Nami. I mean, if you are able to have an empowered culling, with Nami, that can melt the members of Maryville, and they don't have any way to eat that. Like, there is no one on that team that really wants to eat that culling and feel good. Renekton doesn't deal well against it. You can chase him with the Gale Force and Relentless Pursuit that Lucian has. So that is something that St. Clair can really use to try and always force mid-priority by just burning that ult and that combo on cooldown when Maryville is showing mid, and then utilizing that to try and impact the side lanes and play through what should be stronger sides for Maryville.
We've seen a lot of strength out of St. Clair with how they've looked for picks and how they're able to set up around that afterwards. The biggest problem and the setback they've had is how to close out a game and how to set up the macro. Well, that is where Maryville thrives. They're such a strong team at getting themselves set up. We can see bot lane. Ricky LaFleur is about to hit the floor because he's going to die as he tries his best to fight back against JD. Got a lot of damage there, but there's just too many people to lock him down.
Still, Luis St. Clair able to not quite take down the crashing waves top. And losing their top laner in the bot side, not the worst thing in the world. If they are still able to farm some waves, they're actually looking for a play.
This pick, look at the culling damage. Immediately getting a killing spree from Rock Boom. And who needs to win lane to win game when you can start getting kills like this? That damage forcing out the flash of JD and a cleanse too. They can pick up the kill. They can turn this around. They can look to see if they want to fight initially, but they got to be careful. Alonso has to flash himself out of there because he was in danger. They're healing up. They do have the skill back. Look at Silas on the other side. Bakery Boy is ready to fight.
Good setup.
2 members getting a little bit of damage stolen away. The Assault Battery looking for the damage himself. He has to go golden to survive. Has to wait as Orange takes a lot of damage from Rock Boom yet again.
But that's exactly what St. Clair wants to do. Utilize those ults around mid to always force mid lane priority.
Just chasing this one. He's just like, I don't care if you're Renekton. I'm going to look for this.
Hey, he's got the empowered auto attacks from Nami. He's got the heals as well. Rockboom's feeling good, and St. Clair feeling damn good, taking that mid tower down and evening up the gold.
Hey, I like this. As now you have the cease and desist thrown back, but Orange didn't necessarily want this. That was a huge charm, though! Kind Jungle! He shows up here in mid lane with a nice encore. The rest is just a feeding frenzy as they turn their attention onto Baron.
And Kind Jungle, he might be the sub, he might not even be a mid laner, but that TP, that was played like a well-seasoned solo laner as the encore might just shut things down for Maryville here as they're looking to go 2-0. This should be the free Baron, and that DP, I mean, that really just secured the game and the lead here for Maryville.
It was all a game of inches yet again. Perfectly timed there from Kind to get there and have a beautiful encore that lands onto 4 members and allows them to immediately kill the bot lane that was troubling them so much.
And again, I mean, that's one from St. Clair. Like, they had wins on the map. They were making good plays, but they just overstayed. They never spent that gold. They were on the map so much, forcing that Kind Jungle was given the opportunity to TP behind them and find that huge ultimate that really swayed the game back in Maryville's favor, just as St. Clair evened it up. So, again, you know, we're early in the collegiate season. I know it's the grand final of NAC, but these are things that St. Clair can really take with them, learn, and run with as this collegiate season goes on. We are only in the fall. The big tournament, you know, with CLOL happens in the spring. So, you know, while St. Clair, I think, are making some mistakes on the map, how they're playing, it is good to get that experience now.
Win or lose, it is also good to show up this big against Maryville, to have close games. Even if, you know, this game isn't as close as the last one, just now how it's going to toppling over again for Maryville.
You take some positives.
You take positives, exactly. It's a learning experience, and this is the start of this collegiate season as well.
At the moment, returning to the game, we do have a Baron up Maryville trying to reclaim control over this bot side river that St. Clair currently owns. Really have to look out again for that tidal wave culling combo, the empowered culling at that. See if we can get anyone down significantly from Maryville. Again, they have no one that can really successfully eat Lucian ult.
No. And also, they have to be careful of a Seraphine Encore, because that can interrupt the culling, make so it doesn't do the damage that it needs to, as Dragon has been started by St. Clair, but they have to be so cautious. They know Niles is on that flank. That's going to be the blast gun over the wall. Bakery Boy didn't really want to take that. Has to help the dominant. Here's going to be the fight on the other side with the Encore doing a lot of damage, but they got the root, and they got Golden onto 1. They got to be careful, because now, with Silas locked down forever, they got the kill on Orange. Might be the next casualty, but he survives. He's on the other side of the wall. Now the flash coming in for Ricky, looking for the kill, but they've lost Alonso inside of the pit. They're going to lose the Dragon, even if they get the kill onto Odd Orange. And now Rock Boom gone again with an ace in the hole. Pop in the fish, and we get a Dragon on top of it.
And it was a lot of pressure that they tried to put on the Scary Jerry, but he was able to utilize the Summoner Spells to get out of the damage from St. Clair, and he's the one that was able to finish things off in favor of Maryville as, Ricky before that red buff. That's a greedy one. I think St. Clair at this point, they have to really push, they have to look for skirmishes, but, oh man, Shady just cannot miss with these skill shots.
No, he is
nothing to be found.
On point. Even having a Magi's built on 9 stacks of this, pretty much feeling like he's never going to die again this game.
Right move from Maryville and Shady as they are snowballing, and Shady feeling oh so confident on the Rift, as we will see if St. Clair can recover. Again, they need to win this game to stay alive. And Bakery Boy, he is fishing for a play, has the Sejuani.
But has to be so careful, that damage coming in from Shady. It nearly takes down Bakery Boy, who normally would feel very confident playing Silas, that he's at level 13. Sure, level 16 is truly the end game for Silas, but now Alonso getting caught out. Tidal Wave coming through, connecting onto 2 members, but it cease and desist. Should slow him down. Nice bounce around with the Fault Breaker. Took forever, but Alonso did finally fall.
Playing the side not there for the side of St. Clair. And now going to have to err on the side of caution as Lucian was topside, was pushing that wave, but now has to base to respawn. And Maryville, they have everything to themselves on the bot side, as apparently do have a bit of a tech pause at the moment. Hopefully we can get that resolved as soon as possible to get back into this one, but it is all Maryville.
All Maryville at the moment, but I don't want to give up hope on St. Clair. They've been doing a good job at finding picks when they need to get back in the game. Just afterwards, what they can find and how they can continue to escalate the game back in their favor. That's been a tricky position for them at the moment. But we're back into the game. Pause already ended. Both teams.
You sure hope the pause ended?
I think so.
You know,
I think it's just in real slow-mo.
Well, we were just aligning our chakras over Align My Chakras, who was Shady.
Yeah. That's what it was. We had
to get lined up, you know?
Okay, yeah. Sure. Whatever you say, buddy.
I feel like it's the right person to line things up on. Shady has, been lining up those light bindings like it's no one's business.
No, fair. I'll give you that one. I can't disagree with you on that one. I couldn't have said it better myself, even though it's a terrible joke.
trying my best to hang with you, bud.
But here we go, Maryville utilizing this gargantuan lead. They've got themselves at 6,000 over St. Clair and taking all of the jungle to make sure they continue to balloon this out of control. That's a huge play though. Orange tries to go back in. Bakery Boy taken low, and now with the calling, the flash away. Orange, no way he escapes again like that,
no.
and they turn back a play again. How does Maryville keep doing this? Bakery Boy is golden, but they put the trap underneath him for 2 kills. As 3 members remain, they get 2, make it 1. There is nobody left outside of Ricky LaFleur, but he'll fall to a clean ace from Maryville.
And this combo from Kind Jungle and Shady, the usual jungle support duo that we oftentimes see from Maryville, they're making it happen with mid and support as the wearing of the light bindings and the roots from Seraphine. It's way too much for the side of St. Clair to deal with. And it really feels like they haven't been able to get the same foothold they had on the map like Game 1. This game has really been all Maryville.
All Maryville all the way outside of a couple picks here and there that St. Clair have gotten for themselves. And at the moment, now it is dicey. Baron's going to spawn here soon. You have a near 10K gold lead over St. Clair. Backed up against the wall. This is grand finals. Winner of this game, if it's Maryville at least, wins the whole thing, while St. Clair, they can't drop this one, else the game and the series is all over.
It really is looking Maryville favored at this point. 10K gold lead is pretty tough to overcome, but I do have to give Maryville props. I mean, guys, they're trying to win 2 lands in one day, as they are playing this from LA, competing in LA Comic-Con as well. And this team, I mean, I know that the finish, not being able to compete in finals, even if I felt like UST versus Maryville was the true final in semis for C-Ball, Maryville, they want revenge this year. And bringing in Nova as well to help Jensen to really get these guys in shape for the collegiate season. I know it's Kind Jungle mid, a roster that we will not be seeing Maryville run moving forward, most likely, but I think how the other 4 members have played, there's some really good signs from Maryville. I like seeing them make team plays, not always go for these commits inside. A Seraphine Lux comp, this is one where if you control mid-wave, you control the map, and I think Maryville's playing it out really nicely.
Very little St. Clair can do here outside of catch someone out of position, catch someone on a roam. You can see here, it's more of the good spot on the other side. Bye, Nami. Kind is on a rampage, more stacks in not only the book of Shady, but also the book that Kind has built up too, with Rock Boom getting stunned, trying to fight back, but Rick, he's taking a lot of the attention away as Rock Boom tries to get away himself. They've got the flank coming in from Silas, but this is a 4v5. They have way too much damage. Unstoppable Kind, and look at Rock Boom running away, but the flash-in headshot, unstoppable Scary Jerry.
Yeah, it wasn't letting anyone get away, and Maryville, they aren't letting this dragon get away from them either, as it is Soul on the map, and with no smite up, we'll see if Bakery Boy decides to flip it, but it's pretty tough for him at this point. Maybe he tries to pick off Caitlyn.
I think that's what he's going for, but he does not have that damage to burst her down.
Respect the try. You got to go for something here. If you're St. Clair, your backs are up against the wall. It has been all Maryville, and St. Clair, a valiant effort put up in Game 1, a game that I think was very winnable for them. But Maryville, I think the story of this series has been the way they play the map has just been a grade above what St. Clair is at.
This is also just typical Maryville. They have been a step above most collegiate programs for so long. It's hard to even think of a time when collegiate and Maryville weren't always in the conversation.
Before 2020, once Maryville was founded, they dominated.
I thought they were founded in 2019.
No, they had some 18. You know, when I was a student at Miami, I had to compete against them. So it was before 2019.
Right, that's what I'm like.
Yeah.
Oh, and here comes a final fight here. A last stand for St. Clair. They lost Ricky, and now the rest of the members having to get away. Encore did not connect that time around. Without your top laner, without your Rumbler and Bruiser to go tandem with Bakery Boy and Baron buff plus Mountain Soul on the other side. Look at that. Normally what would have been a full-on kill, they survive because of these shields, and they have Auto playing so greedy. He's like, yeah, I can dive, whatever. They can't kill us. We've got the shield, we've got the magic resist and the armor to just dive them inside of their base, and the Goliath verse is David Story. Goliath will be the victors. They chase down these remaining kills to pad the KDA, but your winners of NACE Starleague Grand Finals is going to be Maryville University taking down the University of St. Clair 2-0 as they pad the KDA. At the very end, this game is set, locked in, and deleted as they will be your victorious team for Collegiate yet again.
One more encore for the road there for Kind Jungle. See, able to make sure that he finds one more kill. Of course, see the stage, Maryville competing from LA, trying to win 2 lands in one day. That's the first one won. St. Clair, again, valiant effort. And, for this team, like we talked about St. Clair, they're going to learn a lot from this, right? Having this experience, being able to play in a final, being able to play against a team the caliber of Maryville, you can only learn from that. And I think that the way Maryville played the map, they did give them a bit of a clinic at points with how things are played. Maryville, that's how they got their way back into game 1, and that's how they never let St. Clair get into game 2.
No, only, like I said, there's a couple plays where it looked like St. Clair might have gotten themselves back in. They even up the goal a couple times. But Maryville, their macro is always unparalleled, especially in Collegiate. It's so difficult for any of these teams to match them when it comes to the movement around the map.
And I think that's, what really makes Maryville a different beast. Like, not only do you have full ride scholarships that you're giving to players that have professional competitive experience, playing with teams like Golden Guardians, if you are Niles. Not only are you able to have 2 teams where, if the B team was competing in CLOL, their odds of them getting top 8, every, tournament that had both Maryville A and B team in 2021 and a lot of this past year, those teams were making it all the way, going up against each other in the finals. It's what happens when you build a program of that caliber. You become the gold standard. Everyone has you in their crosshairs. And Maryville, they did fall last year. They were not able to take home as many trophies, as many lands they wanted. They did lose that core one. CLOL dropping to UST, not being able to compete in that final. But sometimes that can light a fire under you. And with Maryville making some adjustments with who was helping out their staff, who they have on their roster, this team really feels like they are back this year with a vengeance. And in a more competitive CLOL season, I'm really curious to see how this Maryville roster stacks up with the competition.
I am too, but I want to talk a little bit about St. Clair. They played valiantly. That first game could have been theirs. It was so close. They did everything possible to try to bring back this game, but they are also not walking away empty-handed. They will be taking some prize money, finishing in 2nd place. They'll get $1,250 in scholarship prizing.
Yeah, I mean, we were lucky enough to visit with St. Clair today, hanging around, watching some of the other games we had at the LAN, and it was really fun, seeing them practice, getting to know them a little bit. Definitely have a roster where they are somewhat coming together. Of course, Bakery Boy was kind of the last piece of the puzzle, as we were told. And it is a team where you have some potential. I think Ricky before, going up against Niles, he wasn't, completely gapped in every single game. If you're able to hold a candle to Niles, that's a very high bar to match, given Niles' history and pedigree as a player. St. Clair, coming out of the East, it's a team that we'll see what they can do when CLOL comes around. You still have time to grow, adapt, learn. We did talk a lot about that, what happens in a full season. We aren't even at the halfway point of the collegiate season. So, again, having this experience, being able to play on a final stage early, that can only do you favors moving throughout the rest of the season.
It's going to make it so that now we can look at this team and we know what to expect and also know their strengths. Rock Boom, he looked great in that bot lane as well, especially when it came to team fights. Nearly out-fighting Scary Jerry on the other side, a very prominent ADC, like you talked about, being brought in from Converse to Maryville because of his performance in last year's CLOL.
Yeah, and again, for St. Clair, dropping a game to Maryville, no shame in that, right?
No.
You can definitely look back on this VOD and take a lot of learnings, especially, some high-level stuff. We're talking about, how to deploy as a team when you're ahead or behind, when to reset. These are things that are tough decisions to make as a team, things that, really make Maryville such a scary team, a scary roster when you put the talent plus the macro on top of each other. St. Clair, they had some moments where they were able to do that, but had some others where they weren't able to put together the pieces of the puzzle correctly. Again, if you make mistakes like that against players like Niles, like Shady, they've shown time and time again they will not let you get away with that, but they are so dominant in collegiate, and why they ended up on top today.
I mean, Shady, we could always talk about him. Talked about it before, talking about him now. and also looking at Scary Jerry, looking at Kind in this game. That Seraphine, sure, the lane was difficult, but he didn't fall that far behind. He was able to actually do pretty well because of all the roams that Bakery Boy was attempting. So it allowed him to stay just as even as Silas as he continued to play out the game.
Yeah, I mean, Kind doesn't even play mid, but again, I mean, players of this caliber that Maryville has, right? He was given 2 free waves because of the roams that Silas had to affect the bot lane, try and recover, try and make plays on the side of St. Clair. That was all Kind Jungle needed to stabilize, and I mean, he made the game-winning play with that TP in the 4-man encore, so props to him. The one thing that I always love about Kind Jungle, he's someone that for Maryville has always been, the sub-jungler, and more so on the back burner, a big part of the B team rosters that they have had. This kid has a great attitude, and his ability to step into a team, play off-roll, and even play at the caliber that he did today, I think it really speaks to what Kind Jungle brings to the team environment, brings as a player, and he can walk home with another trophy and a smile on his face, as he can now say he's won a tournament, Atlantic Collegiate, playing 2 roles. Not everyone can say that.
That is very true. Hey, only the likes of Xiaohu and stuff like that can say that they have that luxury.
It's a bit higher level than where we're at, but
Shush. I'm trying to help out Kind. I'm giving him props.
I'm always down to help out Kind.
Yeah, exactly. Give him the shout outs. He did a great job today, and it was great. It was a great series today. Maryville, even if it was a closer game 1 than we'd expect, game 2, once they got that lead, it was typical Maryville play. It's why we always will and will continue to hype up Maryville throughout every CLOL. Just how dominant they are, the coaching staff behind them, the players, everything has always been top tier.
We'll see. They have some tough tests ahead. I mean, I think that the rivalry against them and UST only gets spicier with Nova now being a part of the Maryville staff, and really excited to see that matchup in the collegiate season later as Maryville continues their trek. But we have more of a tournament here that NACE is putting on tomorrow that we got to cover, Matt.
That is true. We can look at what's going on tomorrow and everything that you can look forward to. We've got that Call of Duty that we were talking about. That's taking place first. Northwood versus St. Clair. They'll have another opportunity for a title. Then next after that, Rainbow Six Siege. We were talking to some of the Siege casters earlier and some of the players. I'm excited to see how that's going to go between James Madison and Kettering. And then lastly, CSGO, the final one. Davenport versus Northwood again. That's their 4th opportunity that they'll have out of 4 to get a title. If they win the first one, maybe Northwood come out of NACE Starleague looking like the best collegiate program in all of esports.
It's pretty wild what they've done so far, bringing 2 trophies home to their trophy case today, and potentially another 2 tomorrow. But tomorrow is the day of the shooters, so if you are a fan of shooters, make sure to tune in again here. We kick everything off at 11 a.m. Eastern.
Yeah, but we're not quite done yet, even though League of Legends is all over. We've got Los on the stage, so we're going to toss it over to him and let him talk about everything possible. Also, huge shout-outs to NACE Starleague and all the sponsors that have helped us bring this content to you.
Yes, thank you so much.
Los, take it away.
Thank you, boys, and that just about wraps things up for day 1 here at the NACE Starleague Grand Finals hosted by Villanova University. It was a fantastic series of 4 different titles with 2 new titles for Northwood, and maybe they'll try and claim more tomorrow. But until then, we'll see you tomorrow for day 2 of the Grand Finals. For the last time today, my name is Los. Thank you for joining us.
you.